Long before the present day, a legendary blacksmith built his name through handcrafted weapons and armor, his skill eventually earning him the rare opportunity to negotiate directly with the Kingdom of Cairo during a war that seemed destined to last forever. That single contract transformed his fate, bringing him immense prestige, and once the war finally ended, the kingdom rewarded him with the title of Baron, along with ownership of the land itself. The elderly storyteller explained that this remarkable blacksmith was none other than Master Roman's ancestor. At first glance, it seemed like an unnecessary tale since everyone already knew the family's history, but only a few hours earlier Roman himself had personally requested every detail. After confirming that he was indeed the eldest son of the Dimitri family, and that the territory belonged to the Kingdom of Cairo on the continent of Salamandra, the old man admitted he found Roman's curiosity strange. After all, the young master had never been known for intelligence, and lately his reputation had only been built around drinking, drugs, and wasting time alongside young nobles. Not long before that conversation, a servant had reminded Roman that Lady Lawrence, his fiancée, would soon arrive for an important visit. Unlike his brothers, Roman had spent 25 years hiding inside his room, earning the humiliating nickname of the Dimitri family's fool. Since Lady Lawrence valued elegance and proper etiquette above all else, he was expected to prepare himself carefully. Instead, Roman calmly dismissed the visit, insisting something else demanded his attention first. He ordered the servants to bring him the oldest person in the territory, because understanding the world he now lived in mattered far more than meeting his fiancée. The servant could hardly believe the sudden change, yet despite his confusion, he carried out the command without question. That brought everything back to the present, where the old man finished his story by admitting that was all he knew. Roman thanked him sincerely and promised he would be rewarded for his help. As the old man departed, Roman reflected on the impossible truth. To everyone else he was Roman Dimitri, yet his true identity was Beek Jung Hyuk. In the world of Murim, he had ruled as the leader of the heavenly demon sect, surviving endless battles until there was nothing left to conquer. Having accomplished everything he desired, he had accepted death without regret, yet for reasons beyond his understanding, he had awakened inside Roman Dimitri's body. Whether this was heaven's will or some divine punishment, even he could not say. Lost in thought, Roman wandered into the poorest district of the territory, where a brutal scene unfolded before him. A young boy lay helpless in the street as several men kicked and stomped on him without mercy, beating him while bystanders watched in silence. His servant hands immediately noticed the fang-shaped tattoos decorating the attacker's arms. Those marks belonged to the Blood Fangs, a notorious criminal organization whose influence stretched far beyond Dimitri territory. Judging by the situation, the boy had likely fallen into debt with them. Hands quietly urged Roman to leave before they became involved, warning that the Blood Fangs were far too dangerous. But before he could finish speaking, Roman had already walked forward and ordered the men to stop. The bald leader sneered at him, mocking his noble status and telling him to stay out of Blood Fang business. Hands desperately tried to convince Roman to withdraw, but Roman instead admitted he still knew little about the laws of this world. He calmly asked Hands to explain exactly who had broken the law and what punishment they deserved. Once Hands gathered himself, he explained that while the boy had indeed failed to repay his debt, the Blood Fangs had absolutely no legal authority to punish him. Such matters belonged before the courts. More importantly, insulting the eldest son of the Dimitri family was considered a capital offense under the kingdom's law. Without another word, Roman picked up an ordinary branch from the ground. Declaring that the criminals had violated the law of Dimitri territory, he announced that, as the eldest son of Baron Romero Dimitri, he would personally carry out their punishment. The bald man tried reasoning with him, claiming Roman clearly didn't understand how the world worked and was creating unnecessary trouble, especially after recognizing who they were. Roman dismissed every excuse with a single conclusion. To him, they were nothing more than garbage that had dared insult the owner of the land. The moment he moved, everyone froze. Using nothing except the wooden branch, Roman crossed the distance in an instant and drove it clean through the bald man's throat. The remaining criminals abandoned all caution and rushed him with knives and blades, but they couldn't even touch him. Roman slipped through every attack effortlessly before burying the same branch into another man's stomach. As he fought, memories from the moment he awakened resurfaced. He remembered finding Roman Dimitri's written testament surrounded by scattered drugs. In the Kingdom of Cairo, where war was constant, every noble family was required to send a representative to the battlefield. Roman Dimitri had been chosen, but fear had driven him to abandon that responsibility. It had been the life of a coward, but that man no longer existed. The body now belonged to Beek Jung Hyuk, leader of the heavenly demon sect, and from this point onward he would live by his own rules. Within seconds, every Blood Fang member lay dead. Only one terrified survivor remained. Rather than fight, the man turned to flee, but Roman forced him onto his knees before he could escape. Roman explained that laws existed to preserve order, and anyone who violated them deserved punishment. Although he chose to spare the man's life, mercy did not mean forgiveness. In front of the horrified crowd, Roman ripped out the criminal's eyes before introducing himself as the eldest son of the Dmitri family. He declared that anyone dissatisfied with his judgment was free to come challenge him personally. Back in Murim, Baek Yong-hyuk had stood at the very peak of the martial world. Countless masters had challenged the heavenly demon sect only to perish, their blood flowing so heavily it stained the land itself. Compared to those battles, struggling against a handful of street criminals almost felt insulting. Once everything was over, Roman instructed Hans to summon the guards and report exactly what had happened. Hans immediately obeyed and rushed away. Left alone, Roman quietly assessed his new body. Its condition was abysmal, his physical strength was pitiful, and the flow of internal energy was nearly non-existent. If he intended to survive, gathering information and rebuilding his strength would have to begin immediately. The boy who had been rescued slowly approached and thanked Roman for saving his life. Roman immediately corrected him. Kindness had nothing to do with it. The Blood Fangs had broken the law and received the punishment they deserved, but the boy would still have to face responsibility for his own debt. The boy explained that his parents had borrowed money to purchase farmland. Repaying the loan would have been easy after harvest, but the Blood Fangs deliberately destroyed their crops to make repayment impossible. As if that weren't enough, they had now begun targeting his younger sister despite the family having harmed no one. Desperate, he begged Roman to at least protect her. Roman studied the determination burning in the boy's eyes and found himself reminded of someone from his previous life, a man known as the Mad Demon. Curious, he asked for the boy's name. The boy introduced himself as Kevin. Roman assured him that he would investigate the entire situation personally, and if everything Kevin had said proved true, he would settle the matter himself. Overwhelmed with relief, Kevin thanked him repeatedly. Somewhere deep inside, Roman couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter had not happened by coincidence. He sensed that Kevin's role in his future was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Lady Flora traveled toward the Dmitri estate inside her carriage. Just 1 month earlier, she had been stunned after learning she was to enter an arranged marriage with the Dmitri family. Her father explained that their own territory faced severe hardships, leaving the marriage as their only realistic option. Even knowing the circumstances, Flora couldn't bring herself to accept it. She had no desire to spend her future tied to a family infamous for endless wars and rough behavior. Her father apologized sincerely, admitting he had no other choice. At first, Flora comforted herself with the possibility of marrying the family's talented second son, whose future seemed bright. That hope disappeared the moment Roman Dmitri, the eldest son, insisted on becoming her fiancé instead. His reputation was already infamous. Everyone knew him as the useless fool of the Dmitri family, obsessed only with luxury and pleasure. When they finally met, Flora immediately declared that she intended to cancel the engagement. To her complete surprise, Roman accepted without hesitation. He explained that he had only recently learned about the arrangement himself, and he had absolutely no interest in marrying someone like her either. As far as he was concerned, ending the engagement immediately was the best outcome. Flora couldn't tell whether he was serious. When Roman mentioned informing his father right away, she quickly stopped him and asked if he truly had no desire to marry. Rather than answering directly, Roman simply asked whether she wanted to marry him. She admitted she didn't. Roman concluded there was no reason for either of them to suffer through a marriage neither wanted. He willingly accepted full responsibility for breaking the engagement, treating the entire matter as something insignificant. As Flora left the estate, she couldn't help wondering whether the man she had just met was really the same Roman Dmitri everyone constantly criticized. Later, when Roman informed his father of the decision, Baron Romero Dmitri exploded with anger. Although the world mocked Roman as an idiot, the Baron insisted he had always tried to give his eldest son every opportunity possible. A marriage into the Lawrence family would have strengthened the Dmitri family's position among the nobility. All Roman had needed to do was marry a beautiful noblewoman and fulfill his duty. Roman offered nothing except a quiet apology. Enraged, the Baron hurled his official seal toward him before revealing the consequences. Had the marriage succeeded, he might have found a way to exempt Roman from military service. Now there was nothing he could do. In 6 months, Roman would be sent directly to the battlefield. Roman accepted the decision without protest. The Baron then mentioned hearing rumors about the Blood Fang incident. Witnesses claimed Roman had personally punished the criminals, but he dismissed the story as impossible. He went on to explain that the true issue wasn't whether Roman had fought them. The Blood Fangs had grown powerful enough that even he, the Baron of the territory, couldn't suppress them easily. By provoking such an organization, Roman had dragged the entire Dmitri family into a dangerous conflict. For that reason, the Baron made his position perfectly clear. Roman would receive no protection, no soldiers, and no assistance. If he intended to stand against the Bloodfangs, then every consequence that followed would be his burden alone. The Baron had fully expected his son to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Instead, Roman accepted the punishment without the slightest hesitation. He calmly admitted that everything had started because of his own choices, and if consequences were waiting for him, he would bear them alone. Romero stood there speechless, watching Roman walk away and close the door behind him as though nothing had happened. Outside the room, Flora confronted him, unable to understand whether he had completely lost his mind. As Roman casually wiped the blood from the blow his father had just given him, she questioned why he was acting so recklessly. She reminded him that the Bloodfangs feared neither nobles nor powerful families, and if they believed someone had challenged them, revenge was inevitable. In her eyes, the only sensible option was to swallow his pride and beg the Baron for protection. Roman simply wondered why he would ever do such a thing, then coldly remarked that Flora still failed to understand her own place. A short while later, as Hans helped him prepare, Roman frowned at the overpowering scent of perfume. Hans explained there was little choice. The smell of blood had completely soaked into his clothes. Roman found the outfit equally irritating, complaining that it was uncomfortably tight. Hans reminded him that it was supposed to be his first formal meeting with his fiancée, so appearances mattered. Hearing that only made Roman think about how unfamiliar this world still was. Marriage would only become another unnecessary chain around him, and he needed to end the engagement as quickly as possible without creating needless hostility. But when the meeting finally happened, he realized Flora herself had never intended to treat him with respect. That erased any reason for him to be overly considerate. The moment he announced that he alone would shoulder the responsibility for ending the engagement, he noticed genuine anxiety flash across her face. Once both of them agreed to break it off, neither had any claim over the other's future. Their paths would separate completely, and each would handle their own life from that point forward. As Roman walked down the hallway afterward, he reflected that accepting full responsibility was the cleanest solution. It prevented any further discussions about marriage while completely cutting his ties with Flora. As far as he was concerned, that encounter would also be their last. That night, Baron Romero drowned himself in drink inside his chambers. While speaking with his wife Lihana, he admitted something that had weighed on him for years. Back when they had still been commoners, he had often disciplined Roman with violence. After earning their noble title, he had sworn never to raise his hand against his son again. Lihana gently reminded him that all of their children had grown into healthy adults. But Romero's concern wasn't about all of them. His thoughts remained fixed on Roman, the only child who had personally endured the family's hardest days. Lihana urged him not to bury himself in guilt. Perhaps he had made mistakes as a father, but mistakes could still be corrected. The man she knew would never simply stand by and watch his own son destroy himself. Roman was stubborn and proud, and perhaps his reckless words about confronting the Bloodfangs had only been spoken in the heat of the moment. Even so, no one could predict what would happen next. Her words finally reached him. Determined to act before things became irreversible, Romero immediately ordered Captain Jonathan to be summoned. The following morning, Roman left the estate as though yesterday's confrontation had never happened. Hans nervously warned that wandering the streets now was incredibly dangerous. The Bloodfangs could strike back at any moment. Roman asked when the organization had become powerful enough to terrify everyone. Then he answered his own question. Their strength didn't come from overwhelming power. It came from the reputation they had built by mercilessly slaughtering anyone who opposed them. Back in Murim, he had learned that infamy created fear, and fear made people obey long before a weapon ever had to be drawn. Hans insisted that none of that changed the fact that they were dangerous. Roman agreed with one condition: they first had to be capable of making him afraid, and they simply weren't. Later, inside a restaurant, Roman remained completely relaxed. He ordered a proper meal for Hans and instructed him to stay behind and enjoy it while he took a walk alone. Hans immediately objected, saying he could never allow the young master to wander off by himself. Roman explained that he still had information to gather, and bringing Hans along would only put him in unnecessary danger. Hans refused again, insisting his duty was to protect him. Roman looked at him and asked if he truly considered himself one of his people. Hans answered without hesitation that he did. Roman nodded and told him that if that was true, then the best way to help was to trust him. Hans had already done more than enough by accompanying him there. Now he could relax, finish his meal, and simply wait for Roman's return. Hans was left completely stunned. Never before had the young master treated him with such trust or spoken to him as though he genuinely mattered. But instead of remaining at the restaurant as instructed, Hans immediately rushed toward the castle to report everything to Roman's parents. Meanwhile, Roman walked the streets alone, carefully piecing together everything he had learned about the Bloodfangs. Individually, none of them were particularly impressive. Their real strength came from the way they operated. They divided themselves into countless small groups, remained hidden in plain sight, and relied on fear rather than brute force. They had no obvious headquarters, no visible leader, and almost no clear target to strike. If finding them was difficult, then there was only one answer. He would force them to come looking for him. That was exactly why he wandered through the city completely alone, making himself the perfect target. The plan worked. The moment he stepped into a deserted alley, Bloodfang members emerged from the shadows and attacked. At the same time, Hans burst into the castle and urgently informed Captain Jonathan that the young master had deliberately gone out alone and was now in grave danger. He begged the captain to find him before it was too late. In reality, the only people facing death were the criminals. The first attacker charged forward only to be instantly disarmed. The moment Roman claimed the man's knife, the fight was already over. One clean movement slit the man's throat before anyone else could react. The remaining two froze in disbelief. Roman simply gestured for them to continue, taunting them to finish what they had started. Weren't they the ones who had come there to kill him? Back at the castle, Jonathan quickly assembled his knights. After listening to Hans, he muttered that the entire story sounded ridiculous. Hans desperately insisted there was no reason for him to lie. Every second mattered. Jonathan couldn't ignore the Baron's earlier order to handle any trouble involving Roman. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he ordered every soldier to arm themselves immediately and instructed Hans to lead the way. Deep down, however, he believed the foolish young master had finally dug his own grave. Back in the alley, panic spread through the hooded attackers. Roman advanced toward them with a knife dripping fresh blood. Cornered by overwhelming pressure, they tried fighting back, but every attempt ended in complete failure. Only one criminal was left alive. Roman calmly asked whether those three were all the Bloodfangs had sent. The survivor threatened that killing them would bring consequences beyond Roman's imagination. Roman found the warning almost amusing. After all, two of them were already dead. He wondered whether the man truly lacked fear or was simply desperate to survive. Driving the knife through the criminal's leg, Roman reminded him that the next strike wouldn't be so forgiving. Then he demanded the only answer he cared about. Who was their leader? Some time later, Roman casually entered a crowded tavern, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Without wasting a moment, he asked the bartender for a drink called Dawn's Tear from the 20s. The bartender calmly claimed he had never heard of such a drink and offered something else instead. Roman insisted he wanted something strong because he planned to do something important in the morning. Those words weren't random. The bald criminal he had interrogated earlier had revealed the Bloodfang's secret code. Anyone requesting Dawn's Tear alongside something strong for the morning was identifying themselves as someone waiting for new orders. The tavern itself was one of their hidden contact points. Before the bartender could pull the knife concealed beneath the counter, Roman's fist smashed directly into his face. The other gang members immediately rushed him together, but one after another they crashed to the floor before they even realized what had happened. The Bloodfangs stared in disbelief. The young master they had dismissed had overwhelmed three trained men almost instantly. Although Roman's body was still nowhere near the level he had possessed in Murim, his martial arts had already strengthened it enough. Against opponents like these, it was more than sufficient. When the bartender finally regained consciousness, he weakly asked what had happened. Roman calmly told him the timing was perfect because everything else had already ended. The bartender had attacked first, everyone else had already fallen, and now only the two of them remained. There were still a few questions Roman intended to ask. At that exact moment, Captain Jonathan stormed into the tavern with his soldiers, demanding to know what kind of disaster had taken place. One of the knights quickly reported finding a survivor upstairs. Still trembling with fear, the survivor revealed that every dead man in the tavern had been defeated by young Master Roman, and that Roman had already left for Lawrence. Jonathan immediately demanded to know why Lawrence. The knight explained that the surviving criminal claimed the Bloodfang's true headquarters was hidden there. An hour earlier, Roman had personally extracted that information from the bartender. At first, the man endured the torture surprisingly well. Roman quietly observed his determination and admitted that he actually preferred prisoners like him. The ones who refused to break immediately were usually the ones carrying the most valuable secrets. That realization only convinced him to continue. The bartender stubbornly insisted the effort was pointless. No matter what happened, he would never reveal anything. Roman decided to change his approach. He remarked that if the man truly intended to stay silent until the end, then nothing that followed should matter anymore. Taking out a photograph, Roman pointed toward the child inside it and casually asked whether it was the bartender's son. The man instantly denied it, claiming he had no idea who the child was. Roman quietly observed that the resemblance between them was impossible to ignore. For the first time, genuine rage exploded across the bartender's face. He cursed Roman as a filthy noble who would even threaten an innocent family. Roman remained completely unmoved. To him, such tactics were nothing unusual. He explained that while investigating the Bloodfangs, he had learned something very interesting. Many of their members would willingly throw away their own lives for revenge. Yet beneath that loyalty hid another truth. Most of them had once been ordinary people. Crushing debts had dragged them into the organization, and little by little, those debts had turned them into monsters. The Bloodfangs had perfected a cruel system. They committed crimes just to trap innocent people in debt, then used those debts to enslave entire families. Once someone was cornered with no way out, their loved ones became hostages. Roman calmly laid out that logic before the tavern keeper, asking whether such a conclusion wasn't the most reasonable explanation. The tavern keeper stubbornly answered that whether Roman knew the truth or not would change absolutely nothing. Roman warned him to think much more carefully before gambling with his own fate. Then his tone turned ice cold. If the man insisted on protecting the Bloodfangs, Roman swore in the name of the Dmitri family that he would send soldiers to find his son and personally see to it that the boy was killed. Even then, he offered one final opportunity. The tavern keeper only had to choose. He could remain loyal to the Bloodfangs and sacrifice his own child, or reveal everything needed to wipe the organization out for good. At that very moment, news of the disaster reached the leader of the Bloodfangs. One of his men reported that an entire division had been annihilated by Roman Dmitri alone. The old leader immediately rejected the report. There was no way Roman Dmitri was capable of such a feat. At most, the boy was probably trying to build a reputation by targeting weak enemies. But the idea that someone rejected by the Royal Academy had single-handedly destroyed one of their divisions sounded completely absurd. He demanded Roman's current location and learned that the young master had already left after obtaining information connected to Dawn's tier. The old man finally realized they had made a serious mistake. They had underestimated Roman. Instead of waiting for them, the boy had gone straight for their headquarters by himself. Without wasting another second, he ordered every available member to gather immediately. Roman had to die before he could make contact with the Dmitri Knights. No matter how impossible everything seemed, that troublesome brat would be eliminated without mercy. Meanwhile, events inside Lawrence territory were becoming just as grim. The head of the Lawrence family announced that war could no longer be avoided. When he first received the documents from the Barco family, he had never imagined the situation would escalate this far. One noble bitterly remarked that he never expected the central government to openly support the Barco family. Another reminded everyone that losing their territory simply wasn't an option. The Lawrence family survived because of its fertile land, and without it, they would have nothing left. The debate quickly grew heated, but the family head silenced everyone with a firm decision. Regardless of the cost, they would defend their land. The moment they showed weakness, every neighboring family would descend upon them like starving hyenas. Since negotiations with the Barco family had clearly failed, resistance was now their only path forward. That desperate situation was exactly why they had pursued an alliance through marriage with the Dmitri family. Several nobles approved of the decision. Although the Dmitri family had once been commoners, they had grown into one of the wealthiest houses in the region. One noble confidently declared that no matter how wealthy the Barco family had become through loans, they would never surpass the Dimitris. The family head quietly admitted that he hoped they were right. It was precisely why he had been willing to send his only daughter to marry the man everyone called an idiot. Another noble praised the decision, insisting it had been made entirely for the good of Lawrence and that their lord had acted wisely. Outside the meeting room, Flora listened to every word through the closed door. She wondered how she could possibly face her father now. After breaking the engagement, she barely had the courage to look him in the eye. Even so, she refused to regret her choice. It was her own life, and she would never allow herself to be traded away to a man like Roman Dmitri. Just as Flora finally gathered enough courage to enter and tell her father she would never marry Roman, a knight rushed past in panic, announcing that an emergency had broken out. At the very same time, Captain Jonathan arrived at the gates of Lawrence territory, demanding they be opened immediately. He warned the guards that young Master Roman was in grave danger, and if anything happened to him, no one in Lawrence would escape responsibility. The guards refused to open the gates, but before the argument could continue, fresh reports arrived. Lawrence Square had descended into complete chaos. Right in the middle of the plaza, Roman was dragging a man soaked in blood across the stone streets. The criminal desperately begged for his life as countless spectators watched in stunned silence. For the aging leader of the Bloodfangs, the battle had originally seemed effortless. He believed he would only have to eliminate a useless young noble, restoring the organization's terrifying reputation in the process. Instead, Roman had crushed every one of his men almost instantly. Only then did the old criminal realize he was the one facing death. Before being dragged into the square, he had already endured relentless torture, and now he was forced to beg for his life in front of the entire city. Roman threw him onto the ground where everyone could clearly see his face. The terrified man offered everything he had. He promised to become Roman's loyal servant, his obedient dog, if only his life would be spared. Roman answered that such thoughts should have crossed his mind before he ever chose to bare his fangs. Stepping onto the man's head, Roman announced to the crowd that the criminal beneath his foot was none other than the leader of the Blood Fangs, a monster whose cruelty was already infamous. The organization had deceived innocent people, committed countless crimes, and had even targeted the Dmitri family through underhanded assassination attempts. His guilt was undeniable. So before the eyes of the entire city, Roman declared he would rip that evil out by its roots. Without the slightest hesitation, he carried out the execution on the spot. Captain Jonathan arrived only after everything was already over. Shortly afterward, he entered the Lawrence family's meeting room and reported that Roman had indeed entered the territory earlier, but roughly an hour later he had appeared in the central plaza dragging a man's corpse. That man had been Ben Miles, the leader of the Blood Fangs. Roman had executed him publicly. The room instantly erupted in shock. One noble exclaimed that Roman had committed murder inside Lawrence territory. Baron Lawrence, however, focused on something entirely different. Rather than the execution itself, he wanted to know whether the man who was supposed to become his future son-in-law had truly eliminated the Blood Fangs. He immediately ordered Roman Dmitri to be brought before him so he could hear the entire story firsthand. Not long afterward, Roman entered the chamber alongside Captain Jonathan and the Dmitri Knights. After respectfully introducing himself, he was met with a direct question from Baron Lawrence, who demanded to know why Roman had committed such a violent act within his territory. Roman calmly explained everything from the beginning. Days earlier, he had discovered Blood Fang members assaulting an innocent civilian. He punished them immediately, then realized the organization would continue operating unless its route was destroyed. Following the trail to their headquarters, he eliminated their leader as well. Outside the chamber, Flora stopped one of the knights and quietly asked whether the man inside was truly Roman. She couldn't understand why he was meeting with her father. The knight looked surprised that she hadn't already heard what had happened. Inside, Roman finished recounting the entire incident. Baron Lawrence reminded him that he possessed no authority to execute anyone inside Lawrence territory. Roman admitted that was true. However, he also confessed that he had little faith in Lawrence's ability to deal with the Blood Fangs properly. Their leader had been infamous for years, repeatedly escaping justice despite everyone knowing his crimes. After seeing that pattern, Roman simply couldn't trust the Lawrence family to resolve the situation themselves. The nobles exploded in outrage, demanding to know how someone could speak to their lord with such disrespect. Even Captain Jonathan visibly tensed. Roman, however, remained completely composed. He admitted he was actually disappointed. After risking his own life and staining his hands with blood to eliminate one of the region's most notorious criminal leaders, he had expected gratitude rather than accusations. Then he calmly asked the Baron one simple question. Had he truly done something wrong? Instead of answering immediately, Baron Lawrence turned toward his advisor and asked whether he knew Ben Miles. The advisor admitted he recognized the man as a criminal, but had never realized he was the leader of the Blood Fangs. After hearing that, the Baron ended the discussion. He openly acknowledged that if Lawrence territory had handled the problem properly from the beginning, none of this would ever have happened. Roman would receive a suitable reward later, but for now, he was free to leave. Once Roman departed and only the Baron and his advisor remained, the old lord unexpectedly burst into laughter. Roman had completely exceeded his expectations. With absolute certainty, he declared that Roman Dmitri would become Flora's husband. A man capable of accomplishing something that bold possessed exactly the courage his daughter needed beside her. The advisor attempted to object, but the Baron refused to hear another excuse. As far as he was concerned, Roman was worthy of Flora. He immediately ordered that his daughter be summoned so she could hear his decision. Later, Roman began the journey back toward Dmitri territory alongside Captain Jonathan. During the ride, Jonathan couldn't help asking whether insulting Baron Lawrence so openly had really been necessary. They might have escaped punishment this time, but there was no doubt the Baron had been angered. Roman calmly replied that the Lawrence family had failed to take responsibility for the Blood Fangs in the first place. All he had done was expose that negligence. He also pointed out that Baron Lawrence almost certainly still believed the engagement remained intact. Under those circumstances, it was highly unlikely the Baron would punish the man he considered his future son-in-law. Jonathan quietly began piecing everything together. Was every move Roman made part of a larger plan? The young man riding beside him looked nothing like the Roman Dmitri he had always known, because the truth was, he wasn't. In his previous life, he had been Baek Young-hyuk, heir to the Heavenly Demon. From childhood, he had been thrown into a pit alongside countless other children, all forced to compete for the right to inherit the Heavenly Demon sect. To the Heavenly Demon himself, losing one child, or even 12, meant absolutely nothing. If they died, he would simply produce more heirs. only the strongest deserved to survive. Inside that merciless cave, Baek Young-hyuk was brutally beaten by one of the older boys, who mocked him for being the heavenly demon's son yet possessing such pitiful strength. Baek Young-hyuk fought back with everything he had. It wasn't enough. He was completely overwhelmed. While ordinary children grew up protected by loving parents, he had been abandoned inside a world where only power determined whether someone lived or died. After finally returning to the Dmitri estate, Roman soaked himself in a hot bath. The battles had taken their toll. Ever since awakening in this unfamiliar world, his body had remained painfully weak, and the exhaustion was impossible to ignore. Even after arriving in this new world, nearly every major event Roman had experienced involved the Blood Fangs. They had stepped into his path, so he erased them without hesitation. There wasn't even a trace of regret. Reincarnation hadn't changed the person he was inside. Anyone who blocked his way was cut down. Anyone who threatened his life became an enemy to be eliminated by whatever means necessary. That philosophy had carried him through his previous life, and becoming Roman Dmitri wasn't about to change it. Still, he understood that blindly following his old habits carried risks. He barely understood how this world truly operated, and his current body possessed only a fraction of the strength he once commanded. As he considered his next move, Hans arrived with a message. The Lord wished to see him immediately. Inside Romero's office, the Baron questioned Captain Jonathan one last time, asking whether his son had truly accomplished everything being reported. Jonathan confirmed every detail. He admitted that Roman had changed so drastically overnight that he almost seemed like a completely different person. Romero let out a quiet sigh. Roman had always been the weakness in his heart, the only son who never displayed exceptional talent. More importantly, he was the only child who had lived beside him during the years before the family became nobles. A memory surfaced. Back then, Roman had once visited him at work carrying a simple suit, saying his father spent every day working himself to exhaustion and deserved something nice to wear. Romero had wanted nothing more than for that child to be happy. That was why he constantly spoiled him, giving him generous allowances so he would never experience the humiliation of poverty again. He never imagined that kindness would push Roman toward such a wasted life. Deep inside, he had already begun to lose hope for his eldest son. But after hearing everything Roman had recently accomplished, that hope had quietly returned. When Roman finally entered the office, Romero had already made up his mind. Whatever happened next, he would stop repeating the mistakes he had made as a father. Without dancing around the subject, he asked whether Roman had truly destroyed the Blood Fangs. Roman looked at the man standing before him. He knew Romero still carried enormous expectations for his son. If he revealed everything, people would begin viewing him in an entirely different light. But achievements that exceeded expectations too quickly often attracted unnecessary attention. Hiding part of the truth would buy valuable time. For a brief moment, he considered doing exactly that. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood in Murim. He remembered lying on the ground while another boy beat him mercilessly. Then his hand found a stone. Instead of merely knocking his attacker unconscious, Baek Young-hyuk crushed the boy's skull. The other children watched in absolute terror. While ordinary children spent their youth protected by loving families, he had been abandoned inside a world where only strength mattered. So he became the strongest. He ruled that place through overwhelming superiority. Remembering that, Roman reached his decision. There was no point pretending to be weak. Looking directly at Romero, he admitted the truth. Yes, he had personally destroyed the Blood Fangs. Living beneath others by hiding his own superiority had never been part of who he was. Later that day, Romero arrived at the Knights' training grounds accompanied by Captain Jonathan and Roman. Several Knights couldn't hide their confusion. Seeing Roman at the training grounds was strange enough. Then Jonathan made an even more surprising announcement. The fencing matches would continue, and anyone willing to duel young Master Roman could step forward. The training field immediately grew quiet. Some of the knights exchanged confused looks, wondering why anyone would bother crossing swords with the man everyone had mocked as the Dmitri family's fool. An hour earlier, Roman had explained everything to his father. He understood he needed a believable explanation that wouldn't raise suspicion. So he claimed he had been secretly practicing swordsmanship in private. Romero immediately questioned why he had hidden something like that. Had Roman spoken sooner, he would have gladly supported him. Roman answered that he had spent years struggling alone because he wanted to prove the family's so-called idiot could accomplish something worthwhile. Romero wasn't fully convinced. There was simply no way someone could secretly practice fencing alone and suddenly become strong enough to defeat an entire criminal organization. Roman calmly explained that the Blood Fang's real strength had never been their combat ability. They survived through illegal loans, intimidation, and fear. Destroy the head, and the entire organization would collapse. Romero then asked whether Roman had deliberately used himself as bait to lure out their leader. Roman admitted he had. The Blood Fangs often targeted vulnerable nobles, so he intentionally exposed himself to force them into action. Romero couldn't hide his concern. If the criminals had truly wanted revenge, they could have killed him instantly. Roman remained calm. Men trapped by debts and fear rarely sacrificed their lives for leaders they didn't genuinely respect. Hearing that answer, Romero quietly realized something. His son hadn't relied on reckless courage alone. He had planned carefully, made smart decisions, and possessed the resolve to carry those plans through. Calling it impressive almost felt inadequate. Then Romero asked for a single favor. He wanted to witness Roman's swordsmanship himself. Only then could he understand just how much his son had truly changed. Back at the present, Romero eagerly waited to see Roman fight. Yet despite Jonathan's announcement, not a single knight volunteered. One young knight briefly considered stepping forward before immediately changing his mind. There was no reward for defeating Roman, but losing to the Lord's son could easily ruin someone's career. Jonathan understood the situation perfectly. If Roman was truly as capable as the recent reports suggested, only a highly skilled opponent could preserve the honor of the knights. For a moment, Jonathan even considered fighting personally. But as captain, drawing his sword against the young master wasn't appropriate. Instead, he called for Chris. Ironically, Chris had been thinking about the exact same problem. Chris served as the vice-captain of the Dimitri Knights. The first time he had ever met Roman was nearly a year earlier. He had been sent to investigate reports of a drunken noble causing chaos inside a restaurant. When he arrived, he discovered the culprit was Roman Dimitri himself. Roman was completely intoxicated, throwing bottles and chairs while destroying the establishment. Chris stepped in to end the disturbance and escort the young master home. Roman responded by lashing out violently. The moment Chris grabbed his arm, Roman slapped him across the face and demanded to know how a mere knight dared lay hands on a noble. That brief exchange had revealed everything Chris needed to know. Roman possessed no real training. His physical strength wasn't even equal to an average commoner. It was honestly pathetic. For a fleeting second, Chris had even considered killing him out of pure anger. And now, that same Roman stood before him once again. Only this time, they would duel before the entire Order of Knights, with Lord Romero personally watching. Chris still tried to refuse, arguing that such a match wasn't appropriate. Jonathan immediately dismissed the objection. The young master had supposedly defeated the Bloodfangs alone. If the duel was going to mean anything, only someone of Chris's caliber could face him. With no choice left, Chris accepted. Soon afterward, both men stood opposite each other inside the arena. Before the match began, Chris made one request. He had always been taught that every sword duel should be treated like a real battlefield. Once blades were drawn, mercy had no place. He didn't care who stood across from him. If everyone accepted that condition, he would gladly take responsibility for fighting the young master. Lord Romero gave his approval. As Chris looked toward Roman, he noticed a faint smile resting on his opponent's face. That expression only irritated him more. Jonathan raised his hand and ordered both men to prepare. The duel began. Chris attacked immediately. His goal was simple: end the fight before Roman had time to react. He launched forward with his full strength. Roman didn't move a single step. Without wasting unnecessary effort, he calmly intercepted the strike with flawless precision. The instant their swords collided, Chris felt a shocking resistance. Roman's stance didn't even budge. His defensive posture was unbelievably stable. Chris refused to believe one exchange meant anything. He attacked again, then again, unleashing a relentless stream of fast, aggressive strikes. Every single attack missed. Roman slipped around them with almost graceful movements, avoiding each swing by the smallest possible margin. Then Roman finally answered. His blade flashed past Chris's face, slicing away several strands of hair. Only after retreating did Chris realize how close he had come to losing. He had never imagined Roman could fight like this. From the sidelines, Romero, Jonathan, and every knight watched in stunned silence. Chris couldn't stop questioning what he was seeing. Roman defended like an experienced veteran. He dodged flawlessly. He counterattacked with perfect timing. Maybe he truly had defeated the Bloodfangs. Chris immediately crushed that thought. His opponent was still Roman Dimitri. No matter what happened, he would win this duel. By then, Roman had already warmed up. This time, he attacked first. The opening strike nearly shattered Chris's guard through sheer impact. Roman didn't slow down. Blow after blow hammered against Chris's sword, forcing the vice-captain backward across the checkered arena. Chris could do nothing except defend. Each clash pushed him farther back. Then the decisive moment arrived. Roman delivered one overwhelming strike that completely broke through Chris's guard. For an instant, Chris stood completely exposed. Yet Roman had also left an opening. Chris instinctively lunged toward it. Only then did he realize the truth. It had been a trap from the very beginning. Roman was smiling. He had intentionally created that opening. Seeing what was about to happen, Jonathan shouted for the duel to stop. Chris couldn't accept defeat. Refusing to lose to Roman Dimitri, he released his sword aura. The first star aura exploded around his blade with terrifying force. Roman's response was almost insulting. He simply lowered his body, slipped beneath the attack as naturally as breathing, then struck back and knocked Chris to the ground. Even before awakening his aura, Chris had been considered a prodigy. At a remarkably young age, he became vice captain of the Dimitri Knights and trained directly under Jonathan. Everyone praised his talent, intelligence, speed, and strength. After only 6 months of training, his progress had already shocked those around him. Within 3 years, he reached the level of first-star aura, and many even whispered that he was beginning to approach Jonathan's skill. He was celebrated everywhere as a genius. Yet now, that same genius had been completely overwhelmed by Roman Dimitri. Watching everything unfold, Romero stood frozen in confusion. Unable to understand what he had just witnessed, he asked whether Vice Captain Chris wasn't already a first-star aura knight. Jonathan quietly confirmed that he was. What he couldn't explain was how Roman had defeated him so effortlessly. Only a month earlier, Roman Dimitri had been infamous for nothing except causing trouble wherever he went. He was reckless, undisciplined, and impossible to take seriously. Yet now that same man had defeated Chris. To Jonathan, the transformation bordered on the impossible. No one could grow that much in such a short period of time. Once the duel ended, Jonathan stepped before Lord Romero and openly declared what everyone had just witnessed. In his eyes, there was only one explanation left. Young Master Roman was a genuine swordsmanship prodigy. After defeating Chris, however, Roman evaluated the battle from a completely different perspective. He admitted that the vice commander possessed remarkable aggression, razor-sharp focus, and excellent combat instincts. A fighter like Chris could have dismantled the Blood Fangs on his own without much difficulty, which explained why Jonathan held him in such high regard. By the standards of this world, Chris truly was a genius, but by the standards of the heavenly demon, that level wasn't particularly extraordinary. Even ordinary warriors from the demonic sect would likely surpass him. The only thing that genuinely caught Roman's attention was the mysterious sword aura Chris had unleashed at the very end. There was something strangely familiar about that power. Meanwhile, Romero couldn't contain his excitement. Pride was written all over his face as he called Roman closer, eager to praise him. He wanted to reward his son for what he had accomplished and happily asked what he wished to receive. Roman immediately thought about the battlefield waiting for him 6 months from now. Romero mistakenly assumed his son wanted to avoid military service, but Roman quickly dismissed that idea. Instead, he requested complete authority to personally select every man who would accompany him, choosing each one himself. Romero hesitated. There was still plenty of time before enlistment, and he believed Roman would be better off rebuilding his relationships with the others first. Roman calmly answered that he would handle those matters on his own. Satisfied with that confidence, Romero granted the request and allowed Roman to proceed however he saw fit. Taking advantage of his father's gratitude while the moment was still fresh, Roman quietly asked for one more favor. Later, Chris regained consciousness and was stunned by the news waiting for him. He had been assigned to teach aura to young Master Roman. Jonathan explained that the order came directly from Lord Romero, and Roman himself had specifically requested Chris as his instructor. Chris almost couldn't believe it. He had already used aura against Roman, and still lost. The only thing he truly wanted now was to disappear before anyone reminded him of that humiliation. Jonathan then made him an offer. If Chris agreed to teach Roman and managed to uncover the secret behind his overwhelming strength, Jonathan would personally pass down the combat techniques that had allowed him to become a 3-star knight. Chris's expression changed instantly. He made sure Jonathan was serious. After receiving confirmation, he accepted without hesitation, reminding the captain that he fully intended to collect on that promise. That evening, Hans excitedly spoke about everything he had heard regarding the duel. He could hardly believe Roman had defeated Chris despite the vice commander already reaching the level of a 2-star knight. To Hans, it was nothing short of incredible. Roman listened before asking a simple question. Did Hans know what aura actually was? Hans answered as best he could, saying he believed aura was simply mana flowing through a knight's sword. Roman quietly nodded. So, the energy used in this world was called mana. He reflected on Chris's technique. The aura was clearly an explosive release of energy, yet the way they manipulated that power felt fundamentally different from anything he had learned in Murim. To Roman, their entire system seemed surprisingly inefficient. He couldn't understand why anyone would use energy in such a wasteful manner. The conclusion was obvious. The martial artists of this world had yet to discover the true potential hidden within their own power. The following morning, Chris arrived before sunrise to begin Roman's training. Although traces of frustration still lingered inside him, he remained completely professional. He started by explaining the foundation of aura. Aura, he said, was a specialized branch of mana manipulation unique to knights. Unlike mages who stored mana inside magical circles, knights spread mana throughout every part of their bodies. According to history, the first person to discover this method had been Emperor Alexandro, who realized that circulating mana through the body dramatically increased physical strength. Aura itself was created by gathering that stored mana before releasing it outward at a chosen point. Chris continued his explanation. Not everyone possessed the talent to walk the path of an aura knight. Roughly one person in every 100,000 could achieve it. Mages were slightly more common, but both paths required the exact same starting point. One had to first sense mana. Many people failed before they ever reached that stage. Chris admitted it had taken him nearly 6 months before he sensed mana for the first time. Others needed 3 years. Some required 5. That difference came down entirely to natural talent. Roman decided to begin exactly where Chris instructed. He asked how Chris had first learned to perceive mana. Privately, Chris couldn't help thinking the young master had become a little overconfident after defeating him. Swordsmanship and mana sensitivity were completely different talents. He almost wanted to watch Roman struggle. Reality, however, turned out very differently. As Roman followed the instructions, he immediately noticed something. The entire premise behind their training method was flawed. Sensing mana wasn't difficult for him. Long ago, under the guidance of the heavenly demon, he had already mastered how to perceive and store energy, even if only in small amounts. Still, relying entirely on his previous knowledge would eventually limit his own growth. That wasn't acceptable. Even though he already believed this world's methods were incomplete, he decided to learn everything first. Only after fully understanding their system would he merge it with his own. While Roman quietly meditated, Chris instructed him to regulate his breathing, calm his thoughts, and become aware of everything touching his body. Once someone grew accustomed to mana, aura would naturally follow. The first milestone was gathering the mana scattered throughout the body into a single point. Achieving that meant reaching the level of a first-star knight. Chris also explained that aura had multiple applications. It could reinforce a sword to increase destructive power. It could strengthen the body itself to improve defense. It could even be released in short bursts for explosive movements. But as he continued speaking, something impossible happened. An overwhelming amount of mana began gathering around Roman. A powerful aura started forming around his body. Chris stared in complete disbelief. Roman, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm. Everything unfolding before him matched exactly what he had expected. Inside his mind, he analyzed the difference between the two worlds. In Murim, Kai was refined slowly. It purified the body, removed impurities, and gradually created a vessel capable of storing ever greater amounts of energy. This world functioned differently. Here, people simply accumulated mana and allowed it to spread throughout their bodies with almost no control. Kai was dense, heavy, and stable. Mana was light, abundant, and difficult to contain, slipping away like smoke through open fingers. To Roman, the aura techniques of this world resembled external martial arts. Even that comparison felt generous. External arts permanently strengthened the body. Aura merely borrowed temporary power. It did nothing to improve true energy storage. Then he identified the biggest flaw of all. They constantly released their stored mana outward. That single habit made the entire system fundamentally inefficient. Following that path, no one, not even after hundreds of years, would ever reach the true peak. His thoughts were interrupted by Chris. The vice commander demanded to know how Roman had accomplished such a feat. It had taken Chris years to produce an aura that powerful. He insisted Roman stop pretending. Surely the young master had known how to control mana from the very beginning. Suddenly, everything made sense to him. No beginner could possibly display that level of mastery. Roman simply smiled. Chris had misunderstood everything. The vice commander couldn't accept that answer. He reminded Roman that even after more than 10 years of relentless training, he had only reached the level of a 2-star knight. Roman let out a faint chuckle. Then he asked a simple question throughout those 10 years. Had Chris ever once questioned the training method itself? Chris fell silent. He had never even considered it. Roman calmly explained that people naturally accepted inherited knowledge as absolute truth. That was simply how the human mind worked. If a method survived for generations, most assumed it had to be correct. Ever since arriving in this world, Roman had continued asking himself why everyone clung so tightly to techniques whose flaws were so obvious. Perhaps they genuinely couldn't see the weaknesses. Or perhaps they simply accepted them because respected figures like Jonathan taught them without question. After all, repeating an old method was much easier than creating a new one. Developing a better path required accepting criticism, responsibility, and the possibility of failure. Roman clarified that he wasn't mocking Chris's 10 years of effort. Those years had tremendous value, but somewhere along the way, Chris could have questioned the path he was following. No method was perfect. No answer was absolute. Every martial system was created by someone trying to solve the problems of their own era. Even Roman himself had built techniques in his previous life based on his own experiences and limitations. He continued by saying that genuine growth only began when someone stepped outside their comfort zone. People shouldn't accept something as truth simply because it had always been done that way. With that, Roman calmly announced that today's training was over. Chris remained standing there, completely stunned. After a long silence, he quietly asked what he should do next. That question brought back another memory. Roman remembered a young man from his previous life. After losing a decisive battle against Baek Young-hyuk, the boy had willingly admitted defeat instead of making excuses. He set aside every ounce of pride and asked only one thing: to be shown the path toward true strength. Looking at Chris now, Roman saw the exact same determination. It reminded him of the Bloody Demon, one of the most influential figures the demonic blood sect would ever produce. Their clash had been inevitable. Baek Young-hyuk had emerged victorious. Yet what truly stayed in his memory wasn't the victory. It was the young man's courage to abandon pride in pursuit of growth. To Roman, that was the mark of someone who genuinely wished to become stronger. And now, he saw that same spark burning inside Chris. Even so, Roman refused to hand him an easy answer. Doing so would only repeat the very mistake he had spent the entire lesson criticizing. Roman offered Chris no shortcuts. He simply advised him to stop accepting every lesson he had been taught as unquestionable truth. If Roman handed him a perfect answer, he would only become another person forcing others into the same rigid system he had just criticized. Chris needed to search, experiment, fail, and ultimately discover the answer with his own hands. Then Roman made an unexpected proposal. In 6 months, he would be marching to war. If Chris chose to stand beside him, he could witness every battle firsthand, see how Roman confronted powerful enemies, adapted through each fight, and grew stronger with every victory. Roman promised that somewhere on that battlefield, Chris would eventually find the answer he was searching for. Later that night, Chris sat alone reflecting on everything he had heard. For years, people had praised him as a genius. They constantly reminded him how gifted he was, how quickly he advanced, and how exceptional his talent had always been. Now he began to wonder. Perhaps those compliments had become invisible chains. Instead of pushing him forward, they had quietly trapped him inside his own comfort. The next morning, Chris entered Commander Jonathan's office and announced his decision. He would follow young Master Roman onto the battlefield, not out of obligation, but because he wanted to become stronger. Jonathan stared at him for several moments before finally nodding. He agreed. At last, Chris had found a reason worthy of going to war. From that moment onward, he would no longer serve as a knight of Dmitri. His new duty was clear. No matter what happened, he was to protect young Master Roman while pursuing his own path. Chris accepted the order with sincere gratitude. As Jonathan watched him leave, memories quietly surfaced. The frightened child he had once found beside the bodies of his dead parents was gone. Standing before him now was a true warrior. Before sending him away, Jonathan decided to leave him with one final gift. If Chris intended to follow Roman, then Roman could no longer be dismissed as the family's fool. Before marching into war, Chris would need a weapon worthy of surviving it. Hearing that immediately filled Chris with excitement. Meanwhile, stories about Roman spread across the city at incredible speed. People whispered that young Master Roman had personally destroyed the Blood Fangs. For someone who had once been mocked as nothing more than a useless noble, the tale sounded unbelievable. Some accepted it as truth, others dismissed it as nothing more than an exaggerated rumor. Kevin, however, knew exactly what had happened. He had witnessed Roman defeat the Blood Fangs with nothing except a simple branch. There wasn't the slightest doubt in his mind. Roman was capable of defeating anyone. For a brief moment, Kevin wondered whether Roman had gone so far simply to keep the promise he made to an ordinary commoner like him. He quickly shook that thought away. Someone as extraordinary as Roman surely wouldn't accomplish something so incredible because of one insignificant person. A coworker interrupted his thoughts and reminded him to focus on work. Kevin returned to his duties. Even so, his mind refused to settle. He wanted to become someone like young Master Roman, someone powerful enough to protect the people most precious to him. Organizations like the Blood Fangs still existed throughout the world. He wanted the strength to shield his family. The only problem, he had absolutely no idea where to begin. Deep down, he wished for one more opportunity to meet Roman, perhaps. That single meeting could change his destiny. Then someone suddenly called his name. Kevin looked up in disbelief. Roman himself was standing before him. Completely overwhelmed, Kevin immediately dropped to his knees. Before saying anything else, he thanked Roman with all his heart. His family had survived because of him. He had found honest work because of him. The Blood Fangs no longer threatened their lives. Everything had changed. No matter how hard he searched, Kevin couldn't find words large enough to express his gratitude. Roman quietly listened before making a proposal. If Kevin accepted, he would never need to worry about supporting his family again. They would live comfortably. They would never go hungry. They could even enjoy a life of luxury. But there was one condition: the work ahead would be difficult. Kevin would have to dedicate his life to Roman. If he could swear absolute loyalty, Roman promised he would never regret that decision. Kevin didn't hesitate for even a second. He pressed his forehead against the ground and pledged everything he had. If Roman ordered him to die, he would die. If Roman ordered him to kill, he would kill, as long as his family remained safe. Listening to that unwavering oath, Roman recognized something familiar. Kevin possessed an instinctive loyalty that reminded him of the mad demon from his previous life. That man had once massacred hundreds of enemies with nothing more than a single command, never retreating, never questioning an order. That terrifying devotion was exactly how he earned his infamous title. Roman quietly reflected. Chris reminded him of the bloody demon. Kevin reminded him of the mad demon. Satisfied with that thought, Roman declared that from this day onward, Kevin would serve him for the rest of his life. And soon afterward, something completely unexpected began to unfold. Back at the Dimitri estate, Roman introduced Kevin to Hans and instructed him to help the boy settle into his new surroundings. He also promised to visit Kevin personally later and reminded him to take good care of himself. Kevin repeatedly thanked him with tears in his eyes. Roman simply replied that he would be inside his private library if Kevin ever needed anything. He only had to come there. Afterward, Roman buried himself in books covering the complete history of Aura Knights. The first step toward becoming an Aura Knight was awakening one's own aura, marking the rank of first star Knight. To reach the second star, a Knight needed enough aura to slice through steel. Beyond that, the purity and intensity of aura determined one's overall rank. A 3-star Knight already stood beyond ordinary warriors. Across the continent of Salamandra, a handful of 6-star Knights existed, yet history contained no record of anyone ever reaching 7 stars. Even among the 10 strongest people alive, not everyone had attained the 6th star. It was a level so rare that only the greatest monsters could reach it. After confirming the strength of a typical 2-star Knight through Chris, Roman came to his own conclusion. Even Jonathan, despite possessing 3-star aura, would only qualify as a second-rate fighter by his standards. Anyone capable of reaching the 6th star had already stepped beyond the limits of ordinary humanity. Historical records described a single strike from such a knight as resembling the power of an entirely different world. At present, only 12 people possessed that level of strength. Their status surpassed race, nationality, and social standing. Every kingdom treated them like royalty. Together, they were known across the continent as the 12 Blades. After absorbing all that information, Roman acknowledged something important. Those 12 truly were extraordinary. Even using such an inefficient system, they had climbed to astonishing heights. That alone proved just how gifted they were. Still, knights weren't the only monsters this world possessed. There were also archmages. Those who reached the 7th circle of mana were regarded as beings standing somewhere between mankind and divinity, walking disasters. A single spell from an archmage could devastate entire landscapes and darken the skies themselves. Purely in terms of destructive power, they could surpass several 6-star knights combined. Magic had never existed in Murim, but now, Roman finally understood the road lying before him. He didn't know when he would eventually cross paths with monsters like those. The original Roman Dimitri had always avoided danger whenever possible. Roman was the exact opposite. Throwing himself toward danger in pursuit of greater strength felt completely natural. He had never been born to remain standing still. Somewhere deep inside, he could already feel an incredibly exciting journey beginning. Later, Roman and Hans stood before an old workshop that belonged to Baron Romero. Hans explained that he had made absolutely certain no outsiders would be allowed inside. The place had been sealed so completely that it almost felt as though even the wind itself couldn't enter. Roman nodded with satisfaction. It was exactly what he needed. He announced that he would remain inside that workshop for 1 full week. No food, no water, no interruptions. The only circumstance under which anyone could open those doors was if a catastrophe threatened the lives of everyone outside. Hans respectfully agreed before locking the doors behind him, leaving Roman entirely alone. Inside the silent workshop, Roman cleared away everything around him. He slowly sat in the lotus position. Then, he began cultivating mana. Until now, he had accumulated only a tiny amount, barely enough to perform a handful of techniques from the heavenly demonic arts. This was his first true step forward. He immediately began purifying his body. Blood streamed from his eyes, then his nose, his mouth, his ears. Roman had expected every bit of it. To reach the first stage, his body first had to gather the minimum amount of mana while removing every impurity hidden within it. His objective had never changed. He intended to reclaim the strength he once possessed. He had already accepted this world as his own. He would protect it. Ascending into the realm beyond ordinary humans was merely the beginning. 1 week later, Baron Lawrence arrived at the Dimitri estate accompanied by Flora for a formal visit. As they waited, the Baron asked where Roman was. A servant politely explained that the young master was currently occupied with important matters. Left alone inside the reception room, the Baron let out a quiet sigh. Even though they had chosen to visit without prior notice, it was obvious they weren't particularly welcome. There was nothing to do except wait. He motioned for Flora to sit beside him. Then he admitted he had come to apologize for his earlier mistake. Before Roman arrived, he instructed his daughter to choose every word carefully. Flora calmly agreed. She then reminded her father that she had already informed Roman of their separation. The Baron looked genuinely stunned. Flora explained that during her last visit she had simply spoken honestly. She wanted to obey her father. but she couldn't marry someone she didn't respect. The Baron lowered his head. He had always believed Flora was wise and mature, never had he imagined she would make such a reckless decision. He asked whether she truly understood the crisis surrounding their family. The Lawrence family had borrowed an enormous sum from the Golden Bank. War was no longer a possibility. It was inevitable. The marriage with the Dmitri family hadn't been arranged for romance. It had been a desperate measure to protect everything they had left. Even then, Flora refused to give in. She insisted the Lawrence family wasn't weak, even without the Dimitris. There was still hope. The Baron slowly shook his head. If their enemy had only been the Barco family, perhaps she would have been right. But the real problem ran much deeper. The central government had already approved a series of highly suspicious orders benefiting the Barco family. The fact that they had allowed enormous loans without demanding proper collateral made one thing painfully obvious. Preparations for war had already begun. Someone wanted the Lawrence family destroyed. Now that a legal excuse existed, their enemies would stop at nothing. They would seize their lands, strip away their honor, and, if necessary, they would even take Flora herself. Inside the reception room, Flora sat in uneasy silence. She fully understood the desperate state of Lawrence territory and knew exactly why her father had arranged the marriage. Even after understanding the weight of that decision, she had rejected it for her own sake. Now, for the first time, she wondered if clinging to the pride of being the flower of Lawrence would ultimately leave her with nothing at all. Elsewhere, Hans grew increasingly anxious. The young master still hadn't emerged. The Baron and Lady Flora had arrived that morning, and now the sun was already beginning to set. Their patience was clearly wearing thin, yet Roman's instructions had been absolute. No one was to disturb him. Then, the workshop door finally opened. The instant Hans saw Roman step outside, he froze in complete disbelief. Back in the reception room, Baron Lawrence quietly reflected on everything that had happened. He knew this entire situation had begun because of Flora's decision. If Lawrence territory hoped to survive, the marriage absolutely had to happen. Yet something still felt wrong. Respect forced upon someone carried no value. Unable to sit still any longer, he marched straight to Romero's office, pushed the doors open without waiting for permission, and demanded an explanation. Why were honored guests being left waiting for an entire day? If the Dmitri family didn't welcome them, they could have simply sent them away from the beginning. Romero never stopped signing the documents before him. Calmly, he acknowledged the Baron's frustration, but he also pointed out one simple fact. No meeting had ever been scheduled. Baron Lawrence admitted they had come without prior notice. Still, he reminded Romero that they had already expressed their intentions during a meeting a week earlier. Since the Dmitri family had refused to respond, they had no choice but to visit personally. Romero finally raised his eyes. Did the Baron truly believe he would reject a fellow Baron seeking an audience? Then he asked whether that was the only reason for barging into his office. Had waiting for half a day made him forget everything else? Romero calmly explained what had actually happened. When Flora Lawrence visited the Dmitri estate, Roman himself expressed his desire to cancel the engagement. Naturally, Romero had scolded his son. Anyone with common sense understood how important that marriage truly was, but the undeniable truth remained. Roman only wanted to break the engagement because of Flora. Even after realizing why, Romero chose not to question her motives. He simply accepted Roman's decision in silence. Everyone gathered in that room understood one thing. They had all been victims of arranged marriages they never truly wanted, and more importantly, it had been the Lawrence family who pursued this marriage first. Yet despite all that, Baron Lawrence arrived convinced that only his own anger was justified. He ignored his family's part in everything that had happened, stormed into another lord's office, and acted as though the Demetris alone had committed some terrible offense. Romero then revealed something the Baron had never known. Roughly 1 month earlier, the Barco family approached the Demetris with a proposal. If the Dmitri family abandoned their engagement with Lawrence and instead formed a marriage alliance with the Barcos, they would gain direct access to lucrative contracts backed by the central government. Even so, Romero rejected the offer without hesitation. Then he calmly asked the Baron a difficult question. Would Lawrence have done the same? The Baron hesitated before honestly admitting he didn't know. From a practical standpoint, accepting the Barco offer would have benefited Lawrence far more. Romero nodded. That answer was exactly why he had refused. Because the Dmitri family possessed enough strength to choose the path they genuinely wanted. His son cared for the Baron's daughter. That alone was reason enough for the Demetris to risk even a future war against the Barco family. Hearing those words, shame washed over Baron Lawrence. He finally understood how badly he had misjudged the situation. Instead of remaining calm, he had allowed emotion to cloud his judgment. Romero continued. Everyone knew the flower of Lawrence and the fool of Dmitri hardly seemed like a perfect match. No one denied that. But people had forgotten what the Dmitri family valued above everything else. Besides, the family most desperate for this marriage had never been the Demetris, it had always been Lawrence. Flora heard every word, her face burned with embarrassment. An old memory resurfaced. Back when she attended the Noble Academy, every influential family sent their children there to study and build alliances. Among them existed one insignificant house that almost no one respected, the Joel family. Compared to the powerful noble families surrounding them, they seemed to exist in name alone. One day, a young member of the Joel family made a simple mistake. Had it been the child of a great noble, the matter would likely have been ignored. Instead, the Academy Committee immediately judged him. A man who appeared to be the boy's father rushed forward, desperately begging for mercy. He pleaded for another chance, promising to educate his son properly because opportunities like this would never come again. Back then, Flora watched the scene from afar, feeling only pity. Now, the memory felt painfully ironic. Without realizing it, she had become that same helpless person. Baron Lawrence finally lowered his head. As head of the Lawrence family, he admitted there was nothing left to argue. His daughter had acted without fully considering the consequences. That mistake belonged to Lawrence. He sincerely asked for forgiveness. Flora quietly bowed her head beside him at that exact moment. Roman entered the room. Only then did Flora realize she had understood everything far too late. The first thing everyone noticed was his appearance. Roman's hair had turned completely white. Even Romero couldn't hide his surprise. He first asked whether Roman had completed his training, then decided they could discuss his changed appearance later. For now, the issue of the engagement needed to be settled. Everything had begun because of Lawrence's decision. As both the head of the Dmitri family and Roman's father, it was his responsibility to resolve it. Roman calmly replied that he fully understood the situation. The Barco family's pressure threatened Lawrence's territory, and an alliance with the Dimitris would almost certainly guarantee their survival. Romero then asked whether, knowing all of that, Roman still intended to cancel the marriage. Roman admitted that at one time he believed the arrangement made perfect sense, but after meeting Flora, everything changed. Once he heard her honest thoughts, he realized the marriage could never succeed. He explained that the countless rumors surrounding the Fool of Dmitri had heavily influenced her decision. Flora never judged him through her own experiences. She judged him through stories told by other people. Those rumors shaped everything that followed. Roman quietly stated that he didn't care how the world chose to see him, but if he were going to spend his life beside someone, he wanted that person to judge him based on what they personally witnessed, not on rumors whispered by strangers. That was why he had no intention of changing his decision. The engagement would end. The Lawrence family had no response. Both father and daughter silently lowered their heads. Baron Lawrence believed everything was finished. The arranged marriage had been Lawrence's final move to preserve their territory. Now even that hope had disappeared. Whatever happened next, they would have to face it alone. If the Dmitri and Barco families ever formed an alliance, Lawrence's defeat would become inevitable. Even then, the Baron refused to leave without making one final effort. He apologized once again. As compensation, he offered to temporarily exempt every Dmitri merchant traveling through Lawrence territory from paying taxes. He knew such a gesture meant very little to a family that owned vast iron mines. Still, he hoped it would at least prove the sincerity of his apology. Romero gently refused. The Dmitri family had never placed profit above matters capable of shaping the future. There was, however, one request. When news of the broken engagement became public, it should be announced that Flora Lawrence ended the relationship for personal reasons. If that narrative spread, there would be no reason for the Dmitri family to approach the Barco family or consider forming an alliance with them. The Baron sincerely thanked Romero for his consideration. As he prepared to leave, he glanced at Roman one last time. Only then did he understand. Had he recognized the young man's true worth from the beginning, he never would have allowed Flora to act so impulsively. He realized that he too had made a serious mistake. After the Lawrence family departed, Romero immediately called Roman over. He wanted to know one thing: what exactly had happened during that mysterious week. Throughout those 7 days, Roman had remained isolated inside the workshop, tempering both his body and mana while removing every impurity to advance into the stage of an enhanced human. In Murim, this stage merely laid the foundation required to eventually become a heavenly demonic mage. By those standards, it wasn't particularly remarkable. However, the mana filling this world also carried countless impurities. Purifying his body had dramatically reshaped his physical appearance. His white hair was simply proof that he was no longer the same person. Of course, Roman didn't explain any of that. Instead, he simply told his father that during his training he had managed to awaken something within himself. Although he didn't fully understand the process yet, mana now flowed naturally throughout his entire body. Romero's eyes widened. Was Roman describing mana circulation? That rare phenomenon allowed natural mana to flow freely through the body, dramatically enhancing every physical ability. Watching the son once mocked as the Dmitri family's fool destroy the blood fangs and now awaken mana circulation left Romero speechless. Roman had already surpassed the stage of merely compressing mana. Yet despite everything, he was still his son. Romero stepped closer and spoke with complete sincerity. As a father, he would always support Roman whenever that support became necessary. He wanted Roman to remember one thing for the rest of his life. His name was Roman Dmitri, and Romero Dmitri would always stand behind him even if only from afar. In his previous life, Baek Young-hyuk had never experienced affection like that. Now, he had gained a father who wasn't cold, cruel, or driven by hidden motives. Only a man who sincerely wished for his son's happiness, for perhaps the first time in both of his lives. Roman felt genuine gratitude. As he stepped outside the office, he found Flora quietly waiting for him. She immediately apologized. She admitted she had judged him far too quickly and regretted everything that had happened between them. Roman simply told her there was no need to apologize. Flora lowered her eyes. She understood perfectly well why he had every reason to resent her. Flora admitted that neither of them had ever wanted the arranged marriage in the first place. Even so, she had broken the agreement on her own without speaking to anyone else, and before everything ended completely, she wanted Roman to understand why. She explained that during a grand social gathering attended by nearly every noble family in the northeastern region, rumors began spreading that she would soon be engaged to a member of the Dmitri family. That was where she first heard Roman Dmitri's name. People described him as a hopeless delinquent, consumed by alcohol and drugs. To Flora, addiction wasn't a simple flaw. She believed those substances destroyed a person's judgment, ambition, and character. More than anything else, those stories convinced her that canceling the engagement was the only reasonable choice. Now she knew those rumors had been false, but at the time, they had heavily influenced her decision. Roman quietly listened before replying that whatever had happened in the past no longer mattered. Their relationship had already reached its conclusion, and there was no reason for her to continue carrying that burden. With nothing else to say, he simply walked away. Later, alone inside his room, Roman began thinking about those rumors. Ever since awakening in this body, he had never sensed the effects of any narcotic substance lingering inside himself. The only traces he discovered had been remnants of medicine used in an apparent suicide attempt, and even those impurities disappeared completely after his recent cultivation. Something about the entire story felt wrong. He needed another perspective, so he called Hans over and asked him a serious question. Had Hans ever personally seen him using drugs, or even suspected such a thing? Hans admitted he had never witnessed it firsthand. Still, certain events had always bothered him. About a month earlier, Roman returned home after attending a party. Normally, that wouldn't have meant much, but something about him had changed afterward. Almost overnight, he lost the desire to live, locked himself inside his room, and began demanding enormous amounts of alcohol every single night. Back then, Hans suspected drugs might have been responsible. Looking back now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Remembering Flora's story about the noble gathering, Roman asked one final question. Who hosted that event? Hans answered immediately. Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. Everything suddenly connected. Roman had been engaged to Flora. He attended a gathering hosted by the Barcos. Immediately afterward, his mental state collapsed. The pieces finally started fitting together. The testament left behind by the previous Roman claimed he feared going to war in place of his brothers, but that explanation never made sense. A noble possessed countless ways to avoid military service. He was also preparing to marry Flora. Fear alone couldn't explain what happened. Roman then asked Hans whether he and Anthony Barco had ever been close. Hans shook his head. On the contrary, the young master rarely spent time with anyone, and as far as he remembered, relations with Anthony became especially hostile once discussions surrounding the Lawrence marriage began. Now the entire picture became perfectly clear. An alliance between the Dmitri and Lawrence families stood directly in the Barco family's way. Controlling Lawrence territory would become nearly impossible if that marriage succeeded. The easiest solution: eliminate one of the people involved. The previous Roman had likely become the victim of countless schemes. Those same schemes probably led him toward his death. Just then Hans remembered something important. Several days earlier, an invitation had arrived from the Barco family. It simply happened to coincide with the week Roman isolated himself for training. Roman let out a faint smile. His enemies still underestimated him. That kind of arrogance irritated him more than anything. The gathering would take place in 2 weeks. He ordered Hans to send his reply immediately. He would attend. The following morning, Hans brought Kevin to see the young master, quietly warning him not to be startled by Roman's new appearance. The moment Kevin saw Roman's snow-white hair, he stood there speechless. At the training grounds, Roman asked how Kevin was adjusting to life at the estate. Kevin honestly admitted Hans had helped him settle in, but one question kept bothering him. He still didn't understand what role he was supposed to play. How exactly could someone like him be useful? Roman calmly answered that this conversation was precisely why he had called him there. Kevin's role would be to become his sword. Kevin blinked in confusion. His sword. Roman explained that a person's worth was never decided by someone else's opinion. Because of that, he would offer Kevin 3 different paths. The first was simple. He could abandon the sword completely. If blood frightened him, there would be no need to fight. He could remain beside Roman through honest work, learning from hands and carrying out whatever tasks were assigned. That alone would be enough. The second path was far more demanding. Kevin could become Roman's sword, remaining at his side and protecting him directly. Kevin admitted he had never even held a real sword before. Roman nodded. That was exactly why choosing this road would test his determination through unimaginable suffering. He spoke about the bone displacement technique, a brutal method capable of inflicting unbearable agony upon every bone and muscle in the body. Those weren't empty threats. Then Roman revealed the third option. Placing a sword before Kevin, he calmly told him to pick it up and cut off his own arm if he could endure the pain caused by his own hand, if he could remain standing afterward. He would grow stronger at a pace ordinary people could never hope to reach. As Roman watched Kevin, another face appeared in his memories, the Mad Demon. A man who grew up in the streets knowing absolutely nothing about martial arts, yet through sheer determination climbed high enough to become one of the 4 heavenly kings. Now, Roman wanted to see what kind of person Kevin truly was. His future depended entirely on the choice he made. Kevin had been born outside Mithril Castle inside an old house that looked ready to collapse at any moment. From childhood onward, survival meant working. Helping his parents taught him every kind of manual labor imaginable. Yet no matter how desperately he struggled, poverty never loosened its grip. Whenever his family managed to earn something, someone stronger always appeared to take it away. But one memory refused to leave his mind: the overwhelming strength Roman displayed while defeating the Blood Fangs. With trembling hands, Kevin reached for the sword. If he could gain even a fraction of that power, perhaps he could finally escape the miserable life he had always known. He quietly declared his decision. He would cut off his own arm. Taking one deep breath, he hesitated only briefly. Then, he swung the blade toward himself. Elsewhere, Chris wandered through the estate corridors lost in thought. He had abandoned the nights to follow young Master Roman, yet Roman spent an entire week secluded inside the workshop. Eventually, Chris found Hans and asked where the young master was now that his training had ended. Hans answered that Roman was speaking privately with Kevin. No one was to interrupt them. Chris frowned. Who exactly was Kevin at that very instant? Kevin believed he had severed his own arm. The unbearable pain overwhelmed him and he collapsed unconscious. Roman watched everything without saying a word. Some time later, Hans noticed fresh blood covering the sword and immediately asked when the young master had injured himself. Roman calmly reassured him. The blood wasn't his. Just before Kevin's blade reached his arm, Roman had cast the enchantment of the illusion demon. Kevin genuinely believed he had mutilated himself. In reality, his arm remained completely intact. Had Roman's illusion been even slightly weaker, Kevin would have truly cut himself. Roman quietly reflected on the time remaining. Only 2 weeks until the Barco gathering, only 6 months until war. He still had far too much to teach those 2 young men. Life was about to become much busier. Turning back toward Kevin, Roman explained that the real training would begin now. He intended to teach him an incredibly dangerous mana enhancement technique. This wasn't an ordinary martial art. It was the very same technique once mastered by the Mad Demon himself. An ancient secret preserved within the treasury of the main house. The Divine Soul Technique. Its power came at a terrifying cost. The technique consumed the user's spirit, allowing unimaginable strength to emerge through unbearable pain, even if every limb were severed. Someone who mastered it would never lose the will to fight. The Mad Demon became such a terrifying existence precisely because he endured that suffering and made the technique his own. If Kevin possessed enough resolve to sacrifice his arm, even inside an illusion, then he possessed the potential to inherit it. Roman warned him that the pain would only grow more unbearable as the technique advanced. Ordinary people couldn't survive it. There was only one reason Roman had chosen this method. It was the fastest possible way to strengthen someone who hadn't even mastered the fundamentals of mana. If Kevin succeeded, he would possess enough strength to protect everyone precious to him. Unable to contain his emotions, Kevin quietly asked why Roman trusted him so completely. He had sworn loyalty, but he still hadn't proven anything. For all Roman knew, he could learn the technique and betray him afterward. Roman didn't answer. He simply stated that training would begin the following day. His thoughts drifted back to the Mad Demon long ago. That man had asked him the exact same question. Absolute trust existed only when someone truly believed in another person. Roman already knew Kevin would never betray him, and even if one day he became powerful, he would eventually understand just how dangerous it was to betray the heavenly demon. Soon afterward, Kevin could already be seen practicing basic swordsmanship on the training grounds. Again and again, he repeated the same simple strikes with a wooden sword. Watching from a distance, Chris became increasingly confused. He couldn't understand why Roman devoted all his attention to an unknown commoner while completely ignoring him. Chris had left everything behind because he believed Roman would quickly guide him toward greater strength. Instead, he received nothing, no lessons. No instructions, not even acknowledgement. It was almost as though Roman had forgotten he existed. For a brief moment, Chris considered returning to Jonathan, but he abandoned the thought and decided to wait a little longer. 3 more days passed, nothing changed. Finally, Chris approached Roman himself. He reminded the young master that more than 2 weeks had passed since he pledged to follow him. The first week had disappeared while Roman trained in isolation. The second had been spent watching Roman teach Kevin alone. Chris even apologized, wondering if Roman's cold attitude was simply the result of how disrespectfully he had behaved at the beginning. He admitted he was confident he could still learn something if only he were given the chance. Roman calmly reminded him of what he had already said. The best lesson for Chris wasn't direct instruction, it was observation. Every person learned differently. Kevin knew absolutely nothing, so he required guidance through every single step until he built a proper foundation. Chris was the opposite. No matter what anyone taught him, he would force himself to imitate it simply because he had lost, rather than truly understanding why it worked. That was why watching was the correct path for him. Even so, Roman tossed him a wooden sword. Words alone wouldn't be enough. Chris needed proof. Roman proposed a duel. Chris would fight Kevin. During the match, Roman would continuously guide Kevin, telling him exactly how to counter every move. In other words, Kevin would become Roman's hands. If Chris still believed he was right after witnessing that, Roman promised he would personally begin teaching him. Kevin's face immediately turned pale. His opponent was a 2-star knight. Chris, meanwhile, felt insulted. Being asked to fight a complete beginner irritated him, but he accepted without hesitation. He intended to prove once and for all that he wasn't someone who could be compared to an amateur. Before the duel began, Roman looked at Kevin. He admitted the odds were completely against him, but defeat carried no shame. Kevin had already witnessed people far stronger than himself while his family suffered beneath the blood fangs. If he continued running from stronger opponents forever, nothing in his life would ever change. Those words reached him. Kevin gathered his resolve. He would fight. The duel began. Chris exploded forward immediately, attacking with overwhelming speed. At that exact moment, a voice echoed inside Kevin's mind. A surprise attack was coming. Reacting on instinct, Kevin barely managed to block it. The voice instantly ordered him to sidestep and strike toward Chris's chest. Kevin tried. His body failed to keep up. He stumbled awkwardly and was knocked to the ground. The mysterious voice belonged to Roman. Using a technique called sound conduction, Roman transmitted his words directly through mana, allowing Kevin to hear every instruction inside his own mind. Kevin climbed back to his feet. Another command arrived immediately. Move right, he obeyed, narrowly avoiding another slash. Roman ordered him to counter toward Chris's chest. Kevin attacked, only to receive another kick that sent him crashing back onto the ground. Again and again, Roman pointed out openings. Again and again, Kevin's body proved too slow to capitalize on them, even when he blocked exactly as instructed. He still couldn't avoid taking damage. As the fight continued, Chris began noticing something unexpected. Kevin was surviving far longer than he should have. Roman understood exactly why. Kevin's body simply couldn't keep pace with the commands being given, yet despite the beating, the boy almost seemed to be enjoying himself. Kevin realized the biggest obstacle wasn't Chris, it was his own weakness. Still, he continued following every instruction from his master without hesitation. The duel began resembling 2 puppets moving according to invisible strings. At one point, Kevin nearly landed a clean counterattack. Instead, Chris's fist slammed into his face and dropped him once again. Chris assumed he had already hit the boy hard enough to end the fight. Perhaps all those close calls were simply coincidence. Kevin thought very differently. Even Chris, the genius knight everyone admired, didn't come remotely close to young Master Roman. That realization only deepened his faith. From this point forward, Kevin decided he would obey Roman's words even when they seemed completely unreasonable. If becoming Roman's sword required that level of trust, then so be it. Time continued passing. Blood poured from Kevin's mouth with every heavy breath. Chris finally told him to surrender before his body became permanently scarred or disfigured. Kevin simply laughed. Blood dripped from his lips as he smiled. He refused to stop. Seeing that determination, Chris decided to end everything with one decisive attack. Kevin responded exactly as Roman instructed. Every movement, every swing, every step. His sword finally connected with Chris's arm, breaking through his defense for the first time. Kevin immediately pressed forward, but then, Chris noticed something strange. Roman was watching far too closely. It almost looked as though he already knew every move before it happened. The instant Chris realized Kevin's next attack would only be a feint, he dodged perfectly and delivered a clean finishing blow that knocked Kevin unconscious. Roman quietly lifted the unconscious boy into his arms, then he calmly declared the outcome. Chris had won, as promised. If Chris still wished for it, Roman would begin teaching him personally the following day. That night, Chris sat alone inside his room. Something bothered him. He had accepted the duel. Yet victory brought him no satisfaction. It almost felt like a complete waste of time. Then, His thoughts returned to the final exchange, that exact situation. He had experienced it before. It mirrored the moment he fought Roman almost perfectly. Ever since that defeat, Chris had replayed those final seconds in his mind hundreds of times without realizing it. He applied those lessons against Kevin. Only then did it finally hit him. He had learned something, he truly had. The following morning, Roman asked Chris what he intended to do next. Chris quietly shook his head. He no longer wanted direct instruction. Instead, he wanted to continue following Roman while discovering his own path toward strength. That single duel had already changed him. Now he finally understood. Roman hadn't only been teaching Kevin, he had been teaching Chris the entire time. From that moment onward, Chris began viewing Roman as someone standing even above Captain Jonathan. When Roman spoke about observing instead of blindly copying, he wasn't avoiding responsibility. He was forcing Chris to awaken on his own. Everything suddenly made sense from that day forward. Chris vowed to absorb every lesson hidden inside Roman's actions. Roman quietly smiled. Chris had finally understood. Another week passed. Then, the day of the Barco family's grand banquet finally arrived. During those 7 days, fresh rumors spread throughout the Northeast. People claimed Roman himself had ended his engagement with Flora because of a mistake she made. Servants whispered about it, commoners debated it, even nobles couldn't stop discussing the situation. Many also wondered what the Barco family would do next. One person, however, couldn't have been happier: Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Viscount. Upon confirming Roman's attendance, Anthony confidently remarked that Roman was still incredibly easy to manipulate. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. It had been a long time since anything excited him this much. On the day of the banquet, Roman looked down at the extravagant formal clothes Hans had prepared and asked whether something so flashy was really necessary. Hans almost looked offended. This would be Roman's first public appearance since ending the engagement. Showing up carelessly dressed simply wasn't an option. He proudly declared the outfit his greatest masterpiece. Seeing Hans's determination, Roman quietly gave up and agreed to wear it. Outside, Chris waited beside the carriage while grumbling about the delay. At this rate, he joked, the young master would arrive before his own escorts. Moments later, Kevin hurried over while awkwardly apologizing. His armor barely fit. His boots sat unevenly. His helmet leaned to one side. Everything about his appearance looked completely out of place. Chris couldn't help asking why he looked like that. Kevin embarrassedly admitted that no blacksmith had armor sized properly for him. Even after hearing that, Chris couldn't stop thinking about one thing: with Roman's guidance, he had almost lost to this very same boy. Straightening Kevin's crooked helmet himself, Chris reminded him of something important. They weren't just ordinary followers, they served as Roman's personal escorts. Every action they took reflected directly upon the Dmitri family. They needed to conduct themselves like proper knights. Even their words carried weight. Kevin respectfully promised to remember, for some reason. Chris felt strangely proud hearing himself addressed as Lord Knight. He even told Kevin not to hesitate if he had questions later. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Barco estate had grown restless. Many guests doubted Roman would actually appear. After all, he had just broken off an important political marriage, while tensions between the Barcos and Lawrences continued rising. Some mocked him as a fool. Others claimed his actions had thrown the Dmitri family's position into complete confusion. As one of the major powers in the Northeast, maintaining ties with the Barcos now seemed either greedy or incredibly reckless. Several nobles admitted they barely knew anything about Roman Dmitri. Others laughed and said explanations weren't necessary. Meeting him once was enough. He always left a lasting impression. Then, the eldest son of the Dmitri family finally arrived. The moment Roman stepped into the hall wearing elegant formal attire, conversations abruptly stopped. Guests stared in disbelief. Was that really Roman? He looked taller. His posture had completely changed. Even his white hair made him seem like an entirely different person. Soon afterward, a young noblewoman approached him with flawless etiquette. She introduced herself as Sophia Grail and politely remarked that perhaps Roman had never heard of either her or her family. She explained that her father, Baron Grail, had devoted his entire life to serving the kingdom. Roman answered with effortless confidence. Of course he knew the Grail family. A noble house with centuries of history couldn't possibly be overlooked. He explained that he had spent considerable time studying books about the great northern families. Since he would now represent the Dmitri household, basic courtesy demanded that he understand the history, achievements, and legacy of every family he might encounter, especially considering everyone still viewed him as the fool of Dmitri. He even mentioned that the Grail family had been one of the oldest noble houses established in the Northeast. Their lumber company was renowned throughout the Kingdom of Cairo for producing exceptional timber. Roman also congratulated Sophia on her brother's remarkable accomplishments in mana sensitivity. The surrounding nobles stood speechless. No one expected Roman to carry himself with such confidence and refinement. One after another, more nobles approached him. Magna Valolt stepped forward to greet him. Roman immediately praised Magna's distinguished achievements on previous battlefields. Magna smiled and thanked him for remembering, little by little. The crowd surrounding Roman continued growing. The man everyone expected to embarrass himself had somehow become the most pleasant person in the room. One noble even admitted he had completely misjudged Roman. Instead of an arrogant fool, he appeared honorable, composed, and worthy of respect. Roman jokingly remarked that he had briefly considered drinking during tonight's gathering, then he decided against it, given his unfortunate history. Remaining sober seemed like the wiser choice. At that moment, the estate's chief butler approached. With a respectful bow, he informed Roman that the young master of the Barco family wished to meet him privately in the back room. Roman quietly smiled. At last, he was about to discover exactly who had been plotting against him. Outside the hall, Chris and Kevin remained at their posts as Roman's escorts, surrounded by knights from numerous noble families. As they waited outside the banquet hall, Chris explained that every noble family attending the gathering had arrived with their own personal guards. Kevin, who had never experienced anything like this before, innocently asked what a social banquet was actually supposed to be. Chris sighed. He told Kevin that someone like him would probably never need to worry about such occasions anyway, then reached over and straightened Kevin's crooked helmet once again. Before they could continue talking, several knights approached with mocking smiles. They openly laughed at Kevin's appearance, saying the oversized armor made him look ridiculous. One of them mentioned hearing stories about Roman Dmitri, the abandoned eldest son of the Dmitri family, but admitted he never imagined Roman would actually bring along a child who barely knew how to hold a sword. Chris ignored the insult. Another knight wasn't satisfied. He sneered that this level of incompetence perfectly represented the Dmitri family. Kevin's fists immediately tightened. Meanwhile, Roman calmly walked toward his meeting with Anthony Barco. As he approached, fragments of an old memory resurfaced. He remembered the first time he ever saw Flora. Back then, all he could do was admire her beauty while struggling to believe such a woman had become his fiancée. It was during that very moment that Anthony first approached him, casually asking what had captured his attention before introducing the beautiful blonde as Flora Lawrence. Now, the two men faced each other once again. Roman calmly remarked that it had been quite some time since they last met. Anthony smiled and admitted Roman had changed far more than he ever expected. Then he invited him to sit down. The table between them was already covered with drinks. Roman immediately noticed something unusual. There were obvious signs that other people had occupied those seats only moments earlier. The fact that they disappeared before his arrival meant one thing: whatever Anthony intended to discuss. No one else was supposed to hear it. Roman casually commented that he had spent plenty of money in the past trying to change himself, yet in the end, real change only came little by little, one day at a time. Even so, he admitted it was good to see Anthony again. Anthony laughed quietly. Perhaps it was better this way. Honestly, he preferred not to remember what Roman had been thinking back then. He brought up the time Roman became trapped in the political marriage with the Lawrence family. Then he mentioned another incident, the scandal where Roman had supposedly been caught sleeping beside his own cousin inside a private room. Even now, Anthony claimed it was difficult to believe something so outrageous had happened during an elegant noble gathering, especially with Roman's marriage so close. Because of that, he said he completely understood why Roman had accepted today's invitation. Anthony then asked the real question: why had Roman accepted his proposal? He assured him everything discussed here would remain confidential if everything went smoothly. They could even begin arranging a marriage between Roman and the Barco family. The instant those words were spoken, a forgotten memory flooded Roman's mind. He remembered everything. Even after betraying Anthony and the Barco family, the original Roman desperately begged his father to preserve the engagement with the Lawrence family. He knew he couldn't avoid the Barcos forever. He believed this gathering might become his final opportunity to repair their relationship. Soon afterward, Roman entered this very same room alongside Anthony and Emily Barco. Anthony casually asked whether it was all right for Emily to drink with them since she had been wandering around alone during her first appearance at such an event. Roman answered that there was no problem. After all, he himself had invited her. During that small gathering, Anthony suddenly steered the conversation toward the Lawrence engagement. He encouraged Roman not to worry, insisting the Barco family no longer cared about Lawrence. Then he urged him to keep drinking. Roman continued accepting one drink after another, until consciousness slipped away. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying beside Emily in bed. He had absolutely no idea how he got there. Then Anthony burst into the room, pretending to discover them together. He demanded to know what Roman was doing with his own cousin. Afterward, Anthony cornered him with a private conversation. He claimed he didn't care who Roman chose to sleep with, but touching a woman from the Barco family crossed a line that couldn't simply be ignored. Then Anthony presented two options. Roman could publicly confess everything himself, destroy his engagement with Flora and bear the consequences, or He could marry a direct descendant of the Barco family instead, repairing relations between both houses. If Roman became part of the Barco family, he would have to endure all the hatred surrounding the incident. Only then would he earn forgiveness. That was how the original Roman became trapped. Now that every memory had returned, everything finally made sense. If the engagement collapsed because Roman had supposedly violated a member of the Barco family, the Dmitri family's honor would be shattered. People already looked down on them because of their common origins. Roman couldn't bear facing his father's fury, yet he couldn't accept Anthony's second offer either. He genuinely loved Flora. He refused to destroy an already forced marriage while dragging her name through scandal as well, with nowhere left to run. The original Roman chose death. He convinced himself his suicide would solve everyone's problems. Looking back, Roman could only see weakness. A man who never possessed the strength to change his own fate. It was honestly pathetic. Anthony interrupted his thoughts. He asked why Roman seemed so hesitant. If the Dmitri and Barco families united, the entire Northeast would fall beneath their influence. Together, no family could challenge them. They would dominate the region completely. Roman quietly asked whether political power alone was supposed to convince him. Was that really the proposal? Anthony smiled. Roman had misunderstood. This wasn't a proposal. It was a warning if Roman refused. Everything that supposedly happened inside that bedroom would become public. Anthony advised him to choose very carefully. Roman didn't answer with words. Instead, he calmly placed both feet on the table. With one deliberate movement, everything on top crashed onto the floor. The room fell silent. Roman declared they had talked long enough. The Dmitri family had absolutely no reason to accept such a pathetic offer. Without another glance, he stood up and casually walked back toward the banquet hall as though nothing had happened. The first person to greet him was Sophia. She curiously asked where he had disappeared to. Roman apologized, explaining that an urgent matter required his attention and he would likely have to leave the gathering early. Sophia looked disappointed. The party had barely begun and she had genuinely enjoyed speaking with him. Roman apologized not only to her, but to everyone nearby. This matter simply couldn't wait. Just as he reached the main entrance, someone shouted for insulting words to be taken back. Kevin had just been punched square across the face. His helmet flew off from the impact. Furious, he tried to rush forward. Chris immediately stopped him and ordered him to stay calm. The two Barco knights only laughed harder. One mocked Kevin's armor, saying it looked like he had scavenged random pieces until he resembled a knight. The other added that he looked ridiculous before putting on the armor. Now he somehow looked even worse. Chris finally snapped back. He asked whether Barco knights spent more time practicing jokes than swordsmanship. One of the men smirked. He claimed he could probably swing a sword better than that weak little servant without any training at all. After all, there had to be a reason everyone called their master an idiot. Kevin couldn't stay silent any longer. He demanded they take those words back. Instead, another punch slammed into his face. Chris's hand immediately moved toward his sword. At the last second, he stopped himself. They stood inside Barco territory. Starting a fight there would create consequences far beyond a simple duel. Kevin slowly climbed back to his feet on his own. Looking directly at the knights, he calmly declared that he served his lord as a knight. He had absolutely no interest in fighting bandits pretending to wear knightly armor. One of the Barco knights immediately charged forward, determined to teach him a lesson for his sharp tongue. Before the punch could land, someone caught the man's arm. Roman. He silently stared at the knight for a brief moment. Then, his hand moved. The slap echoed throughout the courtyard. It was firm, perfectly aristocratic, and judging by everyone's expressions, completely deserved. The knight tried protesting. Roman slapped him again. The man attempted to stand. Another slap. He complained once more. Another slap. Roman continued until the knight collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Even then, Roman calmly ordered him to lift his head. Inside the mansion, Anthony watched everything unfold in stunned disbelief. Roman had openly chosen confrontation inside Barco territory itself. Anthony immediately declared that Roman was only acting this way because he wanted to avoid taking responsibility for touching a woman of the Barco family. He reminded Roman that offering a marriage with a direct descendant had been his final act of consideration. Now, Roman was making a mistake that could never be undone. Roman answered without the slightest concern. Anthony could spread whatever rumors he wished. People already called him an idiot. One or two more stories wouldn't change anything. If anything, Anthony should worry more about behaving like a proper noble. Roman made one thing perfectly clear. He ended the engagement with Flora by his own choice, not because someone threatened him. Ever since the Dmitri family stepped away from Lawrence, Anthony had already achieved most of what he wanted. Now, he was simply revealing his true intentions. Roman then asked a direct question. Did Anthony honestly believe targeting the Lawrence family out of personal resentment was a wise decision? Roman had thoroughly researched the Barco family. He understood their influence within the central government. He understood the political power those connections created. But he also knew one undeniable truth. Without those connections, The Barcos were the weakest great house in the northeast. Compared to the Dmitri family in terms of wealth and real strength, they couldn't compete. Looking Anthony directly in the eyes, Roman quietly asked, "What exactly did he intend to do now?" Anthony remained silent for a moment before asking one final question. Was this matter truly finished? Roman wouldn't interfere with Lawrence's affairs. Roman answered without hesitation. He had no intention of interfering with those words. The conversation came to an end. Even after everything that had happened, Anthony finally accepted the truth. The man standing before him was no longer the Roman he had manipulated so easily. It wasn't just the white hair or the changed appearance. His actions were different. His eyes carried weight. Every word felt calculated. Every sentence applied invisible pressure. For the first time, Anthony realized he had completely lost control over Roman Dmitri. Just then, the estate's butler rushed over and urgently reported that Lord Roman and one of his knights had become involved in a fight outside. By the time they arrived, nearly every guest had already gathered to watch. Roman stood over one of the Barco knights, delivering punishment after punishment. The man cried out for mercy, desperately promising he would never repeat such behavior again. Kevin stepped forward, asking his lord to stop because the lesson had already been learned. Chris also warned that continuing any further could create serious political consequences. Roman remained unmoved. Only he would decide when the punishment ended, even if the man died there. It would simply become the price he paid for his own words and actions. At that moment, Anthony stepped in, demanding an explanation. He declared that regardless of Roman's position as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, such conduct inside Barco territory would not be tolerated. Roman should apologize immediately, then leave. Roman calmly asked a single question. Why? The knight had laid hands on a member of the Dmitri household first. Did Anthony truly believe Roman was the one at fault? Anthony insisted Roman had gone far beyond reasonable punishment. Roman quietly reminded him of something else. Allowing personal resentment to dictate decisions could destroy not only their relationship, but also the fragile balance holding together every noble house in the Northeast. He advised Anthony to control himself. Roman admitted he wasn't a particularly patient man. Then he simply asked, what would Anthony do now? After remaining silent for several moments, Anthony finally relented upon calmer reflection. He admitted Roman had been right. If someone under his command had acted the same way, he would have issued an identical punishment. Roman nodded. Good, then he turned back toward the trembling knight and calmly ordered him to grit his teeth. The punishment wasn't over yet. Some time later, Roman finally walked away. As he left, one thought crossed his mind. The old Roman had always been treated like an idiot because he accepted being treated that way. That version of himself no longer existed. Calling Chris and Kevin, Roman ordered both of them to leave. Everyone present witnessed it soon enough. The entire Northeast would hear the same story. The fool of Dmitri was gone. The carriage ride home was filled with heavy silence. Kevin lowered his head and apologized. He blamed himself for becoming the reason Roman had been insulted. Chris also admitted his failure. While Kevin endured humiliation and the Dmitri name was being trampled, he had done nothing. Roman stopped both of them immediately. He already understood how difficult it had been to endure those insults without retaliating. Instead of criticizing them, he thanked them. Their restraint had prevented an even greater disaster. Impulsive actions only created chaos. Their patience had protected the Dmitri family from unnecessary consequences. Still, Roman made one thing absolutely clear. No one in the northeast of Cairo would ever touch the Dmitri family without eventually paying the price. Even if temporary humiliation became unavoidable, they were to remember every single face responsible. Debts would always be collected later. Roman then revealed the principle he intended to live by. He refused to stand beneath anyone. From that day forward, everyone following him would have to live the same way if they wished to remain at his side. They needed to rise above everything. No hesitation, no excuses. Chris and Kevin accepted immediately. The following morning, Roman requested detailed information about the Barco family. Hands gathered intelligence through the Black Moon Guild, and the reports revealed several suspicious movements. Although the Barco family had only existed in the Northeast for slightly over a century, they rose to prominence incredibly quickly. Around that same period, one member of the family successfully entered the central government. Roman had already examined their military strength beforehand. Honestly, it wasn't particularly impressive. Hans found that surprising. Considering the Barco's reputation and influence, he expected them to possess a far stronger army. Roman explained that this actually proved something else. It demonstrated just how overwhelming the central government truly was. The Salamandra continent contained 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among all of them, the Kingdom of Cairo was the smallest and weakest. Its borders touched nearly every neighboring nation except for the northeastern mountain range. Because of that, Cairo endured repeated foreign invasions throughout history. Surrounded by powerful enemies, the kingdom eventually concentrated nearly all military authority beneath the central government. Over generations, that government accumulated enormous influence, especially regarding military conscription. Any noble family refusing mandatory service was immediately branded rebellious. Their lands would be confiscated, their titles erased. Families helping suppress those rebellions received portions of the seized territory as rewards. That very system allowed politically connected houses like the Barcos to steadily expand their influence. Roman concluded that this was precisely how the Barco family grew stronger. The same political influence also explained how they secured favorable loans from the Grand Gold Bank. Most likely, they obtained massive credit using little meaningful collateral. That money was invested directly into the Red Mercenary Company, a force composed of hundreds of hired warriors. Their primary business involved participating in territorial wars for profit. After hearing the entire explanation, Hans quietly reached a conclusion. At this pace, the Barcos would probably attack the Lawrence family within half a month. Roman calmly agreed. Their preparations appeared complete. Hans immediately realized what that meant. War, in his opinion, the Lawrence family had almost no chance of surviving. Roman estimated that even if they resisted desperately, they wouldn't last a single month. Still, he had promised Anthony he wouldn't interfere with the conflict between the Barcos and the Lawrences. However, Roman wasn't interested in honoring promises that endangered Dmitri. After everything Anthony had attempted, simply allowing the Barcos to continue growing stronger wasn't an option. No matter how many mercenaries they recruited, they still couldn't challenge the Dmitri family directly. If Roman borrowed the strength of his own house, destroying them would be incredibly simple. Besides, although the Dmitri family had once been commoners, the nobles of the Northeast still didn't view Roman himself as a genuine threat. What Roman truly needed now was an opportunity to step onto a much larger stage. With that decided, he instructed Hans to summon his father. It was finally time to collect what had been promised. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, a blood-covered knight casually walked through the streets. His name was Lucas, a rank-B mercenary. Looking around, he muttered that the Dmitri territory hadn't changed much at all. His first destination was a blacksmith shop. His equipment desperately needed repairs. The blacksmith glanced over the battered armor and remarked that the latest battle must have been brutal. Lucas clicked his tongue. He admitted he nearly died because of a group of bastards. After carefully inspecting the equipment, the blacksmith frowned. The craftsmanship wasn't very good. Curious, he asked where Lucas bought it. Lucas explained he had tried purchasing equipment from an unfamiliar workshop. It nearly got him killed. The blacksmith immediately laughed. That was the mistake. Everyone knew equipment forged by the Dmitri family represented the highest quality available. Hearing that, Lucas left the entire set behind for repairs. The blacksmith confidently promised a replacement set wouldn't take long. Until then, Lucas should enjoy walking around the city. After spending so much time fighting on battlefields, the suggestion sounded appealing. As he wandered through town, he noticed an unusually large crowd gathered around the public notice board. Curious, he walked over. A recruitment announcement had captured everyone's attention. The conditions seemed surprisingly simple. Applicants only needed good health and the desire to become stronger. 30 positions were available. Each offered a salary of 8 silver coins every month. Lucas admitted the pay wasn't bad. Supporting an average family of 4 usually required only 4 or 5 silver coins monthly, but one sentence immediately caught his eye. Successful applicants wouldn't belong to the Dmitri family. They would belong solely to Roman Dmitri. Only those willing to dedicate their lives entirely to him should apply. Someone nearby warned Lucas not to waste his time. Hundreds of people had already gathered hoping to join. Lucas simply shrugged. He wasn't interested. As a rank B mercenary, there was no chance he would pledge lifelong loyalty for such a small amount if anyone expected that kind of commitment. He'd demand at least 50 silver coins. Still, one thing confused him. Why were hundreds of people rushing to join someone like Roman Dmitri? Wasn't he known everywhere as the Fool of Dmitri? No one even knew what kind of trials recruits would face. The moment Lucas said those words, everyone nearby turned toward him in disbelief. Confused, Lucas asked what he had said wrong. The man beside him immediately realized Lucas must be a traveler from another region. Otherwise, he would have known Lord Roman wasn't that fool anymore. He had personally wiped out the Blood Fangs. He treated ordinary people with genuine respect. At first, nobody believed the stories either, so no one blamed Lucas for doubting, but everything changed after what happened to Clark's family. Clark's son, Kevin, had become one of Roman's followers. Their miserable life transformed almost overnight. The previous evening, Roman personally granted Kevin 3 days of leave. He explained that proper rest was just as important as training. After working hard, a person deserved time with family. Kevin gratefully accepted. Returning to his dormitory afterward felt strangely unfamiliar. Not long ago, taking even a single day off would have meant starvation. Work had always been the only thing keeping his family alive. It had been ages since he last visited them. As Kevin prepared to leave, Hans smiled. He guessed Kevin was finally heading home after so long, then Hans handed him a fresh set of clothes, along with 30 silver coins. He encouraged Kevin to buy presents for his family and simply enjoy his time away. Kevin froze. Deeply moved, he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. On the way home, he purchased everything he could, plenty of food, and fresh bread, something his family could almost never afford. Kevin couldn't help smiling. His little sister had always complained about the stale, rock-hard bread they ate every single day. Fresh bread cost nearly twice as much. But thanks to Roman, he could finally bring some home. Even so, money wasn't what truly mattered to him. He never forgot what happened to his family. His goal wasn't wealth, it was strength. Strength great enough to ensure they would never suffer like that again. When Kevin finally reached the address Hans had given him, he stopped in confusion. This wasn't the slums. Standing before him was a modest home near the outskirts of the castle, complete with a small garden. Inside, his parents peacefully shared tea together. The moment they saw him, they rushed over and embraced him. Still stunned, Kevin asked whose house this actually was. His father explained that Hans personally arrived carrying the deed, saying everything had been arranged under Lord Roman's orders. Not only that, workers from the castle had even begun helping them cultivate the nearby land. His mother smiled warmly, for the first time in years. She finally felt like they were truly living instead of merely surviving. Kevin's eyes filled with emotion. Then his father noticed the bruise on his face. Immediately worried, he asked whether Lord Roman had struck him. Kevin quickly denied it. The injury came from a confrontation with guards from Barco territory. He explained everything. How Roman personally stood against a Barco knight just to defend one of his own people. His father couldn't keep the story to himself. He shared it with neighbors. Those neighbors told others before long. The tale spread throughout the city. Everyone began talking about the young master who publicly beat a Barco knight to protect a mere subordinate. Little by little, public opinion shifted. People finally started believing Roman genuinely valued those serving beneath him if someone earned his trust. Their entire life could change. After hearing the full story, Lucas stood speechless. The Roman Dmitri he remembered was a reckless troublemaker who started fights inside gambling houses and wasted his days living irresponsibly. This couldn't possibly be the same person. He couldn't understand what happened during the past 2 years. In the end, his curiosity won. He decided he needed to meet Roman once again. Elsewhere, Captain Jonathan discussed the upcoming recruitment examination with Baron Romero. Preparations were nearly complete. Soldiers had already been assigned to secure the entrance while Roman himself would oversee the entire selection process. Romero asked whether every detail had been finalized. Jonathan nodded. Everything was ready, still. He hesitated before asking one final question. Did the Baron truly support this idea? Creating a private military force devoted entirely to a single individual could become dangerous. Romero quietly reflected. Before Roman attended the Barco banquet, he honestly believed his eldest son might ally himself with the Barcos to damage his younger brother's position within the succession. Instead, Roman publicly slapped a Barco knight before the gathered nobility. Even after successfully cornering Anthony, he still chose to act according to his own convictions despite risking political isolation. For over a decade, everyone dismissed Roman as an idiot, yet ever since the Blood Fangs incident, he had begun living according to his own will. As his father, Romero admitted there was only one thing left he wanted to do: congratulate him. Then he casually asked how many applicants had registered. He expected perhaps 50, maybe 100 if they were lucky. Honestly, even 50 would have been an incredible improvement considering Roman's old reputation. Jonathan quietly delivered the actual number, approximately 500. Romero blinked. Cert he misheard. He immediately asked Jonathan to repeat himself. The following day, the Dmitri training grounds overflowed with people. Among them stood Lucas, the rank B mercenary, determined to witness Roman Dmitri with his own eyes. Candidates from every background filled the grounds. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone waited for the examination to begin. Meanwhile, Chris reported that every preparation had been completed. Roman could begin the recruitment whenever he wished. The reason behind such overwhelming attendance actually began the previous evening. Inside a tavern near tomorrow's testing grounds, Lucas sat drinking heavily. He wasn't alone. The place overflowed with applicants doing exactly the same thing. Seeing so many candidates gathered before the examination surprised even him. Far more people had appeared than he expected. Looking around, Lucas noticed 3 men sitting together in one corner. Each of them carried the presence of experienced rank C fighters. Elsewhere, several more individuals clearly possessed real battlefield experience. Lucas quietly calculated the situation. If one ordinary tavern already contained 5 or 6 capable warriors, then the overall quality of tomorrow's applicants must be much higher than expected. Still, one question bothered him. Why were so many capable fighters willing to apply? People with that level of ability should easily find better opportunities elsewhere. It wasn't simple curiosity anymore, just like everyone else. He couldn't explain what drew them here. As Lucas stood to leave, a nearby conversation caught his attention. One man asked his companion whether he hadn't originally planned to join the Lawrence family instead. The other man, Henderson, smiled. At first, that truly had been his plan. Lawrence was his hometown after all. But everything changed after witnessing what Roman Dmitri did to the Blood Fangs. He explained that anyone who wasn't present naturally doubted the stories. He understood that, but he saw everything with his own eyes. That day, he stood inside the public square. He watched Roman, covered in blood, drag the Blood Fangs leader through the streets by his hair. A noble young master crossed into another territory solely to execute the man responsible for harming his people. Henderson admitted that image never left his mind. Even now, thinking about it still sent chills down his spine. No matter how many people claimed the stories were exaggerated, he knew the truth. To him, Roman was a genuine leader, someone willing to fight for those beneath him. That alone explained why Henderson stood here today. Several nearby applicants immediately agreed. Listening quietly, Lucas finally began understanding. Perhaps this was what everyone else already saw. The growing excitement surrounding Roman Dmitri wasn't built on empty rumors after all. The following morning, every applicant gathered inside the Dmitri training grounds. Lucas wondered what choice he would ultimately make if everything he heard proved true. He wasn't the only one. Many others stood there driven by the exact same curiosity. Everything would be decided the moment Roman Dmitri appeared. Suddenly, the entire training yard fell silent. Without receiving a single order, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Lucas froze. No one had commanded them. Respect simply spread naturally. At that instant, he realized the rumors hadn't been exaggerated at all. Roman calmly stepped onto the platform and instructed everyone to raise their heads. He announced that, just as promised, only 30 soldiers would be chosen to fight beside him before beginning the examination. He wanted everyone to understand one thing. He had absolutely no intention of spending the rest of his life trapped inside a remote territory. He intended to keep climbing higher. Higher positions would inevitably lead to greater wars. Greater wars would claim lives. Anyone unwilling to walk that path should leave immediately. Those who eventually died on future battlefields shouldn't resent being sent there. Their only regret should be missing the day Roman Dmitri stood at the very top of the continent. Lucas couldn't help thinking those words sounded unbelievably arrogant, almost absurd. Yet, for some reason, nothing about Roman felt dishonest. He spoke like a man who genuinely believed every single word leaving his mouth. Soon afterward, Chris stepped forward and announced the rules for the first examination. The concept sounded deceptively simple. Each candidate would stand before a wooden target. An archer positioned opposite them would fire 3 arrows. Those arrows might completely miss. They might strike the target, or they might strike the candidate directly. Anyone moving even a single step during those 3 shots would immediately fail. The applicants were ordered to line up. As the first volunteer stepped forward, the man waiting behind him tried convincing himself everything was perfectly safe. Surely, the archer was highly skilled. There was no way he'd actually hit someone. The first arrow whistled past the volunteer's head by only a few centimeters. The next applicant forced himself to relax. Right, this was simply a psychological test, nothing more. All he had to do was stay calm. Then suddenly, the second arrow pierced the first candidate's leg. A scream echoed across the training grounds. The man collapsed instantly. Chris calmly ordered nearby soldiers to carry him to the medical team. As the wounded applicant disappeared on a stretcher, panic spread through the crowd. People realized the arrows were real. The next man in line imagined one striking his head instead, unable to endure the pressure. He surrendered before taking even a single step. Chris immediately declared the second applicant officially withdrawn. Then he addressed everyone remaining. Anyone afraid of taking an arrow should leave now. Repeating Roman's earlier warning, Chris made one thing perfectly clear. Cowards had no place here. The previous night, Roman had already explained the entire plan to his officers. The first examination would use real arrows. There would be no deception. Even so, the archer assigned to the test was a true professional. Vital areas would never be targeted. The archer personally guaranteed his accuracy. Roman also promised generous rewards to every soldier participating in the examination while ensuring experienced medics remained ready for any emergency. Still, one undeniable fact remained. Every applicant would actually be shot, even after hearing all of that. None of the soldiers objected. As everyone prepared to leave, Chris finally asked the question lingering in his mind. Why was his lord willing to go this far? The night before the examination, Chris finally asked why Roman insisted on making the first test so extreme. Roman answered without hesitation. The people he wanted would never be found through empty threats alone. Their lives had to feel genuinely endangered. Even if the chance of being struck was only 1%, most people would still freeze because of that single possibility. Fear exposed a person's true nature. Roman wasn't searching for the strongest bodies. He was searching for hearts. He wanted men with the heart of a beast. People born with an instinct that pushed them forward regardless of danger, even if they started weak. Those individuals always grew the fastest. Only people like that deserved to walk beside him. As expected, once the first applicant took an arrow through the leg, the crowd began collapsing mentally. Chris estimated nearly 100 candidates abandoned the examination almost immediately. Roman quietly observed those who remained. To him, every person still standing possessed the heart of a beast. That alone was an extraordinary talent. He thought of Kevin, who accepted the thought of cutting off his own arm without hesitation. He thought of Chris, who swallowed his pride and sought guidance from the very man who defeated him. People like that were simply born differently. Others might possess greater strength, but without that relentless nature, they would never surpass those willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of growth. Those were the only people Roman intended to keep. With that, he ordered the examination to continue. Lucas recognized the next applicant. It was Henderson, the same man from the tavern who passionately spoke about Roman as though he were a legendary leader. Now, his entire body trembled. Even so, Henderson refused to leave. This was his opportunity to swear loyalty to Lord Roman Dimitri. He wouldn't waste it. The first arrow sliced past his head. His fear only deepened. The second buried itself near his arm for a brief moment. He almost quit, then he forced himself to remain completely still. The final arrow drove itself into the ground directly between his legs. Silence followed. Chris announced that Henderson had passed. Although visibly shaken, he endured until the very end. Watching everything unfold, Lucas realized Henderson had nearly broken. Another second of hesitation, and he probably would have abandoned the test. In the end, success looked almost like luck. Eventually, the first examination concluded. After removing everyone who withdrew, roughly 400 applicants remained. Out of those, only 120 passed. Roman carefully studied every survivor. Some barely held themselves together, others never changed expression once. To him, that difference meant very little. Both groups conquered fear. That alone proved they possessed the qualities of warriors. Roman acknowledged every person who remained. They had already demonstrated they were worthy fighters. Still, only 30 would ultimately stand beside him. Then he announced the second examination. Those who survived it would become his personal subordinates. From that day forward, they would live as predators. Lucas frowned. He didn't fully understand what living like a predator actually meant. Roman continued explaining. The second test would begin immediately. Candidates would proceed one by one according to their position in line. Several wooden swords had been prepared. Applicants could choose whichever one they preferred. Then, each person would duel Roman Dimitri himself. Confusion instantly spread across the training grounds. People wondered whether Roman seriously intended to fight every single candidate. Roman clarified the rules. Nobody needed to defeat him. Anyone capable of surviving one full minute against him would pass. Those who succeeded would receive the greatest opportunities at his side. A bald man with a scar running across his face stepped forward. He introduced himself as Volka and volunteered to go first. Roman casually asked whether the wooden sword felt comfortable. Without the slightest hesitation, Volka answered yes. Privately, he thought Roman had become overconfident. There was simply no way anyone could defeat him within a single minute. At least, that's what he believed. Chris turned over the hourglass. The duel began. Volka immediately made up his mind. Simply surviving wasn't enough. He wanted to leave a lasting impression. The instant the signal sounded, he launched himself forward with everything he had. Roman effortlessly slipped past the opening strike. In the very next movement, Volka stumbled over his own footing before he even realized what happened. A wooden sword rested against his neck. Roman calmly called for the next candidate. Lucas couldn't hide his surprise. He had never witnessed someone move like that before, compared to the first examination. This one was infinitely more difficult. Seeing Volka lose in only seconds made everyone reach the same conclusion. Roman Dimitri was absurdly powerful still. As duel followed duel, many quietly convinced themselves things would eventually change. Surely fighting so many opponents back-to-back would exhaust anyone. An hour passed. 60 duels, 60 defeats. Roman remained exactly the same. Not a single sign of fatigue appeared on his face. Henderson finally understood what Roman meant earlier, living as a predator. Roman himself embodied those words. In a world where only the strong survived, the predator lived however it pleased. Looking at Roman now, those words no longer sounded arrogant. They sounded like a promise. The man everyone mocked as the fool of Dimitri might become the greatest opportunity of their lives. Even so, fear steadily spread among the remaining candidates. How was anyone supposed to face that monster? Roman looked over the silent crowd. If nobody possessed the courage to step forward, then every remaining applicant would fail immediately. Silence consumed the training grounds. Finally, Lucas stepped out. He introduced himself as the 61st candidate. The moment he entered the arena, he immediately sensed something different. The killing intent radiating from Roman alone was enough to make breathing feel difficult. Forget martial skill. His very presence weighed down the surrounding air. Lucas silently admitted something. This man shared absolutely nothing with the Roman he remembered. Someone like this would never spend life rotting inside a remote territory. He looked like a man destined to conquer the entire continent. Lucas wasn't standing there because of 8 silver coins. He wanted proof. He wanted to know whether Roman's words reflected reality. To discover that, he first had to survive. The hourglass began falling. Without hesitation, Lucas attacked. Even Chris looked surprised. Other than the very first applicant, nobody else had dared make the opening move. Lucas slashed toward Roman's head while simultaneously driving a dagger toward his heart. It was the fighting style of a true mercenary. Roman shifted backward just enough to evade the dagger before precisely blocking the sword. Lucas adapted instantly. Without giving Roman room to breathe, he maintained pressure with his blade while suddenly throwing the dagger straight toward Roman's chest. This attack demanded genuine attention. Even so, Roman smoothly deflected everything using only the curve of his wooden sword. Lucas jumped backward. That wasn't enough. Normally, continuous pressure eventually created an opening, but Roman resembled an unbreakable fortress. Still, stopping meant defeat. The instant he hesitated, everything would end. Lucas drew another dagger. Once again, he seized the initiative, refusing to surrender even a moment of momentum. Watching carefully, Roman admitted the mercenary wasn't bad. Perhaps that style wasn't ideal for large-scale battlefields. But inside a duel, it proved remarkably effective. Lucas possessed instinct. He adapted naturally. He improvised well. Even so, Roman had never intended to simply let him survive 1 minute. That time limit existed for another reason. He wanted every applicant to experience the overwhelming difference separating themselves from the Lord they wished to follow. The true purpose of this examination was to carve that gap permanently into their hearts. For the first time that day, Roman actually began enjoying the fight. Even so, he decided it had gone on long enough. He suddenly surged forward with crushing pressure. Lucas desperately dodged. His footing collapsed beneath him. He lost balance and crashed onto the ground. This was the limit of a rank B mercenary. Through enough determination and repeated brushes with death, almost anyone could eventually reach rank B, but without awakening mana. Rank A remained forever unreachable. Rank A warriors existed on an entirely different level. Mana awakening served as the dividing line. Struggling back to his feet, Lucas finally accepted reality. No matter how desperately he fought, he couldn't cross that invisible wall. Still, he survived countless battlefields where countless others died. Those experiences taught him one absolute truth. Victory mattered, survival mattered. The method never did without hesitation. He scooped sand from the ground and threw it directly into Roman's eyes. He didn't expect victory. He only wanted a few more precious seconds. Rolling back onto his feet, Lucas pulled another dagger before he could attack. His entire body froze. Roman's eyes remained open. They burned bright red from the sand. Tears streamed down his face. Yet those eyes never blinked. They stared directly into Lucas's soul. That unwavering gaze completely shattered his resolve. The dagger slipped from his fingers. Lucas surrendered. Within the heavenly demonic cult, disciples learned one lesson before advanced martial arts were ever taught. Never close your eyes during battle. A single blink could become the difference between life and death. Just as breathing and internal energy circulation required strict discipline, even blinking was trained until it became instinct. Disciples learned to keep their eyes open no matter what stood before them, even if a blade rested inches from their face. Understanding that, Lucas quietly accepted reality. Winning had never been possible. Chris quickly brought water so Roman could wash the sand from his burning eyes. Meanwhile, Lucas could only laugh bitterly to himself. Had he known Roman wouldn't blink even after taking sand directly to the eyes, he never would have thrown it in the first place. Lucas had used every dirty trick he could think of, all for one purpose. Survive for 60 seconds, that was all. Looking back, even he felt the result was pitiful. He wondered whether Roman Dmitri would look down on him. Perhaps Roman never expected anything from him in the first place. Maybe using such underhanded tactics would earn punishment instead of approval. Instead, Roman simply called for the next challenger. The entire training ground fell silent. There was no anger, no criticism. He didn't even mention the sand. Unknown to everyone else, Roman had noticed Lucas's plan long before it happened. The instant Lucas scooped up the sand while retreating, Roman already knew. He simply allowed it. He wanted to witness Lucas at his absolute limit, a man who had crawled through countless battlefields, a survivor surrounded by endless corpses, someone who had watched enough blood spill to fill an ocean. That was how true warriors close to the heavenly demon were forged. To Roman, there was nothing dishonorable about surviving. It was simply reality. He calmly asked whether there were any challengers left. The examinations continued. Soon another candidate attempted something unexpected. Taking advantage of a brief distraction, he hurled a stone toward Roman. Watching this unfold, Chris immediately understood what had changed. Lucas had unknowingly rewritten the rules. From this point onward, the candidates would use absolutely everything available. which meant Roman no longer had any reason to hold back either. The man barely completed the throw. Roman instantly closed the distance and drove a devastating kick straight into his face. The challenger crashed to the ground before realizing what happened. Lucas quietly reached a conclusion. Using dirty tactics wasn't enough to fail, but crossing that line meant Roman would answer without the slightest mercy. If Lucas hadn't surrendered earlier, he probably would have ended up exactly the same. Even then, something continued bothering him. This had already become the 100th duel. Nearly 2 hours had passed, yet Roman Dmitri looked exactly as he had at the beginning. No sweat, no heavy breathing, not even a hint of exhaustion. The difference was experience. Roman had already walked through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Real battle never paused because someone grew tired. The moment breathing became unstable, movement slowed, strength faded, and another corpse was added to the battlefield. To Roman, stopping had never been an option. With every breath he took, natural mana circulated throughout his body. Fatigue dispersed before it could accumulate. His bones grew stronger. His body remained perfectly balanced. During the conquest of Murim, he once fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Compared to that, these duels barely qualified as exercise. Eventually, Chris gathered everyone together. He announced that officially, not a single person had passed the second examination. The crowd froze. Then he clarified the meaning. Failure in the duel didn't mean failure in selection. 30 candidates would still be chosen later. Those selected would receive personal notice. With that, the examination officially ended. After everyone dispersed, Roman handed Chris a list. From this moment onward, training those 30 men would become their responsibility. Chris carefully examined every name. Volka, the very first challenger, had been selected. Henderson's name appeared as well. That already surprised him. But the greatest shock came when he found Lucas on the list. Unable to understand, Chris questioned the decision. Lucas undoubtedly possessed the skills of a rank B mercenary. Even so, he fought using dirty tricks. He even surrendered before time expired. To Chris, that sounded exactly like the kind of mercenary who would abandon comrades if it meant surviving himself. Roman calmly replied, that was precisely why Lucas deserved a place. From the outside, Lucas looked cowardly. But while everyone else clung to pride, he calmly evaluated reality. He chose the method that offered the highest chance of survival. People like that often shined brightest on real battlefields. Someone obsessed with surviving would always find another path forward. Then Roman asked Chris a simple question. Could he truly conclude Lucas would betray his allies? Simply because he threw sand during one duel? That question immediately reminded Chris of something Captain Jonathan once taught him. The battlefield doesn't always favor those with the strongest aura. It favors those capable of staying calm inside chaos. Those who react according to reality instead of pride. Those are the people who survive, no matter how powerful a knight becomes. Death can still come from an unseen blade waiting in the shadows. Chris quietly admitted Roman was right. Lucas hadn't acted dishonorably, he acted realistically. Still, one question remained. 5 months still separated them from the battlefield, and noble sons weren't immediately thrown into war after receiving enlistment orders. So why gather soldiers now? Roman answered simply. Everyone would understand soon enough. Before long, the Barco family released an official declaration. Everything became clear. They publicly claimed the Lawrence family had betrayed the promise shared between both houses. Despite showing patience for years, their honor had been insulted. The debt left behind by the Lawrence ancestors remained unpaid. Even worse, the Lawrence family still refused to surrender the lands originally placed as collateral. Because of that, the Barcos formally notified the Kingdom of Cairo if the debt remained unpaid and the lands were not handed over. Then, with approval from the central government, they would begin a territorial war. Chris asked whether things had truly reached that point. Roman confirmed it without hesitation. The countdown had begun. Preparations for war between the Barco and Lawrence families officially started. That same night, Flora awoke from a nightmare. In every version of the dream, the destruction of her family was her fault. Morning arrived. Outside her room, the maids quietly worried. Ever since returning from the Dmitri estate after the broken engagement, Flora had locked herself inside. The servants whispered among themselves. Some wondered what mistake she had made to be rejected. Others spoke about the coming war with the Barco family from inside her room. Flora listened to every word. For the first time, she questioned everything she believed about herself. She always considered herself intelligent. She excelled at the academy. Her father smiled proudly whenever he looked at her. She truly believed she had been the perfect daughter. Now, as that illusion shattered, without her family, she possessed nothing. She was merely a flower that had never left the safety of a greenhouse. She once mocked Roman as the fool of Dmitri, just like everyone else. Now she wondered if the real fool had always been herself. She couldn't even gather the courage to face her own father. Then another thought entered her mind. What would Roman have done? He lived under the complete opposite circumstances. Nobody relied on him, nobody believed in him, yet he crushed the blood fangs through his own strength. then boldly acted for the sake of his family. She couldn't understand when he became someone capable of carrying everything alone. The thought only made her feel even more powerless. Eventually she pushed it away. If Roman truly solved every problem himself, then it only highlighted how helpless she remained. Later, a butler arrived carrying her meal. After a long silence, Flora finally opened the door. She quietly announced she was going to the library. While reading, she knew her father desperately searched for allies among neighboring families. Still, she already understood the outcome. Nobody would help them. Roman once solved the Bloodfangs problem personally, perhaps. The Lawrence family would also need to save itself, as Flora buried herself in books. Her father faced rejection after rejection. The Martel family refused. The Vastra family also declined. Even if they wished to cooperate through trade, they would never involve themselves in a war against the Barcos. It soon became obvious. No neighboring territory intended to interfere. Another servant soon delivered even worse news. Rumors spread that the Barco family would retaliate against any noble house supporting Lawrence. The warning couldn't have been clearer. Repay the debt, surrender the land, or face war. Only 1 week remained. Inside the office, frustration filled the room. Flora spoke bitterly. The same nobles who once flattered the Lawrence family now pretended they had never known them. Baron Lawrence then asked whether the Golden Bank had finally responded. The messenger confirmed they had. The bank would investigate the disputed collateral. Unfortunately, the process wouldn't finish within a week. Considering the massive investments already made in the Barco family, supporting them simply offered greater profit. Every possible path had now reached a dead end. The Baron quietly asked whether any solution still existed. One advisor reluctantly suggested surrender. Outside assistance had completely disappeared. Their military strength couldn't compare. Giving the Barcos what they wanted might at least save innocent soldiers and preserve a portion of their territory. Silence swallowed the room. Even Baron Lawrence admitted there was logic in those words. Then, the office doors burst open. Flora entered wearing an expression nobody there had ever seen before. Her eyes carried genuine determination. She declared that she needed to speak with her father immediately. At that very same time, Roman was having a serious discussion with his own father. Roman had already made up his mind. He would step into the war between the Barco and Lawrence families, but not as a representative of House Dimitri. He would fight under one name alone, Roman Dimitri. Romero immediately questioned whether his son truly understood the consequences of that decision. This wasn't some private dispute. The conflict had been officially approved by the central government. The engagement with Flora had already been cancelled. From the kingdom's perspective, the Dimitri family no longer had any reason to interfere. If they involved themselves now, every noble in the northeast could suffer the consequences. In the worst possible scenario, the central government could dispatch an army to suppress them all. Romero warned him not to gamble everything on impulse or emotion, but instead of answering directly, Roman asked his father an unexpected question. What would he think if his eldest son chose to leave the family's protection and carve out his own path? Caught off guard, Romero couldn't understand where the conversation was heading. Only then did Roman reveal the truth. This wasn't about feelings. Anthony Barco had already threatened him. The arranged marriage with Lawrence stood in the way of the Barco family's ambitions, although Roman had no evidence. That encounter changed everything. Everyone called the Dimitris the strongest house in the northeast, yet the Barcos behaved as though they stood above them, and nobody challenged that arrogance. Roman understood that his father possessed enormous wealth and influence. Romero was satisfied with protecting what he already had. Roman wasn't. He wanted more. He refused to watch the Dimitri name be treated with disrespect. To him, the Barcos had declared war over something meaningless, a childish game played by people who mistook borrowed authority for real power, even after being reborn. Roman still felt as though he was crossing an endless ocean, but one truth remained unchanged. He was still Beek Jun Hyuk. His identity hadn't disappeared. He was born to stand above others, to dominate, to rise. He wasn't asking to borrow the strength of House Dimitri. He intended to enter that battlefield using only the qualifications of Roman Dimitri. Whatever path he walked from now on would become the life he chose for himself. Romero quietly listened. More than anyone, he understood that greatness could never erase a person's origin. Long ago, he had confessed those same thoughts to his wife. No matter how wealthy he became, no matter how many accomplishments he achieved, even if he ruled an entire territory, he would always remain the son of commoners. Lihana gently asked whether something had happened during his visit to the capital. Romero answered that nothing had been said directly. He simply noticed the way the nobles looked at him. They weren't looking at an equal. They were looking at a former commoner who happened to receive a title. When Lihana asked whether he wanted to change that, Romero admitted he didn't. He was content with the life he had built. He had no desire to chase greater glory for himself, but he desperately wished his children would surpass him. He wanted them to break through the limits imposed by their birth, to climb far higher than he ever could. As he stared into Roman's eyes, He realized that dream was standing right in front of him. Those weren't the eyes of someone who could still be persuaded. Romero had wished for this moment for years. He simply hadn't noticed when his once troublesome son had grown into someone so determined. In the end, he smiled. Roman could do as he pleased. There was only one condition if he ever needed help. He must ask, no matter what road he chose. He didn't have to carry every burden alone. Later, Roman headed toward the famous Dimitri Forges. One glance explained why people called them the greatest in the kingdom of Cairo. Workshops stretched across the entire street. Dozens of furnaces burned without rest. 30 separate forges operated side by side. The source of the Dimitri fortune stood right before his eyes. Behind the estate lay the kingdom's largest iron mine, combined with master craftsmen capable of turning that iron into exceptional weapons. The family's wealth became almost untouchable. That was why the nobles of the Northeast feared offending the Dimitris. Without their iron, their own armies would struggle to function. What the region truly respected wasn't merely noble status. It was overwhelming economic power. Roman had come searching for one man, the living symbol of those forges, Master Hendrik. He already promised his father he would fight this war with his own strength, but his soldiers still required proper equipment. Romero instructed him to seek Hendrik. The master blacksmith had worked beside him long before the Dimitris became nobles. Later, he rose to oversee every forge belonging to the family. Romero assured Roman that Hendrik could provide whatever was necessary. There was only one warning. The blacksmiths of Dimitri possessed enormous pride. Titles meant nothing to them. They respected only those capable of recognizing true craftsmanship. As Roman walked through the workshops, the blacksmiths barely concealed their contempt, given Roman's past reputation. Their cold reception hardly surprised him when he finally found Master Hendrik. The hostility became even more obvious. The master already knew why Roman had come. He sarcastically asked whether the rumors were true. Apparently, the young master wanted equipment for 30 soldiers. Honestly, Hendrik admitted he expected Roman to show up only to steal valuable weapons and waste more family money on entertainment. He casually pointed toward a pile of equipment stacked in one corner. There was more than enough there to arm 30 men. Roman calmly asked whether those truly represented the finest work of the Dimitri forges. The master's expression darkened. His best creations had nothing to do with that pile if Roman disliked the offer. He was free to leave empty-handed. Instead, Roman stepped forward. He picked up one sword, examined every inch of it, then quietly spoke. Perhaps, the legendary reputation of the Dimitri forges had been greatly exaggerated. Calling this weapon fit for soldiers was already giving it too much credit. The words immediately ignited Hendrik's temper. The Dimitri forges possessed the finest craftsmanship in the entire kingdom. Someone who had never sweated before a blazing furnace had absolutely no right to judge them. If Baron Romero hadn't personally requested it, he wouldn't have prepared anything at all. He compared Roman to his younger brother Rodwell. While Rodwell spent years working honestly to inherit responsibility, Roman wasted his life chasing women and causing trouble, compared even to the discarded weapons lying nearby. Roman himself was worse than garbage. Roman remained perfectly calm. He acknowledged Hendrik's anger, then calmly explained exactly where the sword had failed. Too much force had been applied during forging. The repeated overheating slightly altered the metal's surface. Even sunlight revealed the discoloration. That alone proved an inexperienced blacksmith handled the work. Such a weapon didn't deserve the Dimitri name. Roman wasn't insulting the forge's reputation. He refused to let inferior craftsmanship hide behind it. Then his tone became serious. A soldier could die because of this blade. Its edge wouldn't slice cleanly through flesh. Instead, it would lodge inside muscle while struggling to pull it free. Its owner would lose precious seconds, and those seconds could cost him his head. Roman quietly asked Hendrik what he thought about that. A soldier willing to stake everything on survival could die. Not because he lacked courage, but because someone handed him a poor weapon. Then Roman asked another question. Why did soldiers wear armor if nobody recognized the pile before them as worthless? Then the 30 men following him would unknowingly entrust their lives to defective steel. This wasn't simply revenge against Roman anymore. Personal resentment now threatened 30 innocent lives. Even after hearing the truth, Hendrik chose silence. Roman looked directly at him. Could a man still proudly call himself the master craftsman representing House Dimitri, after allowing personal emotions to produce such disgrace? People who had done absolutely nothing wrong could lose their lives because of it. Hendrik quietly answered. That had never been his intention. Roman dismissed the excuse immediately. Intentions changed nothing. Weapons and armor existed for only one purpose, to protect lives. He reminded Hendrik that the request had been made under Baron Romero's authority, yet the response was equipment unworthy of the Lord's own soldiers. Roman then asked whether such behavior could be interpreted as disobedience toward the Lord himself. Hierarchy existed for a reason. The moment retainers forgot the line separating themselves from their lord, that entire structure collapsed. Loyalty could never become familiarity, and familiarity could never justify disrespect. Crossing that boundary demanded consequences. Roman repeated the question one final time. Could this truly be called insubordination? Hendrik immediately denied it. It wasn't. Roman nodded, then demanded the real explanation. Why had he deliberately attempted to hand over inferior weapons? By now, the argument had drawn attention from every nearby forge. Blacksmiths gathered one after another. Several angrily demanded to know what that arrogant brat was saying to Master Hendrik. The surrounding blacksmiths immediately rushed over. Some believed Roman Dmitri had cornered Master Hendrik with a sword in hand. Others assumed he was openly threatening the master craftsman before the tension could explode any further. Hendrik raised his voice and ordered everyone to stop. Then, to everyone's surprise, he accepted full responsibility. He bowed his head and apologized to Roman. At that moment, an old memory resurfaced. He remembered his younger days when he proudly forged his very first sword instead of praise. His own master tore into him without mercy. He was told that a blacksmith had no right to feel satisfied until he could properly complete the task entrusted to him. Forging his own blade had been far beyond his ability. That worthless piece of iron belonged in the scrap pile. If he intended to keep producing garbage like that, he might as well never return to the forge. Back then, Hendrik burned with resentment. He believed his master taught him nothing except endless labor. Day after day he worked without recognition, only to be scolded over every tiny mistake. He couldn't understand how anyone was supposed to become a true blacksmith that way. Then one day, everything changed. A poor traveler entered the forge carrying a few worn coins. He admitted they weren't enough to buy a sword. It was simply everything he owned. He begged them to trust him. One day, he promised he would return and repay double. All he wanted was a weapon with nothing except his own healthy body. He needed a sword to earn enough money to feed his family. The blacksmith dismissed him immediately. If he wanted charity, he could beg somewhere else. The desperate man continued pleading. His family depended on him. Even then, he was driven away, watching the man leave. Young Hendrik secretly chased after him. He handed over the sword he had forged himself, free of charge. In that moment, he believed he had done something noble. He felt proud. Later, he found that same man dead while escorting a merchant caravan. The blade snapped during a fight with bandits. His sword had killed him. From that day onward, Hendrik carried the burden of that death inside his heart. He swore never to repeat that mistake, yet because of his resentment toward Roman, he had nearly done exactly that again. Facing the truth, Hendrik admitted he would accept responsibility through his actions. Roman quietly nodded. If Hendrik truly intended to make things right, then there was no reason to continue the argument. Roman tossed the defective sword aside. The matter was over. Business came first. He already knew Hendrik was the finest blacksmith in the territory. That was exactly why he chose to trust him with the lives of his soldiers. Roman repeated what he had said before. He never believed Hendrik intended to insult Baron Romero. The conflict ended there. All Roman wanted were weapons and armor worthy of protecting his men, nothing else. Hendrik stared silently. Was this brat actually giving him another chance? Everything he had heard about Roman suddenly stopped making sense. The man standing before him no longer resembled the reckless noble everyone described. At last, he sincerely apologized, then promised something with absolute certainty. Every sword, every piece of armor, would represent the highest quality the Dmitri forges could produce. Work resumed immediately. The furnaces roared back to life. Hendrik and every blacksmith threw themselves into forging equipment worthy of Roman's soldiers. Later, while working, one blacksmith quietly mentioned something Roman had completely forgotten. 3 years earlier, Roman had stolen one of Hendrik's finest swords. Considering how drunk he constantly was back then, it wasn't surprising he couldn't remember. After Baron Romero cut off his allowance, Roman became desperate for money, so he broke into the forge, stole Hendrik's masterpiece, then sold it for almost nothing. That sword wasn't ordinary. Hendrik spent 6 months designing it, another 3 months forging it. It represented nearly a year of dedication. His greatest work, watching someone throw it away for loose coins, without even understanding its value, was something Hendrik had never truly forgiven. Hearing the story, even Roman realized how disgracefully his former self had behaved. A little later, Hendrik approached him again. That incident was already in the past. He no longer held a grudge. The reason he initially resisted Roman's request wasn't personal revenge. He simply couldn't tolerate seeing the eldest son of House Dmitri treat the family's greatest foundation so carelessly. Everything the Dimitris possessed began with the forge, perhaps. The day Roman forged a sword with his own hands, he would finally understand its true weight. Roman calmly replied. That day wasn't very far away. With nothing more to discuss, he took his leave. He would return once the equipment was completed. Afterward, Roman entered the private workshop where he trained alone. Everything was exactly as he requested. The room was spotless, the tools rested neatly in place, the anvil stood ready, the furnace waited silently. Roman lit the fire, then began forging. When he turned 18 back in Murim, he made the decision to create his own sword at that time. The successor of the demonic cult hadn't yet been chosen. Every brother viewed the others as future enemies. Peace didn't exist, even while sleeping. One eye always remained open. Assassination could come at any moment. During one rare moment of calm, his 11th brother Shang Yun launched an ambush. The battle became brutal. Halfway through the fight, Roman's treasured sword shattered. It couldn't endure the force of the clash. Despite that, he still emerged victorious. Covered in wounds and standing at death's doorstep, he carved apart Shang Yun's face using nothing but the broken remains of his blade. During that moment, one realization settled into his mind. He needed a sword that would never fail him, a blade capable of enduring the full strength of its owner, one crafted for him, and only him. From that day onward, unlike his brothers, Roman devoted himself to learning blacksmithing. After every decisive battle, he forged another sword. Each new weapon reflected the man he had become, stronger, wiser, sharper. His blades evolved alongside him. Eventually, the 39th sword he created became legendary, the Heavenly Demon Sword, a treasure beyond price. Now, another war approached. It was time to forge the first blade of this new life. Roman flattened the heated steel, one strike, another, then another. The hammer rose and fell with flawless rhythm. Every blow carried purpose. Each impact shaped more than metal. It refined his own resolve. When a person dedicates every thought to one goal, the rest of the world disappears. Roman entered that state completely. The hammer rose and fell with flawless rhythm. Every blow carried purpose. Each impact shaped more than metal. It refined his own resolve. When a person dedicates every thought to one goal, the rest of the world disappears. Roman entered that state completely. Only the sound of steel echoed through his mind. The birth of another sword had begun. Since childhood, life demanded strength from him. He was born the son of the heavenly demon. Weakness had never been an option. Challenge after challenge, he overcame every obstacle until people called him the strongest. He never resented that fate. He accepted it then, and accepted it again now. Still, his current strength remained insufficient. Unexpected dangers still existed. Many powerful figures lived in this world, and he hadn't encountered them all yet. But one principle never changed. Defeat was unacceptable. As the hammer continued falling, Roman wasn't merely forging steel. He activated the infernal divine art. The flames surrounding the furnace flowed into his body. Fire itself became fuel. Once known as the Flame Demon, he now manipulated blazing heat to accelerate mana accumulation. For someone whose current power remained incomplete, no method suited him better. As long as flames surrounded him, mana would continue gathering almost endlessly. He understood the cost. If pushed too far, his lungs could suffer permanent damage. He accepted that risk without hesitation. Power capable of overcoming every future obstacle was worth any price. Meanwhile, Flora continued discussing the coming war with her father. She calmly summarized their situation. Every possible path had reached a dead end. Neighboring territories refused to help. The military difference was overwhelming. Some advisors had already suggested surrendering in exchange for preserving part of their lands. Flora immediately rejected that idea. No matter what, they couldn't surrender. The Baron disagreed. If defeat seemed inevitable, was sacrificing countless innocent soldiers truly the right answer? The Barco family had already used its political influence to receive an enormous loan from the Golden Bank. Even worse, the money had been approved without demanding proper collateral. Flora quietly shook her head. Loans without collateral always came with enormous interest. This war wasn't as beneficial to the Barcos as everyone believed. The Golden Bank expected massive returns in the future, as long as Lawrence territory remained trapped in conflict. Both the bank and the Barcos would continue profiting. Baron Lawrence asked the obvious question, then what was her alternative? Flora answered without hesitation. There was only one option left: endure. At first, the Baron expected some brilliant strategy, something capable of changing the battlefield. Instead, she proposed the fundamentals. Burn every harvest they had produced that year, destroy their own farmland, gather every remaining grain into storage, then survive until winter. The Baron questioned whether enduring until winter would truly change anything. Flora explained that even the Barcos couldn't escape reality. No matter how much money they borrowed through the central government, the interest never stopped growing, and the Golden Bank's influence stretched across the entire continent. Every passing day would make that enormous debt even heavier. Flora explained that the longer the war continued, the more the Barco family would suffocate beneath the crushing weight of their own debt. Mercenaries fought for one reason alone: money, and that money flowed from the bank. The moment the siege stopped generating profit, their resources would begin drying up. The Baron and every noble in the room were stunned by her reasoning. The more they thought about it, the more believable it became. This wouldn't be decided by overwhelming force. It would become a battle of endurance. For a brief moment, Baron Lawrence reflected on everything that had happened since the broken engagement. He once believed he had raised an immature daughter. Now, he realized Flora had grown far beyond his expectations. Without another moment of hesitation, he accepted her proposal. Preparations for a desperate defense began immediately. The Lawrence family would resist until the very end, even if their walls collapsed. Even if every last one of them died, their bloodline would continue fighting until their final breath. While the entire territory prepared for a hopeless siege, Roman completed his own preparations. He stepped out of his isolated workshop carrying the very first sword he had forged in this world. The blade matched him perfectly, balanced, durable, forged specifically for his fighting style. Since it belonged to this world, it deserved a name born from it as well. Roman named the sword Salamander not long afterward. A messenger from House Barco arrived outside Lawrence territory. He delivered another threat besides unconditional surrender. There remained two alternatives. The first was an all-out war fought openly under the supervision of an official judge sent by the central government. The second, a duel between champions with the Lawrence family choosing the rules themselves. The final decision rested entirely with Baron Lawrence. The Baron answered without hesitation. He trusted neither the Barcos nor the fabricated evidence they presented. The so-called ancestral debt was nothing more than forged paperwork, and he had no intention of sacrificing one of his own family members inside a rigged game. The messenger calmly revealed the third option. If they wished, they could abandon their pride as nobles and lock themselves inside the castle for a desperate defense. From that moment onward, whatever blood stained the battlefield during the siege would become Baron Lawrence's responsibility. Fear spread among the soldiers. Only then did everyone notice. The messenger hadn't arrived alone. Barco troops had already surrounded the territory. The siege had begun before negotiations even ended. The Lawrence family had no choice. Arrows rained from the walls. Every available soldier rushed into position, despite the overwhelming pressure. The Barco advance stalled far more than expected. Later, the Barco commander grew visibly frustrated. They possessed nearly 3 times as many troops, yet the battle refused to progress according to plan. One of his officers delivered an unexpected report. The Lawrence family had completed every defensive preparation. A deep moat surrounded the fortress. The relentless rain of arrows proved their stockpiles were overflowing. They had enough supplies to maintain a prolonged siege. The commander couldn't understand it. How had they accomplished all this in only a single week by every calculation? Lawrence should have surrendered immediately to preserve what little remained. Instead, they sealed themselves inside the castle and gambled everything on survival, somewhere. His strategy had gone wrong when one knight asked for orders. The commander finally made his decision. It was time to deploy their special weapon. He had always viewed Baron Lawrence as weak, after all. The man once considered sacrificing his own daughter through marriage just to survive political pressure. Someone like that should have folded long ago, inside the castle. Baron Lawrence personally directed every defense. Troops were repositioned, supplies constantly redistributed. At last, he admitted Flora had been right. The Barcos had already begun losing momentum. Curious, he asked where she learned such a strategy. Now dressed in armor herself, Flora quietly answered. She simply realized she needed to become stronger if she wanted to protect her family. The next instant, a deafening explosion shattered the conversation. The castle wall erupted violently. The Barcos had deployed a flare, a massive magical siege catapult capable of launching devastating explosions directly into fortress walls. Every shot consumed dozens of gold coins because it qualified as a strategic weapon. Only the central government could authorize its use, no matter how wealthy a noble house became. Obtaining one wasn't easy. Flora couldn't believe the Barcos possessed enough influence to rent such a weapon. There were only 2 known methods to stop a flare: counter it with another magical weapon of equal class, or leave the safety of the fortress and destroy it directly. Neither option seemed remotely possible. Just then, a maid hurried into the room. A communication crystal had received an incoming magical call. It was Roman Dmitri. He claimed he had a way to save the Lawrence family. Flora immediately accepted the connection without wasting time. She asked what he intended to do. Roman answered plainly. His decision had already been made. He planned to take revenge against House Barco for personal reasons. If Lawrence cooperated with his plan, he would personally enter the battlefield and crush the Barcos alongside them. Flora asked what role her family needed to play. Roman's answer was surprisingly simple. First, they had to prepare the stage. That required an initial sacrifice. In exchange, he would officially intervene under the name of Roman Dmitri. Flora immediately understood. Roman knew perfectly well they had almost no alternatives left. Still, she accepted as long as her family survived. She would agree. Roman continued. The broken engagement meant he lacked a legitimate reason to interfere in Lawrence affairs. He needed a justification the world would accept. So he asked Flora to publicly declare that Anthony Barco had crossed the line with her. That incident would become the real reason she canceled the engagement. Such a statement would destroy her reputation. Her value as an unmarried noblewoman would collapse. Her name would forever carry that stain. But by sacrificing her own honor, she would hand Roman exactly the excuse he required if Anthony had dishonored her before the engagement officially ended. Then, in the eyes of society, she still belonged to House Dmitri. And Roman never forgave anyone foolish enough to lay hands on what belonged to him. Flora slowly turned toward the battlefield. Her people were dying. Flare explosions hurled soldiers into the air. Bodies shattered beneath collapsing stone. The walls themselves were beginning to crumble. In that moment, status, honor, reputation, none of it mattered anymore. Only the lives disappearing before her eyes without hesitation. She accepted every condition. If that was the price, she would gladly pay it. Her only request was for Roman to wipe every last Barco from the battlefield. Meanwhile, enemy troops had already begun scaling the walls. An assassin suddenly appeared beside Baron Lawrence. His blade shot toward the Baron's neck before it reached him. Flora's arrow pierced the attacker with perfect accuracy. Immediately afterward, she turned toward her father. They had to open the gates. The Lawrence army needed to charge. The Baron stared at her in disbelief. Flora quickly explained. Roman Dmitri had promised to help. If Lawrence could keep the enemy occupied long enough, Roman would strike from behind and destroy the flare. The Baron questioned why Roman would risk himself for them. Flora simply shook her head. There wasn't time to explain everything. She only knew one thing. Roman Dmitri always honored his word. Elsewhere, Roman stood silently before the communication crystal, watching, waiting. Chris finally asked whether they should begin the assault. Roman calmly refused. Not yet. Chris couldn't hide his concern. Every passing moment allowed the flare to demolish more of the fortress if they waited too long. It would be too late, Roman answered coldly. The destruction of Lawrence meant nothing to him. He would rather allow hundreds of strangers to die than recklessly gamble with the life of even one of his own soldiers. Lawrence's casualties were inevitable. Much of that tragedy existed because they followed an incapable lord, unlike them. He would never throw his subordinates into a hopeless battle. Chris quietly accepted the answer. Soon afterward, the Lawrence gates finally opened. Their soldiers surged onto the battlefield. The enemy commander laughed while carving through Lawrence troops. Even now, they still refused to understand their place. He was the commander of the Berga mercenary company. Several Lawrence soldiers faltered and tried retreating. Flora immediately shouted for them to hold the line. They couldn't fall back unless they served as bait. Roman would never move. Before long, the Berga mercenaries noticed another force approaching from behind. Roman and his soldiers had arrived. The moment everyone feared had finally come. Anxiety spread through every man's heart. Any one of them could die in the next few minutes. Roman had promised those who survived under his banner that they would live as predators, but surviving such a battlefield ultimately depended on one thing alone: willpower. Before launching the attack, Roman issued one final order. Their highest priority wasn't slaughtering enemies, it was destroying the flare. He admitted he expected very little from Lawrence's diversion, nor did he fully trust their ability to hold. That was why he would personally lead the charge. Alone, he would tear open a path by massacring everything standing before him. His soldiers only needed to follow. Finish whoever remained, then destroy the siege weapon. Nothing else mattered. The Berga commander spotted Roman's force. He laughed. Did they truly believe such a tiny group could defeat them? He ordered every soldier into formation. Shield walls locked together, spears lowered. The trap was ready. Roman never slowed, still mounted. He leaped clean over the defensive line in a single devastating assault. The entire front rank collapsed long ago within the orthodox demonic sect. One saying echoed through every battlefield: the heavenly demon always stood at the very front. Because he was invincible, anyone foolish enough to challenge him head-on was simply choosing death. Many questioned why the strongest warrior would willingly place himself at the very front of the battlefield where death came first. The answer had always been obvious. The mightiest fighter wasn't meant to hide behind others. His role was to shatter the enemy's spirit before the battle truly began. As Roman charged forward, the Barco front line no longer saw a man. They saw a monster. Without slowing down, he declared that if they refused to come to him, then he would simply come to them. Behind him, his soldiers surged forward, cutting down every enemy left in his wake. Elsewhere, Chris's heart tightened when he saw Kevin's horse collapse beneath him after being struck. Yet Kevin never hesitated. Instead of retreating, he drew his dagger and buried it deep into the enemy's throat. No matter the cost, he would fulfill his lord's command. At the same time, Chris pushed himself beyond his limits. He wanted the strength to keep following Roman until the very end. Activating his sword aura, he carved through the battlefield with overwhelming speed, effortlessly cutting down anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. The Barco soldiers desperately tried to halt the advancing nightmare. Roman ignored every one of them. His objective had never changed: the flare. The magical siege weapon had to fall. Watching from the rear was Berga, commander of the Berga mercenary company. His eyes narrowed. Could that young man really be Roman Dmitri? The bounty attached to this campaign was enormous. The future of his entire company depended on victory. Realizing the situation, Burga decided to settle things personally. He stepped forward and crossed blades with Roman. Burga wasn't an ordinary mercenary. He was recognized throughout the Kingdom of Cairo as a rank A warrior, unlike rank B mercenaries. Rank A could only be reached after awakening aura. He was a genuine 2-star aura knight, yet the moment his sword collided with Salamander, he immediately sensed something terrifying. It was as though his strength meant nothing. Roman answered with a lightning-fast counterattack. Burga barely managed to retreat while desperately defending himself. Only then did he realize his opponent was on an entirely different level. Moments later, Roman severed the head of the rank A mercenary. The entire exchange lasted only seconds. Silence swept across the battlefield. The mercenaries stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Roman's soldiers erupted with renewed morale. The Barco commander roared for everyone to kill that bastard immediately. Others shouted back that protecting the commander came first. Roman never even looked at them. His eyes settled on the flare. He recognized it as a product of magic, a power unknown in Murim. But that changed nothing. Activating the divine art of the heavenly demon, he unleashed the first form of the demon's sword technique. Darkness wrapped around the blade. One flawless slash split through the massive siege weapon. The flare shattered cleanly in two. Its magical circle collapsed instantly. The weapon was destroyed. Roman raised his voice across the battlefield. He ordered every Lawrence soldier to listen carefully. Roman Dmitri had personally destroyed the Barco family's siege weapon. Cheers exploded across the battlefield. The Lawrence soldiers regained their fighting spirit, watching from the walls. Flora stared in disbelief. He had actually done it. With their greatest weapon gone, the Barcos had no choice but to retreat. Amid the fighting, Chris unknowingly began changing the way he used aura, instead of releasing it recklessly. He compressed it exactly as Roman had taught. Immediately, his mana consumption dropped despite the intensity of combat. People once mocked him for copying Roman's methods. Now, he finally understood. His lord had been right from the beginning. Following Roman wasn't just making him stronger. It was changing the very foundation of his swordsmanship. Looking around, Chris noticed something else. Everyone was exhausted. Every one of the 30 soldiers had reached their limits. Yet, not a single one had been abandoned, not one suffered life-threatening injuries. Now he understood why Roman selected them personally. There was only one reason they had all survived, the terrifying monster leading from the front, Roman Dmitri. After the battle ended, Roman looked over his men. He praised them for surviving. Their task there was complete. When they entered Lawrence territory once again, they were welcomed like heroes. Inside the castle, Roman received endless praise. Baron Lawrence couldn't help feeling regret. It truly was unfortunate that events had unfolded the way they had, even during their first meeting. He sensed Roman wasn't ordinary. Destroying the flare alone proved a level of talent beyond imagination. House Dmitri hadn't raised an idiot. They had raised a tiger. Had fate chosen differently, that tiger might have become his own son-in-law, but some opportunities never returned. The Baron stepped forward and warmly extended his hand. He was genuinely glad to see Roman again. Roman accepted the greeting with calm dignity. Later, inside a private chamber, Flora personally thanked him. She admitted Lawrence hadn't performed as effective bait. Even so, Roman still came without hesitation. She expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Roman simply answered that he had fulfilled his side of their agreement. Lawrence had done exactly what he expected. Still, Flora insisted she owed him, as the representative of House Lawrence. She wanted to repay that debt, whatever he desired. She promised to stand beside him and help him obtain it. Roman quietly accepted if she truly wished to repay him. He wouldn't refuse. Soon afterward, they gathered in the conference room. Roman sat beside Baron Lawrence, Flora, and the other nobles. Many believed this was the perfect chance to end the conflict diplomatically. The Barcos still possessed a powerful army. Continuing the war only invited unnecessary danger. Perhaps negotiations had become the wiser choice. Listening to them, Roman thought they all shared the same weakness. They were herbivores. The moment pressure appeared, their instinct was always to retreat. Eventually, even the Baron agreed with the other nobles. Roman's assistance had saved them once, but they couldn't rely on miracles forever. Perhaps sending a diplomatic envoy immediately was the safest decision. Before anyone could finalize that choice, Roman asked to speak. The entire room fell silent. He rose from his seat and calmly explained the reality. House Barco was drowning beneath overwhelming debt. Unless they seized Lawrence territory, they could never repay the enormous loan. Even if their harbor burned to ashes, nothing would change if Lawrence sent a messenger now. The only thing likely to return would be the messenger's severed head outside the castle. Soldiers were still carrying away the dead. Roman asked whether no one found that sight unacceptable. To him, Barco had already crossed the line. The world needed to witness exactly what happened to anyone arrogant enough to attack House Lawrence. The Baron sighed. Everyone understood the situation. But overwhelming military strength couldn't simply be ignored. Roman's eyes sharpened like those of a hunting beast. There was only one answer: cornered herbivores always became prey. Elsewhere, the Barco commander fumed with rage. Roman Dimitri's interference had completely ruined his plans. Back inside the conference room, Roman revealed the solution: a warrior's battle. A sacred duel between representatives of both families. Each side could field up to 3 warriors. The ritual would be conducted under strict rules. An impartial judge sent by the central government would supervise everything. Only after the judge's command would combat begin. The Baron was stunned. It had been years since anyone proposed such a battle. House Barco possessed deep connections with the central government. No one could predict what terrifying expert they might recruit. Roman acknowledged those concerns, then without hesitation, he declared absolute confidence. Victory was guaranteed. The Baron searched his face. Was he truly certain? Roman answered that if victory was within reach, no strategy surpassed a warrior's battle. Barco would almost certainly place their 3-star knight in the opening match. Roman himself would become Lawrence's first representative. Whether his opponent was the Barco knight or an outside master, the result would remain the same: he would win. Still, winning only one duel accomplished nothing. The remaining matches also mattered for the third battle. He nominated Chris, a 2-star knight blessed with extraordinary talent, someone capable of defeating even a 3-star opponent. With that lineup, wasn't the advantage clearly theirs? If Lawrence claimed victory, their honor would be fully restored. Finally, Roman turned toward Flora. He quietly asked what choice she intended to make. She remembered the promise she made earlier. She also understood exactly what Roman was offering. He wasn't merely helping. He was placing himself on the front line to eliminate every unpredictable variable. At that moment, she fully realized how dangerous Roman Dimitri truly was. Without hesitation, she voiced her support. The warriors' battle would proceed, with both sides agreeing. The challenge was officially accepted. The message was delivered 1 week later. The sacred duel was prepared. On the appointed day, the presiding judge introduced himself, Count Ardes. He declared the warriors' battle a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla. Regardless of victory or defeat, both sides were bound to honor their oath. Anyone who violated the rules would disgrace the kingdom of Cairo itself, and would face judgment accordingly. Now, each family was ordered to present the 3 warriors who would fight on behalf of their land. Meanwhile, the Barco commander appeared completely relaxed. He sat comfortably, drinking wine and chatting as though the outcome had already been decided. Watching him, Roman quietly spoke. The order of their warriors needed to change. Baron Lawrence looked puzzled. The lineup had already been finalized a week ago. Why alter it now? Roman calmly explained. That delay itself was the answer. Every additional day increased the crushing interest on Barco's loan. Yet despite carrying such enormous pressure, they showed no anxiety whatsoever. That alone meant something behind the scenes had changed. Roman noticed something unusual almost immediately. The Barco representatives were chatting comfortably with officials from the central government, laughing together like old acquaintances. Baron Lawrence frowned. That kind of confidence meant only one thing: they had likely hired an incredibly powerful outside champion. Roman shifted his gaze toward the opposing camp. One knight sat there asleep in his chair. Even so, Roman quietly observed him without looking away. The Baron asked what exactly Roman intended to change. Their original strategy had been simple. Roman would secure the first victory. A Lawrence knight would fight second. Chris would finish the final match. Roman calmly rejected the plan. They would reverse the order. Chris would fight first. Both the Baron and Flora froze in disbelief. Then Roman revealed the rest. He would step into the second match himself. Against whatever hidden trump card the Barcos had prepared, this would no longer be a battle of narrow victory. It would become complete domination. Soon the first duel began. Chris stood across from Jansen, a 3-star knight. Many spectators recognized him as Captain Jonathan's disciple. But recognition wasn't enough. He still possessed only 2 stars. Almost no one believed he could win. Chris remained calm. He already understood something important. Anyone who wished to become stronger had to abandon comfort. That was the reason he chose to follow Roman. The judge raised his hand. The duel began as expected. Jansen attacked first. His opening strike exploded forward with terrifying speed and overwhelming force. Chris avoided it in that instant. He remembered the lesson Roman had engraved into him. Power meant nothing if it failed to land. Chris relied on speed, short, precise, efficient steps. Not a single movement was wasted. He wasn't searching for dozens of openings. He needed only one. Jansen charged again, now visibly irritated. His enormous 3-star aura erupted with overwhelming pressure. This time, Chris knew dodging alone wouldn't be enough. Roman's teaching surfaced once more. He abandoned the conventional methods of this world. Releasing aura recklessly wasn't true strength. Roman had demonstrated that overwhelming power could exist within the smallest amount of mana. Chris compressed everything. Every trace of aura gathered into a razor-thin line along the edge of his sword. When the perfect opportunity appeared, He struck. The duel ended instantly. Jansen's head separated from his body. Silence swept over the arena. Before the crowd erupted, people shouted Chris's name. Many simply stood frozen. Even Chris struggled to believe what had happened. He had defeated a 3-star knight, watching quietly. Roman merely smiled faintly, then motioned for the next fighter across the arena. The Barco commander was stunned. His entire strategy had depended on ending the battle during the second round. Now, everything rested on the third. Even so, he wasn't afraid, because his true trump card had yet to appear. A lone mercenary slowly rose from his seat and entered the arena. He introduced himself, Hameros of House Barco. The reaction was immediate. Shock spread throughout the audience. Many couldn't believe he was actually there. Hameros wasn't an ordinary mercenary. He was a wandering ranker, one of the continent's strongest warriors, ranked 49th. He accepted this battle only because the guild master personally requested it. The rankers originated from the Valhalla Empire, inside the great sacred hall where every legendary battle was recorded. The names of the strongest became immortal, eventually. The Temple of Valhalla selected the continent's 100 rankers. They became the ultimate symbol of martial power. Baron Lawrence turned pale. No one in the Kingdom of Cairo failed to recognize Hameros. The wandering swordsman had built his reputation by traveling endlessly and challenging powerful warriors wherever he went. Among the spectators, whispers spread rapidly. He had already defeated the warrior ranked 30th. Recently, he even advanced to the 4th star. The moment Roman heard everything, he understood this was Barco's true weapon for the first time in a long while. Roman felt genuine anticipation. His opponent had concealed his strength, but no one here knew Roman's true power either. Finally, he had found someone worthy of testing himself against, someone who until now had existed only within history books. Flora suddenly grabbed Roman's arm. She asked if he had completely lost his mind. The opponent was Hameros, ranked 49th on the entire continent, a man capable of competing with those near the top 30. Did Roman truly intend to challenge someone like that? At the very least, he should pray someone survived long enough to reach the next round. Meanwhile, Hameros looked directly at Roman. Immediately, he recognized something familiar. The man before him was also a predator. Flora desperately tried one last time. This unexpected threat should be handled by someone else. Another knight could take the fight. There was no reason for Roman to throw his life away. Roman quietly removed her hand. He didn't owe anyone an explanation. He simply told her not to stand in his way. Then, he entered the arena, standing proudly before everyone. He introduced himself, Roman Dimitri, representative of House Lawrence. Slowly, he drew Salamander. Hameros studied the sword. Anyone capable of destroying a flare should at least possess the strength of a high-ranking knight. Still, he couldn't imagine needing to exert himself against someone beneath him. Soon, he intended to challenge warriors within the top 30. The duel began. Hameros moved first. His speed became a blur. A radiant slash crashed against Salamander, but it wasn't real, only a feint. He instantly shifted behind Roman, attempting a killing blow. Interesting, Roman reacted. As their blades collided repeatedly, Hameros asked what kind of swordsmanship Roman was using. Roman barely answered. He had waited far too long for a worthy fight. Unfortunately, his opponent continued underestimating him. Smiling slightly, Hameros unleashed even greater strength. His 3rd-star aura exploded outward to its absolute limit. The pressure alone forced nearby spectators backward. Facing that overwhelming display, Roman felt only disappointment. If this was the strength of rank 49, there was no reason to continue playing. The crushing aura had absolutely no effect on him. Instead, Roman advanced one slow, steady, unshakable step after another. He calmly told Hameros to block the next strike if he could. Darkness gathered around Salamander. Roman invoked his demonic technique. Instantly, Hameros felt the world change. Everything became black and white. Time itself seemed frozen. Mana moved in a way completely beyond his understanding. Before he could react, Roman's blade descended. Celestial demonic art. 3rd movement. Blackout. As the strike completed, Roman's white hair returned to black. Hameros had accepted this mission only because his guild master requested it. He normally rejected assignments after becoming a mercenary. This single favor would become his last. The rising star of Cairo. The man expected to climb even higher among the rankers fell where he stood, dead. Roman looked down calmly. The man never reached the summit, yet his arrogance had already surpassed it. Compared to Murim, this world remained insignificant. Murim was filled with countless martial monsters. Every mountain concealed another master. Carelessness there meant only one thing, death. The standards of this world simply couldn't compare. Roman turned toward the judge. The result should be announced. Still unable to process what he had witnessed, the judge finally declared the outcome. The second match belonged to Roman Dimitri, representative of House Lawrence. The arena erupted. Many still questioned whether Hameros had truly died. Watching from the sidelines, Chris silently witnessed the true depth of his lord's strength. Had Roman already possessed such terrifying power during their first duel, or had he grown this much in such a short time? Back then, could Roman already have defeated someone like Homeros after defeating Jansen? Chris briefly believed he might someday surpass his master. Now, he realized how foolish that dream had been. With Roman's victory, House Lawrence had technically secured the warriors' battle. There was no longer any need for further bloodshed, however. The judge reminded everyone that this remained a sacred ritual. Although both families had the right to alter the fighting order, the third match still had to be completed. Only after the final duel would the ceremony officially end. The Barco commander couldn't understand anything. Homeros, a 4-star knight, a warrior who stood far above everyone present. How had he lost? For a brief moment, he even wondered whether someone had sent them a fake Homeros. Nothing about this made sense. One of his aides suggested sending another elite warrior. The commander immediately refused. He had no intention of sacrificing more valuable fighters. Instead, he ordered Benson forward. Benson, the very same starless knight Roman had repeatedly slapped for attacking Kevin. Even so, Barco selected him as their final representative. Most spectators didn't even recognize his name. He was practically unknown. The moment Kevin saw Benson enter the arena, he stepped toward Roman. His eyes burned with determination. He asked for permission to fight. Roman remained silent for a moment. In a world where only the strong survived, defeat often meant death. Even without a single star, Benson remained dangerous for someone like Kevin. Perhaps the boy simply wished to prove he deserved to stand beside him. In the end, Roman nodded. Kevin confidently declared he would return before anyone even noticed he was gone. Meanwhile, Benson was terrified inside. His father had also been a knight. He joined House Barco believing it guaranteed a bright future. Now, if that same family had pushed him toward certain death, then he noticed his opponent, just a boy, for the first time that day. He laughed. Perhaps fate hadn't abandoned him after all. He mocked Kevin, convinced luck had finally returned to his side. To him, the duel was merely two abandoned nobodies facing each other. Kevin answered without emotion. He wasn't fighting as Kevin. He was simply the sword that protected his lord. Those words only enraged Benson. He launched forward with overwhelming force. The gap in raw strength was obvious, yet despite that difference, Kevin remained anything but harmless. Kevin spotted a single opening and lunged forward, his blade nearly reaching Benson's throat. But the opportunity came at a cost. A savage kick slammed into his body, sending him crashing across the arena as blood spilled from his mouth. Watching from the sidelines, Chris immediately understood the gap between them. The difference in strength was overwhelming. He couldn't understand why Roman had allowed Kevin to enter what looked like certain death. The fight dragged on. Blow after blow rained down on Kevin. He was being completely overpowered, barely finding any chance to strike back. Then, something inside him awakened. A violent bloodlust surged through his body. Revenge consumed his thoughts. He remembered the illusion created by his lord. The moment Roman sliced his own hand and allowed the demonic spirit art to seep into his mind, forcing a demon into his very soul. Now, Kevin released that demon. His senses sharpened instantly. He moved less like a man, and more like a wild beast. A furious voice echoed inside his mind, screaming that his head had almost been split apart, that the enemy had to pay. He wanted only one thing, to become a sword worthy of Roman, a sword even more valuable than Chris. The storm raging inside finally exploded. For the first time, Kevin activated the demonic spirit art. Dark aura burst from him like a demon breaking free. His blade tore straight through Benson's armor. The punches, the wounds, the pain, none of it mattered anymore. He had completely lost himself. Despair spread across Benson's face. The sword pierced him, then struck again and again and again. Blood flooded the arena until only a crimson rain remained. A short while later, Kevin calmly walked away from the battlefield. He knelt before Roman and quietly reported that he had returned victorious. Roman simply praised him. He had done well. Kevin smiled with innocent satisfaction. The warriors' battle ended with Lawrence claiming victory in all 3 matches, a flawless sweep, and at the center of that triumph stood one man, Roman Dmitri. As with every legend, rumors spread faster than truth itself. Stories mixed fact with exaggeration until no one could separate them anymore. Across the continent, people spoke his name. Inside taverns, travelers claimed Roman and his elite knights had utterly crushed House Barco. Others called him the savior of Lawrence. Some swore he slaughtered hundreds of enemies by himself after charging through their rear ranks. Others insisted he destroyed the flare with a single swing of his sword. Everyone agreed on one thing: without Roman, House Lawrence would have vanished. Before long, people no longer called him merely Roman Dmitri. They called him a hero. Children began playing games where they pretended to become the hero of Lawrence, Roman Dmitri. And little by little, another heroic legend attached itself to his growing name. Some time later, inside Barco Castle, the regent sat in despair. Everything had fallen apart. The crushing debt owed to the Golden Bank still remained. The promised payment to the mercenary guild also had to be honored. In reality, House Barco was bankrupt. He bitterly remembered how nobles once bowed before Barco, one of the greatest houses in the north. Now, those same people acted as though Barco never existed. If Roman Dmitri hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened. In the regent's eyes, every disaster traced back to that one man. Roman had violated a rule that every noble understood. Even so, one final option remained, one last chance to save House Barco. Several days later, the regent summoned numerous nobles to a formal meeting before discussing business. He thanked those he called the true nobles for answering his invitation. The guests quickly demanded he get to the point. The regent didn't waste time. Every aristocratic war required a legitimate cause. Barco's campaign against Lawrence possessed official justification. Their objective had been recognized. Lawrence was being punished for debts inherited from its ancestors. Even the central government acknowledged that reason. Roman Dmitri, however, had intervened without presenting any lawful cause. Because of that surprise attack, Barco lost the flair. Worse still, none of Lawrence's officially designated warriors had participated during Roman's initial assault. Nothing about his intervention followed noble law. What possible reason did Roman have? The marriage alliance had already been dissolved. He was no longer connected to House Lawrence. Legally, he was a complete outsider. The regent declared that Roman had crossed every acceptable boundary. Several nobles who already held resentment toward House Dmitri quickly supported the accusation. They agreed Roman possessed no legitimate justification. The regent believed that was enough. If House Dmitri could be forced to accept responsibility and pay compensation, perhaps Barco could still survive the debts owed to both the Golden Bank and the Mercenary Guild. Then, without warning, Roman entered the meeting. He calmly walked into the hall and remarked that everyone seemed to have gathered because of him. Since so many complaints surrounded his name, he decided to hear them personally. He wished to answer the Viscount of Barco directly. Earlier, when Roman announced he intended to visit Barco alone, Chris strongly opposed the idea. From his perspective, it bordered on suicide. The Viscount viewed Roman as his greatest enemy. Avoiding Barco altogether would have been far wiser. Roman simply answered that once he chose a path, he never stopped halfway. The hostility toward him was already obvious, and Barco now stood at its weakest point. It was the perfect moment to extinguish resentment before it could grow into something far more dangerous. So, he rode there alone. The instant Roman entered the hall, the Viscount's fury became impossible to hide. An unproven heir from House Dmitri, a mere baron, had dared to walk into his presence despite the enormous difference in rank. The Viscount coldly declared that Roman clearly knew nothing about aristocratic law, so he would educate him personally. No noble had the right to interfere in another family's war without proper cause. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Cairo, a family first established legitimate justification, received approval from the central government, only then declared territorial war. Those procedures existed to protect the honor of every noble house. Ignorance was no excuse. Roman's reckless actions could drag the entire Dmitri family into disgrace. Silence filled the chamber. Roman patiently waited. After several long seconds, he calmly asked whether the Viscount had finished speaking. Then, he began explaining his own side. House Lawrence and House Dmitri had indeed arranged a political marriage. Many now dismissed him as a worthless fool. But very few people knew why that engagement truly ended. It wasn't because of scandals or rumors involving women. The real reason was Anthony Barco. Roman revealed that Anthony threatened him during a party hosted by House Barco. At the time, Roman still considered Anthony a friend and attended because he was preparing to marry into House Lawrence. Instead, he walked straight into a trap. By the time he understood what happened, he found himself alone inside a room with Emily Barco. Anthony used that staged situation to blackmail him into abandoning the marriage. Everything had been carefully planned from the beginning. Soft whispers immediately spread throughout the hall. For the first time, suspicion shifted toward House Barco. Roman remembered an important lesson from his previous life. The moment someone openly accepted their weakness, it stopped being a weakness. The Viscount laughed with open contempt. Did Roman truly expect anyone to believe such nonsense? Everyone already knew the kind of worthless man he used to be. Trying to rewrite history now was pathetic. Roman had expected exactly that response. So, he calmly presented a second reason for interfering. Anthony Barco had crossed the line with Flora, his own fiancée. That incident ultimately forced the engagement to be cancelled. Roman simply asked whether the Viscount intended to deny that as well. If necessary, Flora Lawrence herself could confirm everything. Anthony once trapped Roman using deception. Roman merely answered with another carefully crafted narrative. He declared that every action he took had been done solely under the name Roman Dmitri. House Dmitri never officially entered the conflict. He sought revenge only for what had been done to Flora. Then he asked everyone present a simple question. Was that not reason enough? In one move, The foundation of Barco's accusation collapsed. Roman had established a personal motive. Now uncertainty filled the minds of every noble present. The Viscount immediately realized that continuing the original argument served no purpose. He needed time. He reluctantly stated that although he didn't fully believe Roman's claims, they could investigate the matter another day. Roman didn't allow the conversation to drift. He presented two choices. The first, punish Anthony Barco appropriately for his personal actions and end everything there. The second, allow the matter to grow into open conflict between the two great families if the wrong decision was made. Roman would return home and tell Baron Romero everything. House Barco understood exactly what that meant. They could never survive a direct war against House Dimitri. It would end in complete destruction. The Viscount quickly changed his tone. He insisted the dispute between Anthony and Roman remained personal and shouldn't drag their families into war. Anthony would kneel, apologize, and settle everything peacefully. Roman immediately rejected the idea. He had never asked Anthony to kneel, since when did the offender have the right to choose his own punishment? Not long afterward, the Viscount informed Anthony that he would resolve the matter through a trial duel. Anthony completely lost his composure. He begged his father not to leave his life in someone else's hands. Roman would never allow him to walk away alive. The Viscount silenced him immediately. Anthony was the eldest son of House Barco, the future successor. His life no longer belonged solely to him. It belonged to the entire family. The Viscount ordered him to accept reality and remember this humiliation for the rest of his life. At the very least, the Viscount believed his son should be ready to lose an arm. Leaving Anthony collapsed on the floor, still begging for mercy, he walked away without another word. The day of the trial duel finally arrived. Even surrounded by Barco nobles and standing before his own father, Anthony couldn't stop trembling. Desperately searching for a way out, he pleaded with Roman. He claimed he had genuinely loved Flora. When he learned about the marriage, he had simply lost his senses. He apologized for everything, insisting he had never truly intended to destroy Roman. They had once been friends. The moment Roman drew Salamander, Anthony completely broke. He begged for his life, swearing that if spared just once, he would spend the rest of his days repaying that kindness. The nobles watching were filled with disgust. Even the Viscount looked upon his own son with growing contempt. Roman calmly asked what it truly meant to repay someone for the rest of one's life. How exactly could Anthony compensate for everything he had done? Could any apology erase those crimes? House Barco had already fallen into ruin. Then Roman asked the question that silenced everyone. Why should he forgive someone who had deliberately humiliated him and attempted to destroy his life through such a despicable scheme? By the time the Viscount realized Roman had already made his decision, it was too late. Without a trace of hesitation, Roman stepped forward. His sword pierced Anthony's abdomen in one clean, merciless thrust. In that instant, he wasn't merely Roman Dimitri. He was once again Baek Jung-hyuk, the man who survived endless assassination attempts from his own brothers in a single night, and answered each betrayal by personally driving his blade through every one of them. Long ago, the 12th son of the heavenly demon had once criticized Baek Jung-hyuk. He said Baek possessed one fatal flaw. Once he labeled someone an enemy, he pursued their complete destruction without offering even the smallest chance for redemption. According to him, that merciless nature would eventually become his greatest weakness. Baek Jung-hyuk had acknowledged those words. His brother wasn't only powerful, he was also compassionate enough to accept defeated enemies. Even so, Baek never intended to change, massacring anyone who threatened the life he chose to live. That was the reason he survived the brutal depths of the demonic cult, and that was exactly how he intended to keep living, because only death erased every possible variable. That same conviction guided Roman now. His blade nearly split Anthony Barco in two. Anthony's death shocked everyone present, especially the Viscount. He stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Roman calmly asked whether there was any problem. A criminal dying during a trial duel. Wasn't that perfectly normal? Consumed by rage, the Viscount screamed, demanding to know what Roman had done. He ordered every knight present to kill the demon who murdered his son. Yet, not a single knight dared step forward. The Viscount shouted that Roman had planned everything from the beginning. He deliberately arrived alone because he never intended to negotiate. Roman answered that he couldn't even tolerate breathing the same air as House Barco. From the moment Anthony chose to threaten him, this outcome had already become inevitable. Those were simply the consequences of Anthony's own actions. Roman then looked across every noble gathered there. If anyone still wished to stand beside House Barco, they would stand against him as well. The Viscount demanded to know whether Roman truly believed he could leave safely. Roman simply replied that escaping wasn't necessary. From that day onward, he would personally keep his eyes on House Barco, and he would continue striking them until nothing remained. With those words, he turned his back and walked away as though nothing unusual had happened. Only then did the Barco family fully realize they had provoked the one person they never should have challenged. Several days later, unable to repay the enormous debt owed to the Golden Bank, the Vic Count attempted to flee under the cover of darkness. His escape never succeeded. His body was discovered on a lonely hillside nearby. Thus, the mighty House Barco, once powerful enough to dominate the entire Northeast, came to a miserable end that very night. Hans found Roman quietly returning home, his clothes stained with blood. Roman casually remarked that the moon looked especially beautiful. He claimed he'd simply gone for a walk and asked whether that was somehow a problem. Later, while gathering Roman's bloodied clothes, Hans admitted everyone had been deeply worried. Nothing made him happier than seeing his young master finally receive the recognition he deserved, but Roman constantly placed himself in impossible situations. Hans could no longer hide his concern. He pleaded with Roman to value his own life more. Roman reminded Hans of something he had already said before. Hans was one of his people. Roman remembered Baekjunghyuk, the heavenly demon who drowned battlefields beneath oceans of blood, yet followed one unbreakable rule: protect everyone beneath his banner. To him, one subordinate carried greater value than hundreds, or even thousands, of enemies. Roman quietly promised Hans that he would protect every person who followed him. In return, Hans only needed to promise one thing: never throw his own life away. That alone would be enough. While the collapse of House Barco shook the Northeast, House Milo organized a grand social gathering. Helena Milo noticed that many noblewomen who once openly supported Barco had suddenly appeared at the event. The political wind had changed. House Dmitri had become the new center of power, and House Milo, having stood beside Dmitri from the very beginning, intended to make full use of that opportunity. Among the honored guests was Lyanna Dmitri, Roman's mother, and Baron Romero's wife. Unlike her husband, Lyanna possessed extraordinary political talent. For years, she carefully nurtured alliances among the noble ladies, quietly building a powerful network that strengthened House Dmitri. Without those hidden efforts, Barco's influence might have crushed their family long ago. During the gathering, Lyanna warmly thanked everyone for attending. She explained that families sharing the same region needed to understand one another, especially now that the Northeast would move in a new direction. She admitted their paths hadn't always aligned, but circumstances had changed. It was time to establish a new center, although she never stopped smiling. Every sentence carried hidden meaning. With elegant precision, she gently reopened the wounds of those who once sided with Barco while simultaneously extending kindness. It was political warfare disguised as courtesy. Later, Helena quietly asked Lyanna what she thought of her daughter Veronica. Roman was already 25. Surely it was time for him to marry and begin thinking about the future. She insisted she wasn't speaking only because Veronica was her own daughter. She truly believed the young woman would make an excellent wife. Before Lyanna could answer, another noblewoman interrupted. Hadn't Veronica already received a proposal from another family? Helena silently cursed the interruption. Those aristocratic vipers never wasted an opportunity to provoke each other. Meanwhile, Lyanna calmly sipped her tea as though none of it mattered. For 6 long years, Roman had been viewed as nothing more than trouble within noble society. Being the eldest son while lacking any chance to inherit only made matters worse. But everything had changed. His strength alone, already worthy of a 4-star knight, made him one of the most desirable young men in the kingdom. The burden had become a prize. Lyanna politely thanked Helena for the generous offer. However, she made one thing perfectly clear: Roman had already sacrificed enough. She wanted no more political marriages. This time, she wished for her son to marry someone he genuinely loved. With a single statement, every noblewoman present understood the message. The woman who captured Roman's heart first would become his bride. Elsewhere, late into the night, Flora remained alone inside the library. She now understood something she had ignored for far too long. Without strength, no one survived in that world. Realistically, House Lawrence should have fallen to House Barco, perhaps enduring until winter might have created a slim chance. But reality had proven much harsher. Too many unexpected variables existed. Roman alone had predicted every one of them, and acted without hesitation. Flora quietly wondered how someone could become like him. The thought embarrassed her. Her face flushed red. She immediately tried to deny it. She reminded herself that she disliked him. He was arrogant, self-centered, almost unbearable. Yet no matter how often she repeated those words, she couldn't stop wondering who Roman Dmitri truly was, or how he had become so overwhelmingly strong, needing fresh air. She stepped outside. The engagement had already ended. They shared no connection anymore. There was no reason they should ever meet again. Just then, her younger sister Sylvia approached. After hearing several unexpected remarks, Flora immediately went to find her father. She demanded to know why House Lawrence was preparing to attend a gathering hosted by House Dmitri. More importantly, why hadn't anyone told her? Baron Lawrence smiled gently. The recent war had changed his perspective. Flora had displayed judgment far beyond anything he expected. She solved problems that even he couldn't imagine overcoming. Bringing Roman Dmitri onto the battlefield had saved their entire family. He admitted that he had underestimated her. That mistake would never happen again. From now on, he intended to support whatever path she chose. He also promised something else. Never again would he force her to sacrifice herself for the family's benefit. She was finally free to pursue her own dreams. Flora was genuinely moved by his words. Even so, she still wanted to attend the party. She pointed out that Sylvia had already received an invitation. Surely, her father had another motive. After a brief silence, the Baron admitted the truth. He had been acting out of selfish ambition. Flora immediately understood. Her father was considering Sylvia as a possible match for Roman. The thought lingered in her mind. If attending the gathering also allowed her to repay the debt she owed Roman, then she would go as well. This time, she would stand beside her sister at House Dimitri's party. The Baron gently told Flora that there was no need for her to attend if she didn't wish to. In truth, he had arranged everything specifically so she would never have to face Roman again. Even so, Flora quietly declared that she would accompany Sylvia. If nothing else, she could at least act as her guide. Far away in the capital of the Kingdom of Cairo, inside the sacred temple of Valhalla, one of the priests heard an unbelievable rumor. A 25-year-old noble from a remote territory had supposedly killed a 4-star Aura knight with a single strike. It sounded impossible. Yet, if even part of that story was true, then a monstrous genius had just appeared. The priest decided to investigate personally. His name was Willis, one of Valhalla's priests responsible for evaluating the continent's rankers. Later that afternoon, the long-awaited party at House Dimitri finally began. Young noblewomen arrived well before sunset. Each one wore elegant dresses, glittering jewelry, and flawless smiles, carefully prepared for the occasion. Sylvia looked around with obvious disappointment. Dimitri really was exactly as the rumors described. Everywhere she looked, there were forges, coal, smoke, and mountains of iron. No wonder people called it the land of blacksmiths. She couldn't understand how anyone could enjoy living there. To her, it almost seemed as though the Lord of Dimitri had no appreciation for beauty or art. Flora silently watched her younger sister. Sylvia's father was the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence and had settled in the capital as a wealthy merchant. Compared to the glamorous capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri were little more than rural territories, so Flora wasn't surprised by Sylvia's reaction. As they continued walking, a line of miners emerged from the pits, laughing together after finishing their work. Several noble ladies immediately frowned. They complained about the dirt covering the workers. Miners shouldn't be walking openly through noble streets. According to them, that was exactly what was wrong with House Dimitri. Flora ignored every one of those malicious comments. Then, as one miner walked past, she suddenly froze. It was Roman. Moments later, Hans hurried over in complete panic. He couldn't believe the young master had returned looking like that. Working inside the mines was one thing. Coming back covered head to toe in soot and dust was another. Roman's face, his clothes, everything was black with grime. Hans immediately began wiping him clean with a handkerchief, only to discover the cloth itself had turned completely black. Roman lightly stopped him. That was enough. There was no need to continue. The instant the noble ladies realized that the filthy miner was actually Roman Dimitri, their expressions completely changed. Moments earlier they had looked down on him. Now, their eyes sparkled like hunters who had finally spotted perfect prey. Sylvia smiled inwardly. The opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Roman was even more impressive than the rumors suggested. His physique was exceptional, strong, refined, exactly what she imagined from the future heir of House Dimitri. Still, she couldn't understand one thing. Why would someone of his status willingly work inside a mine? Perhaps it was some kind of succession trial, or maybe his recent achievements during the war had elevated his standing within the family. Confidently, Sylvia told the other noble ladies it was time to introduce themselves. She approached Roman gracefully, introducing herself as Sylvia Lawrence. She sincerely thanked him for helping their family during the recent war. She also admitted he was nothing like the rumors had described. Roman answered with complete simplicity. Yes, he was Roman Dimitri. Then he called Hans, turned around, and walked away without giving the conversation another second of attention. Watching the scene, Flora couldn't stop herself from smiling. Some things really never changed. As they walked away, Hans quietly pointed out that those young women were guests attending the party. Could the young master not have shown at least a little courtesy? Roman calmly replied that he would have, if they had deserved it. The moment they mocked the miners of Dimitri, they lost any right to receive his respect. Hans then asked another question. How much longer did Roman intend to keep working inside the mines? Baron Romero had never forced him to do any of this, yet Roman had willingly spent day after day digging alongside the workers. Roman explained that the true roots of House Dimitri had always been the forge. But there was another reason. The iron pulled from those mountains, covered in the sweat and blood of countless workers, eventually became the magnificent weapons and armor that carried the Dimitri name. That was the true foundation of their family. Understanding that through words alone wasn't enough, He needed to experience it himself. Only by working beside those miners could he truly understand them. Only then could he genuinely empathize with the people who built House Dimitri from the ground up. Hans quietly lowered his head. The young master had changed more than anyone realized, moved by those words. He silently vowed to clean every speck of dirt from Roman with absolute perfection. Elsewhere, Chris continued training Roman's 30 personal soldiers. They had survived the war against House Barco. More importantly, every one of them remained loyal. Roman personally taught them the fundamental techniques of the heavenly demon cult, swordsmanship, azure cultivation, treasures of martial knowledge capable of awakening their true potential, watching their progress. Roman acknowledged they finally possessed a proper foundation. But it still wasn't enough. Strength alone could never rule the world. He also needed an intelligence network, eyes and ears capable of uncovering every secret. The problem, building such an organization demanded both wealth and manpower, resources he still lacked. Roman then called Chris over. He asked how the soldiers were progressing. Chris confidently reported excellent results. Everyone trained with remarkable dedication. Their growth exceeded expectations. Roman nodded. It was time for Chris to receive something new. Unlike the others, Chris had followed him from the very beginning. He had earned this reward. Roman admitted it wouldn't be easy. Chris already possessed a complete understanding of swordsmanship. Accepting an entirely different philosophy would challenge everything he knew. Even so, the time had finally come. Roman decided to pass down the lightning sword technique. Long ago, the lightning sword ruled Murim. It belonged to one of the 10 heavenly masters. Now, that legendary art would become Chris's as evening arrived. Roman entered the banquet hall. Instantly, every eye turned toward him, elegantly dressed, calm, confident. He effortlessly became the center of attention. Several young noblewomen immediately approached. They complained that he had disappeared earlier before they could properly speak with him. Roman politely explained that he had only just finished his work for the day. Because of that, he wanted to at least arrive looking presentable. Sylvia laughed softly. She admitted she still found it difficult to believe all the stories surrounding him. After all, he was the future heir of a noble house. Yet he personally worked beside ordinary miners. She even wondered aloud whether marrying someone like him might change her own outlook on life. Roman smiled politely. The conversation continued naturally, with perfect manners, grace, and effortless charm. He entertained the noble ladies for quite some time. Eventually, he slipped away onto the balcony to enjoy the cool evening air. There, Flora found him with a faint smile. She remarked that he really was an excellent actor. Roman admitted that he had needed to play that role. Flora pointed out that she always believed he cared very little about maintaining relationships. Normally, that would have been true. Roman admitted as much, but this gathering wasn't his. It had been organized for his parents and their guests. That alone made it different. Besides, their own first meeting had happened in much the same way. Perhaps unexpected wasn't the correct word. Flora quietly acknowledged that he was right. Looking back, she realized she had treated him with nothing but disrespect. The more she learned, the more curious she became. What kind of life had shaped someone with such unwavering principles? Finally, she asked the question that had been bothering her. Why had the heir of House Dimitri willingly worked inside the mines? Roman answered with another question. How exactly had House Lawrence reached its current prosperity? Most people assumed fertile land alone explained everything. But that wasn't the truth. Lawrence rose through commerce by selling its harvest, making strategic trades, and expanding its business. That foundation eventually elevated the family. It even explained why the Viscount's younger brother became a successful merchant in the capital. Flora stared at him in surprise. Even she had only recently begun understanding her own family's true roots. Yet Roman already knew every detail. She asked what that had to do with House Dimitri. Roman calmly answered. The roots of Dimitri lay beneath the mountains. Without miners who dug through dirt every single day to extract iron ore, House Dimitri would have never become what it was. Anyone carrying the Dimitri name had a duty to understand that reality. Living alongside those workers wasn't beneath him. It was essential. Only then could he truly understand his own family. With that, Roman quietly remarked that he'd already spent enough time outside. It was time to return, left alone beneath the night sky. Flora finally reached a decision. Ever since the war, her heart had been clouded with uncertainty. Now, everything became clear. Several days later, she departed for the capital. On that day, the flower of House Lawrence finally stepped outside the greenhouse, ready to see the real world with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Jacob, the overseer of the iron mine, relaxed with a drink after another ordinary day. The mountain seemed endless, no matter how much ore they extracted. It never appeared to shrink so far. They had barely reached the outer layers. People even joked that House Dimitri could spend 20 years mining that mountain and still never exhaust its iron. Jacob believed every word of it. Nearby, Master Hendrik mentioned hearing rumors that Roman had personally worked inside the mines for 2 straight weeks. He found it strange how quiet everything had become afterward. Jacob blinked in surprise. Only then did he remember. Half a month earlier, the young master truly had entered the mines. At least, that was what everyone said. An old veteran miner named Morgan simply shook his head. In his opinion, Lord Dimitri had completely lost his mind if the heir truly needed to learn what hard work meant. That lesson should have started years ago, not now. According to Morgan, the Lord of House Dimitri only ever paid attention to the blacksmiths while the miners remained overlooked. The three heirs of the family had all been taught to forge steel from childhood, yet not one of them had ever learned how to mine iron. To him, that alone was proof enough. The people who laid the foundation of House Dimitri were treated differently from those who received its glory. Some of the miners felt Morgan was taking things too far, but he refused to back down. In his eyes, the mine was the true heart of Dimitri. Without it, there would be no forge, no weapons, no wealth. He believed Roman needed to experience firsthand just how brutal life beneath the mountain truly was. Not long afterward, Roman was introduced to the crew he would be working beside. Jacob immediately established one rule above all others inside the mine. Safety came first, safety came second, and even the third priority was still safety. With that finished, everyone quietly returned to work. No one paid special attention to Roman. They acted as though he were just another worker. Roman wasn't bothered in the slightest. That was exactly what he wanted. He had come to understand how these people lived, how much strength they possessed, and what he could eventually do for them. If he intended to lead House Dimitri one day, then he first needed to understand every part of it, surrounded by the deafening sound of tools striking stone. Among rough men covered in dust, Roman threw himself into the work, despite the harsh conditions. He quickly noticed how organized everything actually was. The miners distributed labor with remarkable fairness. Everyone carried an equal share. The safety procedures were equally impressive. Curious, Roman began asking questions. One miner explained that House Dimitri's reputation wasn't built solely on skilled blacksmiths. The iron ore itself possessed exceptional quality. That alone gave them an enormous advantage. Other territories suffered heavy losses while transporting raw materials. Dimitri handled extraction, processing, forging, and distribution entirely within its own borders. Every stage remained under their control. No wonder people called it a miraculous territory. Roman quietly reflected on everything he had learned. The state itself managed production from beginning to end, combined with the unmatched skill of its blacksmiths. House Dimitri earned greater profits than anyone else dealing in metal. For decades, that system quietly accumulated enormous wealth, far more than he originally imagined. Just then, Morgan interrupted. The mine wasn't a place for idle conversation. If the young master didn't intend to work, then he shouldn't distract everyone else. Roman simply nodded. He apologized without complaint, picked up another heavy sack, and silently returned to work. A full week passed. During one meal break, Roman realized something, even after working beside them every day. Almost nobody spoke to him first. They answered his questions politely, but always maintained a careful distance. Eventually, Morgan approached him. After quietly observing Roman all week, there was something he genuinely wanted to know. Why was the eldest son of House Dimitri working there? Not even Rodwell, the second son and the favorite to inherit the family, had ever stepped inside the mines. Yet Roman suddenly appeared claiming he wished to prepare himself as successor. Morgan admitted he originally assumed Roman was treating the work as some meaningless game, but after watching him, his opinion changed. Roman never complained. He worked harder than many experienced miners. He always completed his assigned tasks. His effort was genuine. One of the workers added another surprising detail. Baron Romero hadn't ordered Roman to come. He had chosen this himself. Roman smiled faintly. Then he asked Morgan one question. Did he want the ideal answer or the honest one? Morgan answered that he wanted both. Roman began with the ideal answer. House Dimitri existed because of its mines. Those tunnels supported countless families. Instead of understanding his people through reports and numbers, he wanted to experience their lives himself. Morgan asked whether that was truly necessary. Roman answered without hesitation. As long as he carried the Dimitri name, it was his responsibility. Morgan nodded. It was exactly the kind of answer any citizen hoped to hear from their future lord. Then Roman gave the realistic answer. He wasn't yet the master of House Dimitri. Everything the family possessed, every coin, every mine, every forge, still belonged to his father. That was why he came. He wanted to discover what he could personally contribute to House Dimitri. Only then could he earn his future share through his own merit. Morgan finally understood. This wasn't merely about succession. If Roman had started at the forge, perhaps it would have been nothing more than political strategy, but choosing the mines first proved he genuinely understood the importance of the people working there. His attitude completely changed. As the oldest veteran among the miners, Morgan promised to answer every question Roman had. From that moment onward, Roman bombarded him with endless questions, and Morgan answered every one honestly. Roman gradually uncovered astonishing truths. The iron mine beneath House Dimitri was the largest in the Kingdom of Cairo. possibly, the largest on the entire continent beyond the known borders. The veins stretched endlessly into unexplored lands, its wealth seemed limitless if fully developed. The profits could become equally endless. Even so, Morgan admitted the mine wasn't reaching its true potential. Safety always came first. Before miners could extract ore, every tunnel required careful inspection. Those precautions dramatically slowed production. Baron Romero invested enormous sums protecting his workers. Yet, mining remained one of the most dangerous professions in the kingdom. Earthquakes frequently struck the region. The moment Morgan finished speaking, the ground violently shook, everyone froze. What happened? One terrified miner shouted the answer. The 8th shaft had collapsed, someone was trapped inside. Panic immediately spread through the tunnels. Several workers wanted to run back to the city for reinforcements. Before anyone moved, Roman stepped forward. He declared that he was going down himself. Morgan immediately tried stopping him. Roman was the eldest son of House Dmitri if anything happened. They should first evaluate the collapse, then request help. Roman calmly shook his head. By the time reinforcements arrived, it would already be too late. Those carrying the Dmitri name had responsibilities they couldn't ignore. He promised everyone he would return, then ordered them to prepare everything necessary to rescue the injured miner the moment he came back, without wasting another second. Roman disappeared into the collapsed shaft. Not long afterward, he emerged carrying the trapped miner in his arms. Immediately, he began treating the man's injuries himself. Every bandage was applied quickly, firmly, and with practiced precision. Watching from nearby, Morgan realized Roman even possessed medical knowledge. After finishing the emergency treatment, Roman instructed everyone to take the injured miner directly to a physician. If a healing potion became necessary, he would personally pay the cost. Then, he addressed every miner present. Many people would simply accept accidents like today's as unavoidable, the fate of those working underground. After all, no amount of preparation could completely prevent disasters born from nature itself. Even so, Roman refused to accept that conclusion. There had to be another path, even if reaching it proved incredibly difficult. As someone carrying the Dmitri name, he intended to solve those problems by whatever means became necessary. It wouldn't happen overnight. Success would depend on everyone's efforts, but he promised they would reach that future together. When Roman finally returned home, Baron Romero immediately questioned whether he had been injured. He couldn't understand what Roman had been thinking. Even an aura swordsman couldn't overpower a collapsing mountain. This time, luck had saved him, but he had nearly lost a son. Romero admitted he wasn't speaking only as the head of House Dmitri, even if Roman weren't his child. He could never accept someone risking their own life so recklessly to save another. Roman answered calmly. He had only done what he believed was right. Even if time itself reversed, he would make exactly the same decision. Someone had been trapped inside that mine. Leaving them behind had never been an option. Even so, Romero firmly ordered him to stop working there. He still couldn't understand why Roman chose the mines in the first place. Had Roman wanted to train at the forge, he would have gladly supported it. Roman quietly explained, if he intended to understand every part of House Dmitri, there was only one place where he could begin. People praised the family's blacksmiths, but most citizens earned their living inside the mines. That reality couldn't be ignored. Romero then asked what Roman had learned during his time underground. Roman answered immediately. He had witnessed the hardships his people faced every single day. He saw how deeply his father cared about worker safety and treatment. That was why the miners respected Baron Romero so much. But despite every effort, mining remained incredibly dangerous. No one knew when an earthquake might collapse another tunnel. Accidents like today's guaranteed nobody would ever forget that truth. Romero quietly admitted he already understood all of that, but Roman himself had said it. Natural disasters couldn't be prevented. Roman disagreed. There was still one solution: magical artifacts. Romero appreciated the idea, but asked whether Roman understood the cost. Protecting an entire mining shaft with magical equipment would require an astronomical investment. Roman nodded. He already knew. Artifacts that created air shields weren't permanent. Even so, installing them would dramatically increase mining efficiency. Entire unexplored sections of the mountain could finally be developed safely. To Roman, that wasn't an expense, it was an investment. If greater profits eventually exceeded the initial cost, then the money had never truly been lost. With those additional profits, they could also hire dedicated safety inspectors, improve working conditions, and provide even better treatment for every miner. Romero stared at his son for a long moment. Roman wasn't speaking casually, he had already calculated everything. Finally, Romero asked the one question that truly mattered. How much money would this plan require? Because if they committed to it, Roman needed to be fully prepared for the possibility that the entire investment might fail. Back in Murim, a world where only strength and capability truly mattered, two organizations were feared above all others when it came to gathering information. One was the Beggar Sect, the other was the Vile Clan. The beggar sect collected secrets through countless members scattered across cities, quietly listening to conversations no one else noticed. The vile clan relied on ordinary people, messengers, waiters, servants, individuals everyone ignored, who constantly listened, remembered, and passed information upward. Roman's decision to begin in the mines instead of the forge wasn't random. Through the miners, he could naturally reach the overwhelming majority of House Dimitri citizens. Using his father's financial backing and a practical reason no one could question, he intended to build something resembling the old Vile clan, an organization devoted entirely to gathering intelligence throughout the territory. Even so, that alone would never be enough. His ambition extended far beyond the Northeast. He needed information flowing from every corner of the continent. The miners could collect rumors, but they weren't trained to organize intelligence. Someone had to connect every scattered piece into one complete picture. After that, the network would expand through Dimitri's merchants, whose trade routes stretched well beyond regional borders. For a task like that, only one man fit perfectly. Sometime after the war, Roman soldiers received unbelievable news. Chris announced that, by Roman's command, every one of them would be taught both a mana cultivation method and an advanced sword technique. There was only one expectation in return: they had to dedicate themselves completely. The announcement left everyone stunned. A proper cultivation technique wasn't simply another martial art. It was a systematic method for controlling and refining mana. Its value was immeasurable, unless it was some poorly copied imitation. Such knowledge was priceless. Even fathers often refused to pass these techniques to their own sons. Lucas quietly assumed the cultivation method would probably be an ordinary one. After all, although they had proven loyal, surely Roman wouldn't entrust them with something so valuable. Then Chris revealed its name, the Azure cultivation technique. In an ancient land, Azure referred to the demon of the battlefield. Lucas still couldn't believe it, but only minutes after beginning cultivation. Mana flowed naturally through his body. His senses sharpened almost instantly. He could even feel the breeze brushing across his skin. Then came the Azure sword technique. 108 distinct combat forms, each designed to perfectly synchronize with the cultivation method. Lucas was left speechless. Who exactly was Roman Dimitri if he possessed a technique like this himself? He would have hidden it forever. He wouldn't have shared it even with his own family. Lucas remembered wasting every coin he owned trying to purchase a cultivation method. Now, his life was changing before his eyes when Roman later offered him another opportunity. Lucas apologized before speaking. He wanted to remain beside Roman as his sovereign. Roman immediately understood. Lucas had already rejected the other path with his countless connections, his calm judgment, and the adaptability he displayed throughout the recruitment trials and the war. He was the perfect candidate for Roman's true objective. Lucas admitted that leading an intelligence organization would mean leaving Roman's side after everything they'd experienced together. He had already pledged his life to his lord. Walking away now felt impossible. Roman smiled slightly, then asked why Lucas believed he'd received both the cultivation technique and the sword art. Those weren't rewards meant to purchase loyalty. They were simply fair compensation for risking his life during the war. Roman then asked another question. Did Lucas truly believe Roman was the kind of man who would hand over priceless treasures merely to buy someone's devotion? Blind loyalty held no value to him. He rewarded contribution, nothing more. Then Roman asked one final question. If that was the reward given to an ordinary soldier, what kind of reward awaited someone whose value exceeded that? Lucas immediately understood. Perhaps something even greater than those incredible techniques awaited him. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply. He vowed to build the greatest intelligence organization on the entire continent. Roman already knew Lucas was practical, cold, realistic, exactly the type of person capable of leading the future Vile clan, and with that, his role was decided. When Roman later returned to the mines, the atmosphere had completely changed. The workers welcomed him warmly. Many openly thanked him for caring about their safety. An elderly miner stepped forward with tears in his eyes. Roman had saved his only son's life. From that day onward, the old man pledged his own life to serving him. Roman simply thanked him, then said he hoped to continue relying on the veteran's experience. Little by little, the hearts of House Dimitri's people shifted toward Roman, watching those changes unfold. Baron Romero found himself deep in thought. A month passed after the fall of House Barco. House Dimitri gathered for its regular council meeting. One noble proudly declared that no force remaining in the northeast could rival House Dimitri anymore. Even former allies of Barco were now seeking alliances. According to Romero's earlier command, every proposal had already been rejected immediately. The council asked how they should handle those requests moving forward. Romero answered without hesitation. Accepting the hands of people who had once inflicted unforgettable wounds wasn't generosity. It was arrogance. Negotiations would never happen. Everyone needed to understand exactly what awaited those who chose to oppose House Dimitri. Captain Jonathan then shifted the discussion toward military affairs. The war against Barco had revealed dangerous new variables. Outside forces had nearly changed the entire battlefield. Warriors like Berga and Hameros proved how dangerous external intervention could become. Jonathan proposed strengthening House Dimitri's military even further while also acquiring magical weapons capable of responding to future threats. Romero agreed. Nothing created greater security than overwhelming military power. The discussion then shifted toward finances. The nobles reported that Roman's recent decisions had filled the treasury beyond expectations, even after investing enormous sums into magical artifacts protecting the mines. The results were already remarkable. Iron production had increased by 30% if the trend continued. Production could eventually double. Romero asked how severely those installations had affected their finances. The answer surprised everyone. The increased profits had already covered the expenses comfortably. Romero quietly acknowledged that Roman had been right all along. His son had voluntarily entered the mines, experienced the workers' struggles firsthand, then returned with the most effective solution possible. Whatever doubts still remained about Roman were rapidly disappearing. Captain Jonathan then raised the issue everyone knew would eventually surface: the succession. Romero wasn't surprised. 3 years earlier, Rodwell had officially been chosen as the future heir. At that time, Roman simply hadn't possessed the qualities necessary to inherit House Dimitri. But now, everything had changed. His achievements during the Barco War, his reforms inside the mines, his astonishing swordsmanship. Every action reflected the qualities expected from a ruler. Several nobles immediately agreed, since no formal announcement had ever been made. One proposal naturally emerged: hold a fair succession contest. Let Roman and Rodwell compete openly. The meeting immediately became restless. Ironically, the most troubled person present was Romero himself. Roman had proven his worth in an incredibly short period, yet Rodwell had spent years carrying the burden of being the designated successor. Was it truly fair to suddenly force both sons into direct competition, unable to reach a conclusion? Romero simply stated that he would continue observing before making any final decision. Later, alone inside his office, the matter continued weighing heavily on his mind. For anyone to officially challenge for succession, 3 pillars needed to support them: the vassals, the master of the iron mine, and Hendrik, master of the forge. No matter how chaotic the situation became, those 3 groups ultimately determined the future heir. Romero ordered Hans to report immediately. Hans arrived looking noticeably nervous. Romero asked one simple question: did he believe Roman deserved to become the next successor? Hans answered honestly. 3 months earlier, his answer would have been no, but the Roman standing before them now was completely different. Watching him closely every day, Hans had seen genuine growth. Working inside the mines hadn't been some meaningless whim. It was Roman's way of understanding House Dimitri's people, sharing their hardships, and confronting reality with his own eyes. To Hans, the current Roman truly accepted the responsibilities carried by his name. Romero quietly thanked him before dismissing him. Then, he immediately summoned the master of the iron mine. Jacob didn't arrive alone. He explained that he already understood why he'd been called. Because of that, he had brought the person who witnessed everything firsthand. Morgan respectfully introduced himself. The name immediately sounded familiar. Romero ordered him to report every detail. Morgan explained that the incident occurred roughly 1 week after Roman began working in the mines. A tunnel suddenly collapsed, trapping one worker beneath the rubble. While everyone was still frozen trying to decide what to do, Roman stepped forward. He declared that he would rescue the miner himself, and then, he actually did it. Morgan admitted something honestly. At the time, he had tried stopping Roman. Back then, his opinion of the young master wasn't particularly favorable, but after witnessing those events, he realized how wrong he'd been. Roman had clearly declared that solving the people's problems was the responsibility of someone carrying the Dimitri name. No one forced him into that tunnel. It had been entirely his own decision. Morgan then spoke the words Romero had truly wanted to hear. If anyone ever asked how he judged Roman Dimitri, his answer would always remain the same. Roman was a successor worthy of House Dimitri, someone he would trust with his whole heart. Hearing all those reports, Romero realized one thing: more and more people now believed Roman deserved to become the next successor. Even so, he still refused to make a final decision. One crucial opinion remained: the forge. Meanwhile, inside the Dimitri workshops, one of the blacksmiths informed Master Hendrik that a shipment of damaged equipment had arrived for repairs under young Master Roman's name. He asked whether they should accept the request. Hendrik answered yes. Personally, he still wanted to refuse. But ever since hearing Jacob describe everything Roman had done inside the mines, the guilt from how harshly he had treated him never truly left his mind. The moment the equipment was unloaded, every blacksmith froze. The armor and weapons were almost unrecognizable. They looked less like battlefield gear and more like metal that had survived endless brutal training. Among the ruined equipment, one sword immediately drew Hendrik's attention: Salamandra. The instant he lifted it, his expression changed. The edge was flawless. Its balance was nearly perfect. The grip fit naturally into the hand. It wasn't merely a beautiful weapon, it was a masterpiece. Then he sensed something even more unbelievable. The sword was naturally absorbing the heat flowing through the forge. Its sensitivity to mana was extraordinary. Any aura swordsman would lose their mind over a weapon like this. Hendrik had always believed himself to be the finest blacksmith on the continent, yet increasing a blade's mana affinity to this level, that wasn't ordinary craftsmanship. Very few master smiths could accomplish such a feat. Unable to ignore it any longer, he personally accompanied the repaired equipment back. Even Chris was surprised. A repair that normally required nearly 2 weeks had been completed almost immediately. The blacksmith delivering the gear admitted he had expected the same delay, but for reasons no one understood. Master Hendrik had driven every smith in the workshop to prioritize Roman's request above everything else. Looking like a man who hadn't slept in 3 days, Hendrik confronted Roman directly. He demanded to know where Salamandra came from, more importantly, who had forged it. Roman calmly answered that he hadn't obtained it anywhere. He was its creator. Hendrik almost laughed. He stood before the master blacksmith of House Dimitri. Did Roman truly believe such an obvious lie would fool him? For a moment, Hendrik even questioned whether the rumors about Roman changing had all been exaggerated. Roman never backed down. He repeated that every word was true. He explained that he'd even named the sword Salamandra after the continent itself. Then he made a simple proposal. If Hendrik truly was the greatest blacksmith of House Dimitri, he should be able to recognize the truth merely by watching Roman forge. Later, the two entered the small workshop where Salamandra had been born. Roman explained that before the war against Barco, he realized something. He needed a sword worthy of entrusting with his own life, so he stood before the furnace, hammering steel endlessly. Eventually, the forge itself began to feel like a sanctuary. Roman smiled faintly. Surely Hendrik understood that feeling better than anyone. He continued. Since he would soon shoulder the responsibility of defending the nation, he had already begun forging the sword that would replace Salamandra, and today, he would demonstrate that entire process. Roman removed his shirt. Hendrik frowned. Did this young man really intend to work without even basic protective gear? Perhaps he didn't understand blacksmithing at all. Then, the hammer fell, everything changed. The instant Roman began forging, Hendrik's eyes widened. The standards of Murim and this world were completely different. Smiths here focused on strengthening the weapon itself because mana control remained imperfect. Murim followed another philosophy entirely. There, the greatest swords maximized the natural flow of internal energy. Efficiency came before everything else. Roman had forged countless weapons throughout his previous life as the heavenly demon. Every strike now reflected that lifetime of experience. The flames roared, heat poured into his body once again. Roman entered that strange state of absolute concentration. Hendrik watched silently every movement, every hammer strike, even the rhythm of the metal ringing through the workshop, was flawless for a brief moment. He thought he was looking at Baron Romero during the height of his youth. Blood truly couldn't lie. By sunset, Hendrik finally lowered his head. There was no longer any doubt. Roman truly was Salamandra's creator. Roman simply smiled, since he was already forging its successor. He wanted Hendrik to keep Salamandra, a gift. Years ago, Roman had stolen and sold one of Hendrik's treasured swords. Now he wished to repay that debt. The master blacksmith accepted the weapon in complete silence. Years earlier, Hendrik had personally visited Romero to complain about Roman. He insisted that simply being the eldest son didn't justify gambling with House Dimitri's future. If 10 people were asked about Roman back then, all 10 would have clicked their tongues and called him an idiot. Hendrik had believed Rodwell was the obvious choice for successor. He trained from childhood, he worked tirelessly, he proved himself inside the Royal Academy. Romero knew Roman had changed dramatically over the last 3 years. Still, one question remained: had Hendrik truly acknowledged him? When Romero finally asked for the master blacksmith's opinion regarding the succession, the answer came instantly. Roman was fully qualified. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Romero stared at him in surprise. Was he serious? Hendrik answered firmly. He would never lie to his lord. Roman had worked where no one saw him. Sweat, blood, exhaustion. He earned everything himself. Hendrik admitted something he'd never confessed before. When Roman first requested weapons, he deliberately sent inferior equipment because of personal resentment. Roman's response still echoed inside his mind. Providing weapons like those to soldiers was no different than murdering them. That single sentence forced Hendrik to rethink everything. That very night, he carefully reconsidered Roman's actions. Only then did he realize the young master possessed the judgment expected from House Dimitri. And it wasn't just that. He had personally watched Roman forge, completely absorbed in the craft, standing before unbearable flames without hesitation. As a fellow blacksmith, Hendrik couldn't help feeling connected to that spirit. It felt like meeting someone who truly belonged to the forge. Finally, he presented Salamandra before Romero. The Baron examined the blade in disbelief. His own son had created this. Even Hendrik admitted the truth. As master blacksmith, he believed the decision made 3 years earlier deserved to be reconsidered. Not long afterward, Romero received another letter. This one came from Rodwell. His younger son proudly announced his promotion to S-class at the Royal Academy of Cairo. Only practical field command remained before graduation. He had finished with the Academy's highest scores. Rodwell promised to lead House Dimitri into a brighter future. Any father would have been proud. Reading those words, Romero couldn't help smiling. Both sons were extraordinary, but the Roman standing today had already surpassed the limits of ordinary genius. His name no longer belonged only to Cairo. The entire continent had begun to recognize him. With that realization, Romero finally reached a decision. Once Rodwell graduated and Roman completed his duty in national defense, the succession battle would officially begin. Several days later, a distinguished guest arrived at House Dimitri, Willis, a priest of Valhalla, one of the officials responsible for evaluating the continental rankings. After introducing himself, he explained the reason for his visit. Rumors claimed Roman Dimitri had defeated the ranked warrior Homeros. If true, such an unprecedented feat demanded official verification. Even lower-ranking evaluations dramatically elevated a noble family's prestige. Romero apologized. Unfortunately, Roman had spent the last several days inside the forge. He suggested allowing him to rest before meeting the priest the following morning. Willis agreed while walking through the estate. His attention was suddenly drawn toward a nearby training ground. Hans politely told him he was welcome to watch. At that very moment, Kevin and Puck were sparring. At first glance, Puck looked overwhelmingly superior, a massive grown man against a much younger opponent. Yet, neither side held the advantage. Willis narrowed his eyes. Were they both aura users originally? Not a single one of Roman's 30 recruits possessed aura. Everything changed when Roman singled out Puck one day. He remarked that Puck possessed exceptional martial talent. Nobody understood what he meant. Less than a month later, Puck awakened aura. That single breakthrough transformed the entire unit. The others threw themselves into training with even greater intensity, risking their lives, determined to surpass their own limits. Now, Kevin's crimson aura clashed violently against Puck's. Puck admitted the boy's talent was terrifying. He almost failed to block a fatal strike. Had they been using real swords, the duel would have ended right there. An instant later, Kevin appeared behind him. His blade rested quietly against Puck's neck. On a real battlefield, his head would have already fallen. Watching the exchange, Willis was speechless. Every soldier trained under Roman moved with identical fundamentals. Their execution was polished, precise, disciplined. Were these truly warriors from some forgotten frontier? The entire formation resembled a miniature version of Valhalla's own elite army. These weren't ordinary soldiers, they were carefully forged knights. Willis couldn't stop wondering, since when had House Dimitri possessed power like this? He'd always known Dimitri ruled the Northeast. But this was something far beyond an ordinary rural territory. The official accompanying Willis quietly asked if this place was truly nothing more than a mining town. Even the priest could only shake his head. For the first time, he wasn't sure his own eyes were telling him the truth. There was only one conclusion Willis could reach. Those men were anything but ordinary soldiers. Unable to ignore what he had witnessed, he turned to Hans and asked whether they were the Baron's personal knights. Hans calmly shook his head. They weren't official knights of House Dimitri. They didn't belong to any military order or noble organization either. They were simply Roman's personal soldiers. Willis frowned in confusion. What exactly did that mean? Aura users weren't treated as common soldiers anywhere on the continent. Had Roman spent an absurd fortune recruiting them? Or were they apprentice knights trained elsewhere? Hans looked puzzled by the question. If the priest was referring to Kevin and Puck, the two sparring before them, neither had been swordsmen until recently. Kevin had once been nothing more than a commoner personally taken in by Roman. Puck had merely been a rank C mercenary. Everything they had become was the result of Roman's guidance. The young master possessed an extraordinary ability to recognize hidden talent. It was almost a blessing. Hearing that, Willis found himself wondering once again, who exactly was Roman Dimitri? Tomorrow he would finally meet him face to face. Only then would he know whether Roman was a hidden dragon patiently waiting for the right moment, or simply a man elevated by one incredible achievement. The following day, Roman entered the room. Willis immediately noticed his steady footsteps. His posture never wavered. His gaze naturally overlooked everything around him, like someone accustomed to standing above others. Even his relaxed expression carried the confidence of someone who had spent a lifetime among the strong. Roman politely introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet the priest. After the formal greetings, Willis asked directly whether it was true that Roman had defeated Homeros during the warriors' battle. Roman answered without hesitation, yes. The priest couldn't help commenting that Roman still seemed unaware of what he'd actually accomplished. Homeros wasn't merely the 49th ranked warrior. He was a rising swordsman expected to climb even higher after reaching 4 stars. For someone only 25 years old to defeat a man like that, it bordered on the impossible. Willis asked whether Roman truly understood what that achievement represented. Calling him the greatest genius in Cairo's history wasn't an exaggeration. Roman simply smiled. To him, that sounded like a sophisticated way of saying what he'd done shouldn't have been possible. Willis then explained how Valhalla's ranking system actually worked. When a ranked warrior lost during an unofficial battle, their position became vacant. The rankings weren't immediately reorganized. Instead, everything was reviewed after 1 full year. Victory alone didn't automatically grant someone the defeated warrior's place. However, if the victor proved worthy, they could be admitted at the lowest position, rank 100. Roman quickly understood if he demonstrated sufficient strength, he could enter the rankings from the bottom. Willis nodded. The Temple of Valhalla believed only in what it verified personally. That was precisely why he'd brought an aura-measuring artifact. The examination itself was simple. If Roman exceeded the required standard, he would officially qualify for the lowest ranking. Unlike formal ranking battles, there would be no grand ceremony, no public recognition. After all, rank 100 constantly attracted challengers looking to replace them. Roman quietly asked whether all that effort was truly worthwhile simply to become ranked. Willis admitted there was no direct material reward, but a ranked name echoed throughout the continent. Wasn't enduring some danger a fair price for worldwide recognition? Roman answered with another question. Wouldn't defeating someone higher up the rankings during an official battle accomplish the same thing? The priest smiled. Of course, official victories carried the greatest prestige. Unfortunately, such matches couldn't be arranged on a whim. Countless procedures existed. Besides, no ranked warrior currently lived anywhere in northeastern Cairo. There was simply no opponent available, with nothing else to discuss. The examination began. Willis explained the aura meter's colors. Red represented 1 star, orange meant 2, yellow indicated 3. Anything beyond 4 stars appeared green. Since Roman had defeated a 4-star opponent, he would need to reach at least yellow to qualify. While listening, Roman silently observed the artifact. Unlike Murim, this world had developed incredible tools centered around mana. Even he couldn't help feeling slightly cautious. Creating something capable of measuring aura like this. What kind of beings were this world's mages? Perhaps they stood surprisingly close to divinity. At that moment, Roman reminded himself never to underestimate magic. When Willis gave permission, Roman slowly infused mana into the artifact. He wasn't entirely sure what would happen. The methods of Murim differed greatly from those of this world. Even so, he decided to proceed. The reaction was immediate. Willis' eyes widened. Roman's mana erupted with overwhelming intensity. The artifact instantly glowed red, then orange moments later. Yellow. The speed alone felt abnormal. Even experienced 4-star aura users didn't raise the meter that quickly. Roman calmly analyzed the process, using only this world's methods. Yellow was probably his limit. Then curiosity took over. What would happen if he infused mana using Murim's techniques instead? The answer came instantly. The color shifted to green. Then, crack, the artifact suddenly split apart. Willis stared in disbelief. Had the aura meter actually broken? That device represented the combined achievements of the continent's greatest minds. It accurately evaluated aura users up to 6 stars. Green was its highest measurable output, even when someone exceeded expectations. The artifact should have continued functioning normally. Yet, before everyone's eyes, it shattered. Roman remained perfectly calm. He simply asked whether the device had been defective. Willis couldn't answer immediately. There was no precedent for something like this, but one fact remained undeniable. Before breaking, the meter had unquestionably reached green. That meant Roman Dmitri had already surpassed the level of an ordinary 4-star swordsman. This wasn't a hidden dragon waiting to emerge. It was a fully grown monster. The appearance of someone with 6-star potential inside the Kingdom of Cairo could shake the entire continent. Even then, Willis restrained himself. This had never happened before. Rushing to conclusions would be irresponsible. He promised Roman the official results would arrive later. Then, taking the shattered artifact with him, he departed. There was far more investigation left to do inside his office. Willis carefully reviewed everything he'd witnessed. The Roman Dmitri before 25 and the Roman standing today almost seemed like different people. He couldn't comprehend what had transformed someone so completely. First came the destruction of the Blood Fangs, then the Barco War. Every crisis revealed the same terrifying qualities: absolute composure, unshakable resolve, complete willingness to risk his own life to achieve victory. Roman wasn't merely powerful. He possessed the intelligence to wield that power perfectly. After thoroughly inspecting the broken artifact, Willis reached his conclusion: nothing had malfunctioned. The only reasonable explanation was simple. Roman had poured more mana into it than it had ever been designed to withstand. The green reading had been genuine. Immediately afterward, Willis activated a communication crystal. He introduced himself as Willis from the Cairo branch before submitting an official request. Roman Dimitri's status should immediately be upgraded to a priority recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire wasn't built solely by warriors obsessed with battle. It was ruled by brilliant strategists. The continental ranking served another purpose. It identified extraordinary talents across foreign nations, then quietly brought them into Valhalla. Every ambitious warrior dreamed of climbing the rankings someday. The empire simply waited, then recruited the brightest among them. The voice answering the crystal agreed. Roman represented an exceptional acquisition. His evaluation would be raised immediately while preparations quietly began to recruit him. One reminder followed. Recruiting foreign talent depended entirely on secrecy. Roman's mindset needed to shift toward Valhalla naturally. Nothing could appear forced. Willis accepted the assignment. He had already decided how to proceed. Officially, the broken aura meter would simply be blamed on a malfunction. Roman would publicly be announced as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4. His placement would remain unofficially at rank 100. That alone would create enough shockwaves across Cairo. The following day, the announcement spread throughout the kingdom. History had just been made. The youngest ranked individual ever produced by Cairo had appeared. Inside the capital, Marquis Benedict immediately received the report. Willis himself had confirmed Roman Dimitri's strength. Officially, he was a 3-star swordsman. The rumors surrounding Homero's defeat were also verified. Some witnesses still insisted Homeros had been caught off guard before fully displaying his aura. Even so, Benedict remained impressed. Reaching 3 stars at only 25 years old already placed Roman among the greatest talents Cairo had ever produced. He immediately asked about the movements of the surrounding powers. His subordinate answered that several factions were already mobilizing, especially the 2 great empires. Benedict clicked his tongue in irritation. Those bastards were already trying to contact Roman first. Even though he was a talent born within Cairo itself, at that point, the Kingdom of Cairo stood divided into 4 major factions. The Kingdom of Cairo had long since stopped standing as one united nation. Power had fractured into 4 competing factions. The royal faction remained loyal to the king. The pro-Kronos faction looked west, seeking favor from the empire. The pro-Valhalla faction quietly served foreign interests. Together, they reflected the instability of a kingdom trapped between giants. After hearing the report, Marquis Benedict gave an immediate order. Someone had to secure Roman Dimitri before another faction reached him first. Above all else, the royal faction could never be allowed to claim him. Cairo shared its western border with the mighty Kronos Empire and its southern border with the Kingdom of Hector. Kronos, one of the continent's 2 greatest powers and the homeland of Emperor Alexandro, had spent years demanding that Cairo submit as a vassal state. Its armies relentlessly assaulted the western frontier. Every day, more soldiers from Cairo died defending their homeland. At the same time, traitors inside the kingdom openly sided with Kronos, pressuring the government to surrender from within, standing before countless fallen comrades. One officer bitterly remarked that the kingdom couldn't even provide proper funerals for the men who had died protecting it. He then turned toward Rodwell, asking whether he was holding up. Rodwell calmly answered that he had already grown accustomed to scenes like this. It wasn't the first battlefield he'd endured. The other soldier admitted he had never imagined frontline warfare could be so merciless. He was even considering abandoning everything he'd earned at the academy just to return home alive, without another word. Rodwell personally lit the funeral pyres for his fallen comrades. The flames reflected the harsh reality of a weak kingdom constantly struggling to survive. Along the western border, peace simply didn't exist. Amid that grim atmosphere, the officer suddenly brought up another rumor. Apparently, Rodwell's older brother had entered the continental rankings. Rodwell frowned. Roman, 3 stars, the brother he remembered could never have reached that level. To him, it had to be nothing more than an exaggerated rumor. Perhaps House Dimitri had pulled some kind of trick soon enough. The truth would reveal itself. The following morning, Roman received an unexpected visitor. The man wasted no time introducing himself. He served His Majesty the King of Cairo. His purpose was simple. He had come to recommend Roman for the position of royal knight. The hidden dragon of the frontier was too valuable to ignore. One after another, the 4 factions had finally begun making their moves.